Alright, looks like we're live. Scooby Snack, congratulations, you are first. Let's see. Let's watch this video on natural hypertrophy. That'd be pretty fucking funny.
Welcome back, Dr. Milo Wolf here today, PhD in sports science with Wolf Coaching. Today, we're reviewing natural hypertrophy training. We've had a back and forth online, but I'm not acting in bad faith. I'm going to be reviewing his videos and seeing whether or not I agree with his technique from a sports science perspective for hypertrophy. Let's break it down.
Hello YouTube, and welcome to my top 10 hypertrophy list. As you can tell, I have a pretty decent physique, I'm fairly big, so I think I have some good things to share with you guys. So
Appeal to authority.
Movements that stood the test of time.
Here's your citation, you know.
But that I wish I could go back in time and start doing earlier because they truly gave me a ton of gains.
That lighting is very loyal.
No list. It's not
Damn.
that these lifts are the best for everyone, but I do think that for hypertrophy, they are top tier. In a sense, it's like
Training straight out the shed in here.
they might actually give you a ton of results as well. In terms of the way the list is structured, it's quite simple. There are 10 lifts in there, and they're ranked in order of importance. So when I look at my physique today...
So these are top...
You hope I had a good day? Well, I literally just woke up. I didn't even have a day, I just woke up.
10 exercises as recommended by natural hypertrophy.
If I took it away from this list, would result in me looking worse. So in a sense, as Bottomley Man said himself, if I was stuck on an island...
Quick caveat right here. You can't really determine causality, right? Like, there's a million things happening in your life right now that are more influential than which exercise you picked. Is the difference between a close grip bench press and a medium grip bench press really large enough to be able to detect within the context of your life, right? Could you really say you've grown your chest more over the past 2 months because you switched to close grip versus medium grip when your sleep, stress, nutrition, and other factors all change, as well as your volume, your frequency? So many influential variables are at play that determining causality from your own training in terms of results is actually a lot more challenging than people realize.
With a gun to my head, and I was told, okay, you can only do 10 movements. These are the 10 movements that I would do. At my number 10, I have French press. What a surprise that a Frenchman would have the French press in his list. I believe that it is a great movement for the long head of the tricep.
I agree. The French press is great.
And it is the inclusion of the French press into my program that made me love training this body part. To me, most of my...
This is great. I love it.
Came from the French press. And I love to do them with a dumbbell. Now, the issue with the dumbbell is that you run the risk of developing tendinitis, which I've had. And when that happens, you're stuck. Because you cannot spam the movement. And a movement that is not spammable will not get you much gains. But I have found ways around it. So, for example, if you have a cable stack, the French press with the cable stack is S tier. It is the best way to do French press.
I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that doing the French press with a dumbbell is going to cause more tendinitis than a cable, what have you. Equally, I love the
Kenny, Happy New Year to you too, dude.
French press. I refer to it as the overhead extension, but it's the same thing. I think it's great. I think it lengthens the long head of the triceps more, which, as you can see in this video here, results in more hypertrophy. So overall, I agree. I don't agree with tendinitis stuff, but who cares? Splitting hairs here.
You could also, if you wanted, just shift your torso angle so as to do the French press behind the head like this. With the shift, I find also that it makes it much more comfortable. It's a very simple barbaric movement, but if you have never tried it, I encourage you to do that. Now for my number 9, I have Romanian deadlift.
Man, you just woke up, you must be really depressed. I am so sorry to hear that.
Not feeling really depressed right now. I'm feeling kind of normal. It is a little annoying that I sleep literally constantly, but otherwise feeling okay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Raw donated $2, go raw.
Now this is what I call a wrap. We gonna eat raw, we might as well do it right.
I remember the first time I decided to eat raw for a few days. I was terrified and honestly
Hoot hoot.
Oh, look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Grant.
didn't know what I was doing. I would say day 1 was incredible, but by day 2, I could not get full and I was struggling on what I should eat. I mean, I felt good, but I wanted to feel full. But as my journey continued, the second or the third time I decided to eat raw, I started to figure out how to make dishes or things that actually will keep me full, like this burrito.
It does look like a nice burrito. Thanks for the donation, Raw. Let me see Gray Knight. Oh my god. Jesus, that's loud. It's a very pretty owl. Wow. The hell? She feeding him mice? Fuck you, bitch. Oh, that's horrible.
This is funny.
I'll look at that in a minute. Wow. That's a pretty owl. Oh my god.
Happy New Year, VG. So, today on my day off, my boss gave me a verbal warning about collecting almost 9 hours of overtime. Apparently, my work has a policy against giving it without approval BC of getting into the budget even though we are understaffed SMH.
That's pretty retarded. It sounds like they don't know how to run the business. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Happy New Year to you too, dude. The then now, let me see.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Muhammad's Boom Boom Room, where all of my guests either agree with me completely.
Happy New Year, Richard. How many people are you going to convert to the dark side this year? Hopefully all the people. If not, then, they can all go to hell.
Or they go boom. I am your host, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon me. And with me now is an Austrian psychologist, neurologist, and an avid snorter of cocaine, Dr. Sigmund Freud. So happy you could join me. Would you care for a snack?
No, thank you, Mohammed. Don't go to any trouble.
No trouble at all. When you have as many slaves as I do, you can have unlimited sex. Snacks. Snacks. What are you writing about me? Why are you showing me that? As everyone knows, I can't read. So anyway, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well,
Yeah, it's a decent skit. It's not haha funny, but it's like, yes, amusing. Thanks for the donation, then though.
They were never a priority, and I regret it.
Romanian deadlifts are great.
I really shortchanged my gains, especially in the arm strength department, by focusing so much on deadlifts. There's a reason why many people nowadays say that the deadlift is...
As much as we've had a back and forth about power building and deadlifts potentially not being optimal for growth, I do generally agree that RDLs are better for hypertrophy than straight up deadlifts, right? They will lengthen the hamstrings more, they will generally lengthen the glutes more, so they are a better exercise for hypertrophy, especially when you consider that most people perform RDLs with an eccentric, whereas they perform conventional deadlifts without an eccentric. So I actually agree.
Deadlift is worthless for hypertrophy. I disagree with them, but I do agree that for bodybuilding, if you do 80% of your volume with deadlifts and 20% with the Romanian deadlifts, you're not doing things properly if your goal is hypertrophy. But
I think that's fine.
deadlifts, because
If your primary goal is hypertrophy, you probably shouldn't be deadlifting.
plateaus is the positive.
Or if your only goal is hypertrophy, rather.
So the easiest way to make sure that this never happens is also to do deadlifts on the side. At this point, I do both, and I find that this is the best way to progress on the pattern. Number 8 might be a surprise for some of you guys, because as you know, I was the no shoulder guy for a long time. Now I try to grow my shoulders, and the lift that I use for that is the overhead press. That is at number 8. I think...
Is this an overhead press or a Bradford press?
Vertical pressing, you are shortchanging yourself. You really should be doing it. Lateral raises are a good addition, but they are not enough. So to me, they are vital, and this is why they made their way into that list, because any and every shoulder gains I've made in the past 3 to 4 months, I've made solely by spamming overhead press as much as possible. So this is my method, and this is why I think that you should do them as well. Now,
So I think overhead press is a great exercise. I don't think it's a must include, right? Like he made it seem like it was a must. I don't think it's a must. I think you can get the same gains doing cable front raises, some lateral raises, and some rear delt work, right? I don't think they're essential, but I do think they're a great exercise. And I think if I were to construct a hypertrophy program, unless someone had a preference against it, or someone had pain doing overhead press, I would typically include it for hypertrophy. So again, I agree.
Now what I would tell you for this is to find the style that you like. When I do an overhead press, my grip is here. It's within the shoulders because it's what's comfortable. Same for you. Find the grip that you like the most. It could be a snap grip, it could be behind the head, it could be with dumbbells, it could be a neutral grip, I don't care. As long as your arm does this, you're good. Then for number 7,
I agree. This is excellent.
I've been doing the longest, not quite, and it is dumbbell rows. I absolutely love dumbbell rows, so I would just bend over on top of 2 dumbbells and row the 2 dumbbells at once, doing something like this, and it grew my back. And not just my back, it also grew my posterior chain, because guess what? This is the only exercise I did for posterior chain, the only one. And when I started deadlifting, I think it was 2 years afterwards, so 2 years of doing rows like this, the first time I deadlifted, I picked up 275 for 5 with good form. It wasn't really my first time deadlifting.
Oh man. So I don't think, and this isn't a diss, but I don't think 275 for 5 is anything to be like impressed by. Like, I've seen untrained people do that, so I don't think dumbbell rows necessarily cause them to be strong on the lift. But the dumbbell row is absolutely fine. Would I pick it as an exercise to target your whole posterior chain? No. And I think...
Can you ask the God of Gains for a ceasefire in Gaza and for the Palestinians to gain the right to self-determination?
I'll ask the God of Gains for the opposite of that, because a ceasefire is the most retarded fucking idea imaginable, and clearly they can't govern themselves, at least not at this point. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
RDLs will do far more to grow your glutes and hamstrings and adductors than dumbbell rows ever will. But I think for the upper back and mid back, the dumbbell row is excellent, right? Like, you're going to put on a lot of size. It's not the best exercise ever, right? It doesn't have the best resistance curve. Like most back exercises, it'll be hardest in that shortened position. And I think lengthened partials do circumvent a lot of that issue. And I think potentially, right, anecdotally, that's why people like cheating on rows, is because they still get that lengthened position and they kind of are not limited by shortened position strength anymore. But I would say just do lengthened partials instead. Cheating will add more fatigue for not much additional benefit in this case versus doing lengthened partials. So I don't disagree with him. I think the dumbbell row is a fine pick.
My hamstrings, my glutes, and my lower back. Now that I'm more into bodybuilding and I want a more focused approach, I do them with only one arm by posting myself. I made a video about that. It will be in the pinned comment. If you know how to do your dumbbell rows properly, it is an amazing movement because you can feel every fiber of your upper back stretching. And this is one of these lifts where when I see people tell me that
I think it's good.
My answer is you're not doing dumbbell rows properly, or you haven't found your style yet. There are so many ways to do them that at this point,
I do think for most people, dumbbell rows are slightly better than barbells, mostly because it's down to execution, right? Like, when a lot of people do barbell rows, they will put the bar down at the bottom and not get that stretch. Whereas with dumbbell rows, most people do get a full stretch on each rep and thus get more hypertrophy, right? So that's a great option. I will say they might be a little bit less time efficient by having to do both sides, and both sides actually being relatively tiring. Your session duration might increase a little bit versus doing bilateral dumbbell.
I know, right? Come to think of it, my supervisor below my boss was telling me that my work's in thousands of dollars in debt, and that's probably the reason for that pathetic policy. Lol, the policy can even lead up to termination, SMH getting in trouble for helping.
Yeah, most employers are fucking dumbasses, so, yeah, what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Rows, right, where you're not supported by a bench. Just bend over and do some rows.
Walking down the street in Toronto, and a Muslim is legally slaughtering a goat to Allah. He looks you in the eye as you walk by and says, "Fuck you gonna do about it, bitch ass atheist vegan?" What you doing in this situation?
I'm stealing the goat. Yeah, I definitely steal the goat. Thanks for the donation, vegan tranny.
With both arms at the same time. I think that's going to be a better option.
The other, if you're not doing squats or at least a heavy knee flexion, which is
squats are great,
you're not going to get big legs, or at least not as big as they could be. Meaning that I don't buy into the idea that you could get massive legs from lunges and from knee extensions. I'm not a purist. I'm not saying
man.
You can do low bar, you can do SSB, you can do hack squats, you can do belt squats. I do not care. But please do your squats. For me, my legs are massive. Admittedly,
I think his legs are fine. I wouldn't call them massive. Although, damn, all right, Charlie. I don't think you need to squat to maximize lower body size. I think with a split squat variation, with a lunge variation, with anything that allows you to get deep knee flexion and or deep hip flexion in your training, you'll be just fine. I think you get the same hypertrophy doing leg press. I think you get the same hypertrophy doing leg press and RDLs and other exercises and skipping squatting altogether versus needing to do squats. So while I agree that squats are great, they're not a must-do exercise. Within hypertrophy training, nothing really is.
Not defined at all, not just massive hams, but all of that mass I got from squats. I never did a leg extension.
Nice legs, actually. I take it back.
Until I had already 26 to 27 inches quads.
Retarded incel vegan tard donated $2.
Bitches born in the 90s that's under 25 can't cook, can't clean. They don't want to work nothing. Niggas that's 31 and over get in relationships with them and wonder why shit ain't working. That's because all young bitches want to do is pop pills, smoke weed, get drunk, lay around, suck dick, eat hot Cheetos, charge they phone, get a sew and weave, twerk, be bisexual, eat McDonald's, wash they pussy in the sink, lie, take selfies, and talk shit through Wi-Fi because they phone. Bitches born...
Couldn't agree more. Thanks for the donation, retarded incel vegan tired.
My legs were already that big when I started implementing other methods. And I encourage you to also have at least one type of squat in your list. Now, for number 5, we start to get into my favorite movements of all time that I do all the time and I've done for pretty much forever.
Oh, man.
I'm a curl bro. It should not be a surprise. I'm absolutely obsessed with biceps. To this day, if you look at my feet...
The technique here is not great.
That's for a reason. If it were to be that more and more people started treating...
Oh, man.
For example, as they treat dogs.
Lil Wayne, donate $2, daily update. Let me take a look.
This is the last of the food that me and Bay fed baby girl for the last day of the year. She wanted to make a little omelet on this little machine that my mama got her for Christmas. So she made her a little bacon, egg, and cheese omelet. And y'all, this was my first time making it too. She was so happy to show her daddy.
Have you looked into ketamine therapy that much? Heard on another podcast they were really helpful with depression. I know Huberman isn't the best, but maybe he knows about this. Maybe Avi? Stay hard gain.
Yeah, I've heard of ketamine therapy. Well, Huberman's a fucking moron. I'm not going to bother watching this, but I know of ketamine therapy. I'm going to talk with a psychiatrist again next month in February. That's when my appointment is. And I'm going to mention like ketamine therapy to him and see if I can get it. Thanks for the donation though, Prismo. Appreciate it.
And of course her circle bottle. And I swear we did a little taste test on it. The whole family actually tasted on it and it was so good. For her lunch, we did leftovers. I gave her the leftover pasta from last night, which about 2 hours later she was hungry again. So I gave her a little turkey sandwich with
Where are the fucking vegetables?
Chips and a little mozzarella stick. For dinner, we went to McDonald's. She said she just wanted a little 6-piece kids nugget meal. And y'all, she went in her little nugget meal to check for her little Squishmallow toy just to discover her own. So let me check.
That kid eats like shit, and it's pretty obvious why she's overweight.
This is everything I fed my 8-year-old stepdaughter today. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I be copying the school breakfasts and school menus sometimes when I come up with her little meals. So this came directly from the school website. I gave her a little box of cereal with 2 little breakfast muffins and her own little milk so she can fix her breakfast herself. Then before I left to go do some little shopping with Santa, I made myself a little iced coffee, and I knew she had asked her dad if he wanted to let her do whatever. So I just made her a little baby version of it. When I got back a few hours later, I made her a little lunch. I made her a little PB&J sandwich with a little cheese stick on the side. I took all the crust off of her little PB&J. Then I gave her a little cider grapes, a little high C juice, and some of her daddy leftover Skittles from last night. For her little dinner, she wanted to make it herself. Y'all know it's taco.
Well, that's more garbage.
Baby girl has been going on nonstop about how she had steak for the first time on her cruise. So she been begging to make
No, it's not horrible. Mice and rats are disgusting vermin who started the Black Plague and have no right to life and deserve to die.
Fuck you, Dodo. Mice are amazing. Shut up. Thanks for the donation, dude.
me and her daddy a steak so we can see what she got to enjoy for her little Thanksgiving dinner. So I finally went and bought her some steak so she could cook her some. Y'all, she seasoned both sides of the steaks up real nice and good. She set them to the side to get to room temp, and then she threw them in the griddle all by herself. She even recorded this little video, y'all, saying she wants y'all to see a close-up of her little steaks cooking. She had a little garlic butter to go on top and let them simmer until they got to medium done. Then she took them off the rest, and while those cooled down, she went ahead and cut up some fresh romaine lettuce to make me and her daddy some Caesar-sized salads. She used fresh romaine. She used the Olive Garden dressing, the Parmesan, the croutons. She put the whole little shebang boogie together. She gave us some mashed potatoes to eat with it, and we cut up the steak for me and her and gave her daddy a whole...
That is fucking disgusting. Holy shit. Dude, they eat like crap. My camera looks weird. I don't know what you mean by that.
compounds, you would see more and more people with massive arms. Actually find your style of curl that you like, and you will find that it will give you tremendous results.
First things first, the execution on that clip of curls is going to be far from ideal for hypertrophy, and that's based on 20 to 25 studies now showing that more lengthened training, where you actually get a stretch in the muscle group, is superior for hypertrophy to more shortened training. And so I would not recommend the technique he was using here. I think curls are great. I think you should do curls in your training. I don't think barbell curls are going to be the best option. I think typically cable curls allow for a better resistance curve, allow you to get a deeper stretch. Incline curls can be great, specifically when coupled with lengthened partials, so as to actually make that bottom position challenging. I think it's fine. For what it's worth though, I don't think he has particularly outstanding biceps. I think his physique is reasonably well balanced, and I think people often fall victim to the idea that symmetry is the
Parents should be locked for making their kids fat as fuck and feeding them such garbage. I get tired of seeing these pathetic parents ruining their kids' health because they don't know shit about nutrition, which is hard to learn.
Well, dude, what's hilarious is you can actually get charged with animal cruelty if you make your dog or cat severely overweight. They don't have a law when it comes to children. So pets have more protections under the law against like malnutrition versus human beings. It's really weird. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Ninja.
This all elusive thing. Whereas if you actually speak to bodybuilding judges, if you actually competed in bodybuilding, you'd realize that at least within bodybuilding, symmetry is a lot more of a range than a target. And like, you know, the whole spider physique thing is a bit silly to me.
Results, as long as you do them properly, of course. Now for number 4 is a lift that shouldn't really be on the list because I only started doing them 3 years ago. But in 3 years, it made such a difference in my physique and it impressed me so much with the gains I got that if I'm not doing pullovers, you're doing something wrong. And I firmly believe that because
the technique is a problem here.
Which is the point of bodybuilding, of course. Every lift does that, but there is something almost magical about pullovers.
The technique here is a real problem. I think that the depth is, it's like if he was quarter squatting for hypertrophy, right? My bro, you can go a lot deeper than that. So for hypertrophy, go a lot deeper than that. As I mentioned earlier, lengthened training is better than shortened training for hypertrophy, and the dumbbell pullover specifically is already designed to put the most...
I think dumbbell pullovers are like fucking useless, but you know.
Tension in that lengthened position and to allow you to get a stretch in your pecs and in your lats. So why wouldn't you just go deeper? The exercise is great, and I think as far as like, if I had to pick one exercise for the lats, I would probably pick the dumbbell pullover or the barbell pullover. But I think as far as the technique goes, once again, like with curls, I think it could be a lot better.
Dude, that's really fucking weird. I think that exercise sucks.
Ribcage expansion. Until you experience it, you don't understand it. So I recommend that everyone try.
I don't think there's anything to ribcage expansion. I think it's just your serratus anterior, lats, and pecs getting bigger.
Go back in time,
but
and force my younger self to do a lift. It would be pullovers, because I firmly believe that if I started doing pullovers the first day I got dumbbells, my body would not look the way it looks now. My physique would be on another level. But that is not true for number 3, because number 3 is actually the first lift that I ever started doing, and that is sit-ups. I was obsessed with sit-ups like many young men. I wanted a six-pack. So every night, I remember, in my bedroom, I would put the radio on and I would put my feet underneath the thing, l'espèce de thing.
You speaking French now?
Properly tonight for some reason.
Moi aussi, je parle français, donc on est parti.
I still have a six-pack to this day. Again, it's an approach that is
Damn, looking diced.
And to me, if you're not doing a form or another of isolation for your abs, you are showcasing another type of stupidity, but one that you will actually regret. Because ab isolation is free, guys. Please do it. Right? I've seen many of these lists from many.
I agree.
And I was saddened to not.
I think ab isolation is a great idea.
Us to go back to a time where bodybuilders were actually obsessed with abs. The shredded bras don't have the monopoly on ab development. We can take that back as well. For number 2, I have pull-ups. So you'll see that number 2.
I agree. And in fact, I think that direct ab training is a little bit slept on, especially by people who are not that lean. Like, you can get bigger abs that will be more visually impressive, even at higher body fats, even in the off season, right? If you train your abs directly and grow them as a muscle, they will be visible and more impressive even at 15 or 20% body fat oftentimes for males. So do it if you want bigger abs.
Number 2, number 3, number 1 are all in the same vein. These are movements that I've done forever, and I think were the most instrumental in developing my physique. Pull-ups are still the king of upper back builders, in my opinion. If you want bigger lats, do your pull-ups. If you want a better defined upper back area, do your pull-ups. If you cannot progress anymore because
you approach to save the goat, and then 50 SJWs come out the woodworks and say if you want to stop this oppressed puck from practicing his peaceful religion on this goat, you're going to have to get through us, racist Islamophobe. What you doing?
I would knock 50 people to the fucking ground. Dude, SJWs are fucking pussies, and they're usually women too, so yeah, I could fucking annihilate them, no problem. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny.
Good evening, Mr. Gaines. That shirt looks nice on you. I am currently cooking a delicious vegan roast with some fresh steamed broccoli, mashed sweet potato with lime juice, and some mashed potatoes. I would invite you over if you lived close. How are you?
Not doing too bad tonight. Feeling fairly good, so...
Hi VG. You are really gay, but I want you to know I missed your face. Are we going to watch some gay twink videos from Frank Chang's and Tufano? He has some new videos and shorts. Can we watch and react? LLL.
We can. We'll react a little bit later when James Wade gets here. Thanks for the donation, Frank Tufano. And thanks for the offer, Slightly Depressed Vegan. I wouldn't mind some vegan roast with some broccoli. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Speaking of child obsession.
The fat acceptance movement, also known as fat pride, fat empowerment, and fat activism, is a social movement which seeks to eliminate the social stigma of fat social media, that obesity is not as bad as we have always thought, or that science has proven. Many have embraced the word.
You need to eat something like a bit more healthy. Now, there are a few words that I don't allow when somebody comes into my house, and healthy is one of them.
In fact, the NAAFA, the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance, which was started by a white man who actually had a fetish for oversized women and started the group to bring acceptance to him and his people, in hopes less people would make fun of him for his choice of women. Well, in 2022, it's ran by...
I did not know that. That's hilarious. A fucking dude who was into fat chicks started the fucking movement.
Women, fat women. Let me just read a little bit of their philosophy. The NAAFA have contested society's stubborn generalization that associates fatness with disease and poor health outcomes, and push back against the assumption that fat people have little regard for themselves or their own well-being. They argue that connected to disease and poor health because it makes them feel bad. I shall read on. The NAAFA mobilizes the term, in quotes, fat, in its fight against weight discrimination and fat phobia in all aspects of life, including in employment, healthcare, and education. Similarly, as social scientists, we use the term fat rather than the deeply problematic medical term obesity, which causes harm to people under the guise of benign objectivity. These groups, and what I have shown you on this channel many times of the fat activists on TikTok saying the word healthy. Bloggers saying there is no such thing as healthy food, everything's created equal, and we should never let these white males stop us from living our lives with their racial BMI chart. Well, do you know what is starting to bring some of these fat activists down? No, it's not the use of the word obesity, it's heart attacks and heart complications. Yes, and many of these fat activists are staying silent, looking the other way and continuing to perpetuate this disgusting movement that obesity is perfectly healthy. And honestly, it pisses me off. I will be focusing on 2 women that were part of this movement of we should just accept obesity. 2 women that I feel glorified it, at least one glorified it and changed. And 2 women who are now sadly no longer with us. 2 women that express their opinions in different ways, but I have different opinions on each one. Let's start.
Dude, they're not even much older than me. It's crazy. Imagine how fucking psychotic you have to be to think that being fat is not bad for your health.
That is like if Ed, Edd and Eddy did a scam and everyone was dumb enough to believe it.
Yes, basically. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Well, dumb bitches be dumb bitches. Now they did.
Again, the technique on these pull-ups is not great. Get a full stretch.
Great. There are so many ways to do pull-ups that you will always find a method or another to squeeze more gains out of them. My back, before I started doing pull-ups and after I started doing pull-ups, is night and day. I used to have a fridge back where my back was like this. And when I started doing pull-ups finally, and I was out of my power...
Pull-ups are great. I think that they don't have the best resistance curve ever, and I typically do prefer pull-downs for lengthened partials, but I think pull-ups are great.
Rows, dumbbell rows, and pullovers, you're good. You got your upper back gains covered. Throw a hip hinge into the mix like an RDL, and you're going to have a massive pitbull back. And then we move on to the number one.
Never heard the term pitbull back.
That is not even really a lift, but to me, when I thought back and I questioned myself.
Interestingly, I don't think RDLs really grow your upper back. I think they will grow your erectors, which do extend up your spine. So I guess technically they might grow your upper back a little bit, but I think that's a different type of growth than most people think. I don't think RDLs or deadlifts will really grow your lower traps or your mid traps or your rhomboids or anything like that. So just my 2 cents.
Myself, and I looked at my body and I was like, all right, look at what you look like. Which lift, if you took it away, would make all of this melt? And the answer was obvious to me. Push-ups. Push-ups made the single biggest difference in my physique. I did hundreds of
I don't know why he thinks that. That is fucking bizarre. I don't think push-ups are particularly useful just because you can't really load them heavy.
It's a hot take.
Rest day. And the big mistake and a regret that I have with push-ups is that I turned my back on them because at some point I discovered bench press and I was like, well, so long push-ups, I found a better variation. You suck now. And I
think push-ups are great, don't get me wrong.
As long as you find.
But I think using a deficit push-up where you get a deeper stretch in your triceps, front delts, and chest will be a lot better. The traditional push-up, the way most people do it, is not that great.
I feel them in my chest a ton. There is a reason why, if you follow my novice program, I have you do push-ups more often than I have you do bench. Because to me, this is the type of movement that is instrumental. People talk about building a base, and usually what they mean is get a 4-plate deadlift. That's not a base to me, that's bullshit. A base to me is getting proficient at push-ups, getting proficient at pull-ups. That's a solid base. If you get these two in orders, then...
I don't think proficiency hugely impacts how much muscle growth you can get from an exercise. Right? Like even when you're new to an exercise,
these are all...
I'm not sure you need to be super proficient at it before you can grow muscle from it. So...
Regardless of your level in bodybuilding, the biggest mistake you can make is turning your back on the base.
Well, you'd expect with a relatively low level of proficiency, you'd actually get more gains from a novel exercise because you're getting a novel stimulus.
I see many bodybuilders do that and they're making a mistake. If you got most of your gains from something, never stop doing that thing. You can refine the approach and add other things on top of it, but never ever shun them because, again, you will regret it. If you look at the movements, I would like you to also not focus necessarily on the variation I presented, but rather on the patterns. Every lift on this list...
I think this is true. I think focusing on the movement pattern versus the actual exercise is a lot more helpful. There'll be small advantages between different, variations of that movement pattern, but by and large, they will serve the same purpose.
All of these are necessary, none of them are negotiable. People talk about the big 3, the big 5, fuck all of that. The bare minimum for a bodybuilding program is a big 10. It doesn't have to be these movements, but it has to be movements that target the muscles that list covers. And that is going to conclude this video. Now, both Ahmed told us to actually select other people or the lifters that we would like to hear from. I'm going to take things a little bit differently today. I would like to hear from my fellow Frenchmen, people that have...
Well, that's the video. We actually agreed on a lot more than I thought. I think that by and large, with his emphasis of, the pullover, the overhead extension, or the French press, as he called it, I think I agree with a lot of stuff. I think the technique was not as good as it might have been. I think the use of the term spider physique and other political videos is a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, he makes some of the dumbest fucking content, dude. Let's see. The Boy and the Heron is a disappointing mess. I heard about that. I'm not sure about it because I haven't seen the film. It's gotten pretty good critical reviews, though, so kind of strange I was saying it's a mess.
Hello, YouTube. Every Christmas, I try to come up with gifts for you guys. And this year, I have something very special in store.
Did you see the H3 thing where he thinks he has lupus because he misinterpreted a blood test he took? I did not see that. That's really weird.
So I hope you haven't taken down your Christmas tree yet, because I still have presents for you. So, as you might know, my credo on this platform has always been that information should be free. And this is why every single program I've ever made in the past 4 years has been free. It's never behind a paywall. But the issue is that I have nowhere to put these programs. They usually sit in the description of the video that allows you to gain access to hundreds of free programs. And it also allows you to track your progression, all of that for free. You do not have the Silver Era program, my Novice program, and the Bridge program. But eventually, I want every single program I've ever made to be a subscription. You just have to click the link and download the app if you haven't yet. If you have, congratulations, your program is right there. You can literally start today. Now, all of the information you will need to run the
Maybe I should do something like this.
Program properly and correctly is also on Bootcamp, but just in case, if you have questions that need answered, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the things that you need to pay attention to. So Bootcamp, if you're new to it, you'll find can be confusing because there are so many options. It's very detailed and it can be sometimes too interactive. Just make sure to actually pay attention to the fact that if the lifts are marked, for example, 1A and 1B, that means it's a superset, okay? Every number is the number of the superset and the letters is the old.
Yeah, I'll check out the app and shit he's using. That's
harnessing the
might be something I want to do. How Health Gurus Trick You, featuring Gary Brecka. I fucking hate Gary Brecka.
harnessing the power of psychology, the reach of social media, and the funding of private equity, the evolution of misinformation has begun. It has become increasingly difficult to figure out what is true versus what is a sales pitch. Today, I want to highlight a viral example and give you some tips so you too can protect yourself from falling victim to it. The modern snake oil salesman is really just an IKA expert. I coined this term during my TED Talk in Monaco just before the pandemic. The epidemic of the I know all expert. There are too many of these experts out there claiming to have all of the answers when the rest of the scientific community has questions. Back then, these IKA experts flourished in what I called the gray zone. That is when a question within the field of medicine has not yet had a complete answer by modern science. 20 years ago, we didn't really have a proven and safe medication to help patients struggling with weight loss. Companies and medical gurus.
Now, I've heard people saying, look, if you break the law, you should go to jail, you should be prosecuted, and the fact that other people break the law and aren't prosecuted makes no difference. But that is not how the law works. In every other instance, you can argue that whataboutism doesn't matter. So you say, oh, Russia committed a war crime because they used...
Thanks for the membership. Animals are here with us, not for us. Appreciate it.
Pounced and tried to sell you.
I lost 21 pounds.
39 pounds.
31 pounds.
Millions of Americans have made Hydroxycut the #1 weight loss supplement.
Did you know that tea can also help you lose weight? Today I've got teas that will bust your fat for good.
Well, now we have Ozempic. Suddenly, the fat burner supplement market is beginning to struggle. At the start of the pandemic,
And my work wonders why people don't stay there long term, especially with overtime policies being enacted while being understaffed lol. My position pays less than the $23 per hour minimum wage that Robert Reich argues, and they raised the requirement to a BSDG.
That sounds retarded. It's kind of weird. Usually, I guess it depends how much they're giving out with overtime work, but like, I mean, usually if you're working more, that makes the company more money, so sort of strange how they want to limit overtime hours. But thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
we had no answers for COVID. How could we? It was a new illness. The gurus continued with the same game.
We've just learned that Dr. Oz was sending emails urging the Trump administration to begin promoting the use of an anti-malaria drug, hydroxychloroquine.
Jesus. Quest donated $2 watch. Let me see. Don't play with anything black. Whole family got caught in black ice. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, that's stupid. They didn't notice they're slipping in that spot? What happened? Oh boy. That's a good one. Snitches get stitches.
You really with this shit, nigga? You ain't fuck with no bitches, nigga. Come on now, nigga. Stop playing me, nigga. Hey, it's real, nigga.
Jesus.
DC Films, man. This nigga knocked his bitch out, too. Damn.
Holy fuck, that's horrible.
It's over with.
Jesus. Fucking hope they go to jail, pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation quest.
Patented nanosilver we have. The Pentagon has come out and documented, and Homeland Security, and said this stuff kills the whole SARS corona family at point-blank range. Well, of course it does. It kills every virus.
Now we have Paxlovid, a medication given to mitigate the effects of COVID. Suddenly, no more gurus promising miracle cures. These are just two examples of modern science making legitimate progress in these gray zones and putting pressure on the snake oil salesmen to up their game.
Bring it on!
They've seen the gray zone is only successful until science catches up. So they've begun to focus on an area where science really can catch up: aging. Anti-aging is really just a BS marketing term. Aging is not a disease. There's aging poorly.
I would totally disagree with him. Aging really is a disease. It's a disease that we all get. It's literally in your biology to age. If you consider that some people age slower than other people, some people live longer, and if you consider the symptoms of aging, it matches what a disease is. So if you can actually change your genes in some way where your cells can regenerate, and you can prevent like oxidative stress and all these other things that are associated with aging, then it is a disease. It obviously can be treated. Aging can be prevented once we develop more technology to treat or reverse or prevent aging. So it absolutely is a disease. It's just built into our biology. People just don't see it as a disease because it's something that everybody gets. Like, everybody gets older. But it is certainly a disease.
And aging well. There's no preventing it, unless, of course, you can pay 5 monthly payments of $19.99.
Brian Johnson, the man who spends $2 million a year to slow down his age.
He's managed to reverse his biological age already
To an 18-year-old.
But that anti-aging market share was not enough for them. So they decided to target our worst weak spot: the entire healthcare system.
Dr. Butterfingers killed Michael Jackson. After that, was like going to the doctor.
It's official. Private health care companies are scamming us.
There is a lot of corruption in medicine. They're always getting shit wrong.
The system is truly crumbling and has too many problems to name. Many folks are paying for but not getting good care. They feel gaslit by their doctors and duped by their insurance companies. I don't blame them. The worst part? Those who've been hurt the most by the system become prey for the IKA experts. How? Well, they prime your emotions by pointing out real problems. And then they begin to sell you pricey BS solutions. They promise a better way, a shortcut, a more personalized approach, claiming to have better knowledge than scientists and doctors who have dedicated their lives to the art of healing people. Like they're all in on a secret that all medical institutions are not privy to.
I know something you don't know.
Or are flat out hiding from you. And it works, especially on social media. The videos often go viral. You send them to me asking for reactions. It also doesn't hurt when they have a celebrity co-signing their messaging. In recent times, one good example is when owner and president Dana White had his reaction dealing with some serious health issues.
This is Gary Brecka. In 5 months, this guy completely changed my life. This is for all the naysayers that are saying it's not true. And
Strange Things Part 1, donate $2, something weird in the abyss. Those are just bivalves on a wine bottle.
I can't believe that this dumb fuck doctor that you once criticized for recommending a low-carb, high-fat diet spaced in animal products I thought that this fucker would have been dead by now.
Who is this? Oh. Can't remember his name, but... Oh, Lustig.
Inhibits 3 separate enzymes necessary for normal mitochondrial function. Number 1, AMP kinase.
AMP kinase is the body's master energy sensor because it's activated by low energy states such as fasting and exercise, and it's inactive when the body has plenty of energy available.
So in this podcast on Huberman Lab, Dr. Robert Lustig suggests that fructose is harmful because it inhibits 3 enzymes necessary for normal mitochondrial function: AMP kinase, long-chain acetylcholine dehydrogenase, carnitine palmitoyltransferase 1. What Lustig fails to mention is that the activation of these enzymes largely depends on the body's energy status. AMP kinase is often considered the body's master energy sensor. It's activated during periods of low energy status, such as fasting and exercise. Intuitively, fructose would inhibit this enzyme on a cellular level because fructose provides the body with energy. Long-chain acetylcoenzyme... Wait, I can't remember the fucking name. Dehydrogenase and carnitine palmitoyltransferase 1 are involved in beta oxidation or the breakdown of fatty acids for energy. So it would make sense if you eat sugar, it's not going to be active. Beta oxidation also generally occurs in the context of low energy status, such as during fasting and exercise. Enzymes involved in beta oxidation are generally inhibited. Enzymes are activated and inhibited by various factors, not just fructose. Ultimately, the body's energy status drives these factors.
Overall energy balance will determine the extent to which AMP kinase is inhibited or activated.
Second one, ACAD-L, acyl-CoA dehydrogenase long chain. And then finally, it inhibits carnitine palmitoyltransferase 1. Now, CPT1.
Both of these enzymes play a role in beta oxidation or the breakdown of fatty acids in the body. It makes sense that fructose would inhibit enzymes associated with beta oxidation because fructose provides the body with energy. Beta oxidation generally occurs in low energy states when the body needs to break down fatty acids for energy. All of these enzymes are largely regulated by the body's energy balance, not solely fructose.
Yeah, so this guy's basically a fucking retard. He's like against fruit consumption and shit, right? Like a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over. I'm sure he'll die soon enough. Woman killed by jet blast. Why are they standing so close to a jet taking off? They're retarded. Oh wow, jet engine. Who would have thunk?
Thoughts on the knees over toes guy? He claims his methods increased his vertical leap from 20 inches to about 42 inches and fixed his knee pain. Check out this video.
I don't know who died here. Increasing your vertical leap by 22 inches is not really realistic for most people, like unless you go from a state of very low physical ability. So you're untrained, you're overweight, you know, that sort of situation, and then you lose weight and you become trained, you'll see like greater increases in vertical leap, but generally speaking, people who are in pretty good shape already, you're only usually going to see maybe a 10-inch improvement to your vertical leap.
This is Ben Patrick, aka the knees over toes guy. What's often lost in the definition of hard.
So this knees over toes guy is a hack. Most of what he says is total bullshit. The exercises and shit that he recommends people do are not particularly or uniquely advantageous for knee health. His advice is really only applicable to people who don't want to weight train or do strength and conditioning training. So if you don't want to go to a gym and do strength and conditioning training to protect your knees and joints and your body in general, yeah, doing these exercises will help because it's better than nothing. You're putting you're putting weight and stress over your muscles and over your joints that make them more resilient to injury. But if you're doing a strength and conditioning program already, none of this is going to help. The only thing that I've seen him recommend that actually makes any sense, like for actually protecting your knees, is Nordic hamstring curls. That's really the only exercise that's uniquely beneficial for protecting your knees. Otherwise, everything he's doing, it's basically like S&C work you should already be doing, basically. So, I don't like knees over toes guy. He also recommends low-carb diets. He's a fucking moron. And the only reason he'd have a vertical leap going from 20 inches to 42 inches is probably because he started training and he lost weight. Thanks for that donation, though, Negro.
It's all bullshit. Everybody was saying, well, share your blood work with us. We just did my blood work yesterday, and here you go.
Damn it, they didn't kiss. Such a cat.
He just hangs there.
Such a good cat.
Here's your cat. There you go. Here's your key. Oh. I think she wants to go eat.
Oh, read comments on third video. What are these two girls' religion and their age? Where are they from? Reject modernity, embrace masculinity. Muslim but lesbian, you know that's not allowed. Whatever. Oh yeah, this was a pretty hot video. Yeah, really.
He told me things about me that I didn't even tell anybody. So he knew just from looking at my blood. I was on the verge of a stroke or a heart attack or something bad. In 5 months, he got those down to what?
143, from 764 to 143.
I don't think...
Whoa, what the fuck? His triglycerides were at 763. That is fucking insane. His total cholesterol is also very high. His LDL is high. HDL is low considering how high his total cholesterol score is. Yeah, 9 when his total is 243. So he'd definitely be in a high risk category for a heart attack or stroke. Triglycerides aren't particularly important for heart disease or stroke risk, but they are a risk factor. And when they're that high, like nearly 1,000, yeah, like that's a problem. He only brought his total cholesterol down to 173 though, and his LDL actually went up. So I don't know what type of fucking diet he put him on. It sounds like he's eating a lot of saturated fat and cholesterol still, because Dana White lost a lot of weight. Like, he got leaner, and his cholesterol score did not go down all that significantly.
43.
I don't think people were skeptical of whether or not Dana White's health improved. I think they were skeptical for the marketing and the promises that were made about why his health improved. Cutting out bad habits, improving healthy habits will make your health improve. That's evidence-based. It's only when information that is at best a theory is promoted as fact, or when miracle cures are given credit for the significant progress that's been made. That's when the naysayers come in.
I will never go to a doctor ever again.
What effects do you notice from nicotine? For me, it only made me dizzy, nothing good, neither at high dose.
It gives me a sort of general good feeling. Calms me down, gives me a sense of relaxation. That's basically what it does for me. If you take too much, yeah, it can give you headaches. It can make you dizzy. I don't know if you're taking like 4 milligram tablets like I am, but you might want to consider just trying 1 milligram nicotine tablets and see how that makes you feel. But thanks for the donation, Based.
Just out of curiosity, how do Nordic curls specifically help protect your knees?
So, strong hamstrings basically protect your knees. Your hamstrings can kind of function as a extra support for the ligaments in your knees. You actually, if your hamstrings are adequately strong, you actually don't need an MCL or an ACL ligament because your hamstrings can take up the job of those ligaments. So if you have very strong hamstrings, that just protects the ligaments in your knees. And if you're doing like field sports where you're doing very rapid direction changes, that's when strong hamstrings are particularly important. Your hamstrings kind of act as a brake, basically, for your legs. So having strong hamstrings and being able to do, if you're good at deceleration, if your hamstrings are good at decelerating a lot of weight, which is what Nordic hamstring curls do for you, then it has the most amount of transfer over to field sports. So that's why hamstring Nordics or Nordic curls are particularly good for protecting your knees. It strengthens your hamstrings, which in general is good for protecting the ligaments in your knees, but the deceleration aspect of it has more transfer over to, things like field sports. Thanks for the donation, though, Bum. Hope that answers your question. Strengthening Strange Things Part 2. Donate $2. Keeps getting weirder and weirder. Let me see. That looks very steep. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do that without falling.
Hey everybody, Bob Maddox, the Rocket Man here.
Oh yeah, I've seen this guy.
It'll be a whole lot of...
Yeah, I don't know if I'd do something like that. It seems dangerous. Yeah, that was just stupid.
Ay, te diste. Ey, ey.
Right on the face. Well, that's a degenerate. Thanks for the donation, Strange Things.
Again, about my general health. All they want to do is put you on pills. This guy will change your life. Some of your favorite actors, some of the most powerful, richest people in the world are all now doing this with Gary.
Now, I have to be honest here because I'm pretty skeptical when a doctor uses a celebrity endorsement to build their branding. It's not intrinsically bad, but definitely a red flag based on historical precedent. So I had to look into who this physician was that saved Dana White's life. Well, it turns out he's not a doctor, but a professional human biologist. To be honest, I'm not sure what that means. He does have a bachelor's degree in science from Frostburg State University.
Yeah, so that's a huge red flag. Anytime you see somebody claiming they're a health expert and they only have a bachelor's degree, like anybody and their fucking mom can get a bachelor's degree. Bachelor's degree is the easiest thing to get. It's like... It's the type of thing you get if you're a fucking retard and you can only really pass high school, but you need like some sort of post-secondary education because you think it'll get you a better job. Get a bachelor's. It's for stupid people.
University. I don't think he's actually even able to call Dana White his patient, given that he's not a doctor. But that doesn't stop his clips with medical advice from going viral on TikTok. Let's take a look.
Dana White? They said, yeah. And I go, wow, what's the life-threatening alert? They said triglycerides are almost 800. Now, triglycerides are a measure of blood fat. Okay, it shouldn't be above 149.
That so far is very accurate. 800 is a high number. It falls into the moderate to severe high category.
At 200 or 300, this is a cataclysmic level in the blood, especially in a fasted state.
We only typically check for triglycerides in a fasted state, and 200, 300 is not ideal, but to say it's cataclysmic is being...
Yeah, 200 to 300 isn't like super, super ultra high risk. If you're getting into 1,000, yeah, that's in the high risk category, but 200 to 300 isn't like you're gonna die at any moment type of thing.
Very dramatic. There are incredibly high levels where you start getting into the thousands of triglycerides. That puts you at a risk for developing pancreatitis. But 200, 300 does not put you near that risk.
They weren't 400, they weren't 500, they weren't 600, they weren't 700, they were like 768.
That is a high number and usually runs in line with someone who has perhaps pre-diabetes or diabetes. They're consuming a lot of simple carbohydrates in excess.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize too, you can get high triglycerides from eating a high fat diet too. So if you're eating like a lot of butter, a lot of cheese, a lot of like fatty red meat, that can also make your triglycerides super high. Pretty sure Frank Tufano had pretty elevated triglyceride levels at one point when he was on the carnivore diet.
Excess, not just a small amount of them. They're living an unhealthy lifestyle, maybe not exercising, because all of that does drive having high triglycerides.
I remember, I think his assistant called me and I was at the airport and she said, hey, Dana wants to know if his life expectancy's in.
The idea of having a life expectancy is incredible. Look, I know that Gary worked for a life insurance company and that's like his gimmick. It's like his thing where he tells people how long they're gonna live. But here's why not knowing anything about medicine is that it's BS. Human behavior changes. human risk changes. It's an ever-evolving state. So to claim that you have control or intimate knowledge of when someone's gonna pass is just untrue.
Well, you also have an issue with all of these only being indicators or biomarkers. There's like a level of predictability, but you're never going to know. Like, you can find people who are overweight as shit, have super high cholesterol, smoke, don't exercise, and they live to like fucking 90. So you're never going to know what, like, you know, when somebody's going to die, even if you have like all these markers. They're just markers and indicators. You can only make like an educated guess.
Yes, through AI and data, you can get an estimate of someone's chance of having a heart attack or a stroke in the next 10 years.
This is the year of gains. Well, I am going to bench 405 this year, so should be the year of gains.
There's a serious, what we call ASCVD risk, but just that risk alone, not the immense complexity that is the human body. That's why it's a gimmick.
So if you or someone that you know suffers from headaches, migraines, muscle soreness, or brain fog,
those are a lot of symptoms.
What is your stance on bivalve, particularly oysters? I don't eat them because I don't think they're vegan. But some other vegans think it's cool to eat oysters and still can yourself vegan. Thanks, VG.
Yeah, so in all likelihood, oysters are not sentient. They don't have a brain or nervous system, and all they have is nerve ganglia. And compared to creatures like crustaceans, so like lobsters, crabs, they have a much, much smaller amount of nerve ganglia. So, in all likelihood, they're not sentient, and even if they are sentient, the type of sentience they have is probably not substantive enough to really care about. They probably can't feel pain. They probably can't experience any well-being. So, as of right now, given the propensity of evidence, I'd say it is vegan to eat oysters. Just because, again, even if they are sentient, which I don't think they are, the degree to which they are sentient would be something like they can detect, I don't know, what's up or down. They can't really feel well-being or experience pain, like things that you'd actually care about. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
the leading causes of brain fog and leading causes of migraines, believe it or not,
and muscle soreness,
deficiency in sodium in your water. Now, I'm not talking about iodized table salt. I'm talking about pink Himalayan sea salt.
Oh, Genetic Beast is in the chat. No, insulin resistance drives triglycerides when you eat fat. Meat and fat has zero sugar. You can induce insulin resistance on a low-carb diet. So if you eat a lot of fatty foods that are high in saturated fat and cholesterol, and you don't eat a lot of carbohydrates, that can actually trigger insulin resistance. So, and carbohydrates actually improve insulin sensitivity. So, you're dumb.
Oh man, I hate to laugh, but this is the difference with someone who has a license versus someone who doesn't. You can't go and tell people that their migraines are caused by low salt when you have absolutely no evidence. Look at the list of things that causes headaches. How in the world has he come to the deduction that it's because we're low in sodium that we are experiencing headaches? Are there
Most people eat more sodium than they actually need to, so that's really weird.
people who are low in sodium that develop migraines or soreness? Sure, but to say it with such oomph is just completely disconnected from what a practicing physician can do.
If you wake up a few times a week or a few times a month with a dull headache, very likely it's your sodium content.
How can it be very likely? When I look at my patients, They overconsume sodium, so much so that it causes increases in blood pressure leading to hypertension. Putting patients on a DASH diet, which is a low sodium diet, actually improves their blood pressure. This is someone who is not practicing day in and day out as a doctor seeing patients, because this frankly is dangerous advice. Diagnosing a patient individually, you might be able to give advice like this, and I say might. But if you're talking to the web on a video, how can you assume everyone watching needs this thing? What if they don't? What if they have too much of it and you just recommended that they take more? That's the consequences that are not being thought about because the liability threat isn't there. And the knowledge of being a doctor, I guess.
Depression really exists, anxiety really exists, but
that's true. Anxiety and depression do exist.
But if you actually look at how we define these conditions, take depression, for example, we define depression as an inadequate supply of serotonin.
That is not how depression is defined. Holy fuck, what a moron. You can look up the diagnostic criteria.
Happy New Year, Lord Gaines. Please sing along to this song.
I shall do that for you. Let me take a look. Make up your mind. Decide to walk with me. Around the lake tonight. Around the lake tonight by my side. By my side. Ugh. I'm not gonna lie. I'll not be a gentleman behind the boathouse. I'll show you my dark secret. I'm not gonna lie. I want you for mine. My blushing bride. My lover, be my lover, yeah. Don't be afraid. I didn't mean to scare you. So help me, Jesus. I can promise you, you'll stay as beautiful with dark hair. And soft skin forever. Forever. Make up your mind. Make up your mind, and I'll promise you I will treat you well, my sweet angel. So help me, Jesus. Give it up to me. Give it up to me. Do you want to be my angel? Give it up to me. Give it up to me. Do you want to be my angel? Give it up to me. Give it up to me. Do you want to be my angel? So help me. Be my angel. Be my angel. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Do you wanna 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 die? Well, I promise you I will treat you well, my sweet angel. So help me, Jesus. 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 That was a terrible song. Thanks for the donation though, Nono. Appreciate it.
Genetic beast, you are just the dollar store version of Svaria. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. He's kind of a dumbass. I think in some ways he might be a little crazier than Sverige. Thanks for the donation though, Kem.
Oh, we don't define it that way. We may have defined it that way years ago when that was our chemical imbalance model of depression. But now we've seen that it's...
Depression has diagnostic criteria. It's not diagnosed as having low serotonin. That's just a mechanism. That's a hypothesized mechanism in which depression arises.
So multifactorial that we don't have a good understanding of it. We, as not being IKA experts, are not afraid to say we don't know, and it's much more complex than a chemical imbalance. And while yes, we do give medications called SSRIs that aim to increase the amount of...
Well, there's SSRIs, there's SNRIs, there's NDRIs, there's SNDRIs, like there's a lot of different neurotransmitters that are targeted for depression.
Serotonin in the area where they...
Frank Gayfano donated $2. Wow, that song was retarded. Can I pay you $5 to watch a music video? You don't need to sing to it. $10 and I'll, actually, no. Any kind of song, it's $15 because of the copyright risk. Thanks for that donation, though, Frank Gayfano.
The fact...
2040.
Let me take a look. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Let's, take a look at our favorite fucking YouTuber. Fuck.
A 90-day streak. What we're going to say is, I'm not going to FAP for 100 days next year. Because think about what this would do to your mindset. Instead of the usual no-FAP bullshit, which is like, oh, you know, I relapsed and now all the success is gone. Imagine right now that you FAPed every day of 2023. Let's just say that, right? You FAPed every day, just once a day, 365 days. Obviously you didn't. You probably did like...
By the way, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, and you cannot provide a single shred of evidence that that's bad for sexual or mental health.
Double days and stuff every now and then every now and then you didn't FAP in a day. But let's just make it simple. You FAPed 365 days in 2023, right? In 2024, what if your goal was, I'm not going to FAP for 100 days? And on January 1st, you thought to yourself, wait, for me to get like a tick on the box and to feel successful, just don't FAP today. Okay, done. Then the next day, it's like you can't hold it in any longer, right? So you end up fapping, right? But you still got the tick from yesterday. Okay, you got a red cross today, but I just need to get 99 more ticks to feel a huge level of success. That version of you will get to 100. We'll probably get to like 126 because you went past that point and then you've like, you know, like excelled even more. And you'll feel awesome about the year thinking, damn, like...
He's never actually explained why it's important to not masturbate. I don't understand what the issue is with masturbating once per day. And like, by the way, masturbating once per day for most people usually means spending about 10, like anywhere between 5 to 15 minutes. I think the lowest amount of time like you see for masturbation is like less than a minute. Some people can like literally come in like 30 seconds, but pretty sure the average is like somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes. So spending 5 or 15 minutes out of your fucking day to just whack off, Like, yeah, you just do that before you go to bed. Like, it's not a big deal.
Do you have any advice for knee clicking? I have been doing physio for my knees, which include bilateral heel raise, knee extension with elastic, and Spanish squat, isometric. My knees now feel great. But now my knees click when I squat. Any ideas? Thanks.
Spanish squat. Oh. Is that like a sissy squat? Yeah, it looks... So this is just like a sissy squat variation. Unless the clicking is causing pain, it's really not a big deal. If you listen to me squat, you'll hear a lot of crunching and clicking noises. It's just because there's a lot of scar tissue in my knees. Let me see if I have a squat video on my Instagram without any music. No, that has music. Let's see if you can hear anything. Okay, well, anyway, if you're like in the same room as me, you'll be able to hear my knees clicking and making weird grinding noises. As long as you're not experiencing any pain, it's just not a problem. There could be a number of reasons for the clicking. In all likelihood, it's like nitrogen bubbles just popping, and there's nothing actual physical happening inside the knee. Could be scar tissue, but as long as no pain is bothering you, who cares? You could try doing some more hamstring work and see if that stops the clicking. So like seated hamstring curls, Nordic hamstring curls, shit like that. That might do something to help with the clicking, but again, if you're not experiencing any pain, who cares? Thanks for the donation though, Sander Bling. Hope that helps.
I don't like black people.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Bert.
I knocked off like a third of my fapping in 1 year. I'm proud of myself. I had 126 days where I didn't fap, but before this, I used to fap every day. The version of yourself that would see this as weird and think, no, but I want to go and be, I don't want to fap at all. I want to be on no fap. I want to get...
You know what? He should make a goal for himself to not wipe every single day. Maybe like have 100 days where he doesn't wipe. It's just so weird and arbitrary. Why would you bother?
It's a day 90 streak. I want to get to day 300. That version of you is going to keep resetting every fucking 1 or 2 days. And when he resets, what's he going to do? When he's just fapping in one random day, what's he going to do? He's going to go for a fucking fapathon, isn't he? He's going to keep going and going and going. He's going to check off 4 times in one day because his mindset's all fucked up. And it's like, oh, well, I've lost all the success now, right? The version of you that's on...
Like, by the way, it's very, very rare for somebody to masturbate 4 times every single day. Like... if you have a day off of work or something and you have literally nothing to do and you do that like, once in a blue moon, like it's not a problem, but it is rare for people to regularly masturbate 4 times a day. Like if you have a normal fucking daily life, just finding the time to actually masturbate that frequently is kind of uncommon. Like most people have jobs, most people have to go to school. You have to like get ready for work and stuff. Like you usually don't have the sort of time in the day to fap. And there's like the refractory period. So even if you're home from work or home from school, refractory periods are usually like 30 minutes. So you don't usually see that sort of behavior.
No fap will be like an absolute gremlin loser. The version of you that wants to be on less fap will become successful. Because this version of you, the no-fap version of you, this sounds strange, right, that I'm criticizing no-fap. No-fap is very idiotic. The idea that you should just basically try and build up this streak forever is stupid. Imagine saying that to a fat guy. Imagine telling a fat guy, here's all the benefits for going to the gym. Go to the gym every day. And by the way, if you miss...
I don't know how those are remotely close to each other.
One day you'll lose all of the benefits. Imagine saying that to a fat guy. If you miss one day, you've lost all of the progress. That's ridiculous, isn't it? It's the exact same with fapping. I'm not one of these fucking...
What? Like, I still have not heard an explanation for what progress you're making by not fapping. What exactly is the benefit?
Little kids on YouTube who will like lie to you about what self-improvement is like. I'm telling you right now, this idea that you need a no-fap streak to feel better is bullshit.
Yeah, dude, I've had, what, 2 surgeries on my genitals. I had the vasectomy, and I had the circumcision. I think the longest I've gone without fapping was the circumcision. I couldn't fap for, I think, a little over 3 months. Guess what? I didn't experience any fucking benefits from it. I wasn't more productive. I wasn't any happier. Nothing happened. I was just frustrated more often because I couldn't fucking come. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back.
It's in-game voice chat, so make sure. So you go to options and then audio, and then do voice input mode, push to talk. Then audio. Yeah, that's it.
What you need to do is just fap less every year till eventually you get to the point where you're fapping like 3 times a year, 4 times a year, and that's absolutely fine. That's fine. You don't need to be on fucking day 180 to feel any kind of benefits. That's not...
Would you consider this guy a coward for disabling the comments? The second link is a screenshot of one comment he replied on before he disabled it.
Let me take a look. Vigilant vegan. Becomes more apparent that most people are only vegan because it gives a sense of moral superiority to people who aren't. Compassion, nonviolence are 2 principles of veganism, and the display of these actions does not and should not begin and end with non-human animals, but unfortunately for some it does. Being vegan for the sake of non-human animals doesn't wipe away your hatred and bigotry for human beings. You're not vegan because you're an empath. You're vegan to feel better about being a terrible human being. That is the most retarded, stupid fucking shit. Oh yeah, and then standing in solidarity with Palestinians is not equal to defending Hamas. It literally is. I defend my stance on the issue in past, present. Yeah, so the majority of fucking Palestinians support Hamas. So if you're gonna fucking stand in solidarity with Palestinians, you're standing in solidarity with Hamas. I do not condone violence towards my Jewish brothers and sisters. Yeah, you do. You support fucking Palestine. I've stated it in the past, blah, blah, blah. Zionist, this and that. Yeah, fuck you, dumbass. It's fucking jackass doesn't know shit. Let me see the second link. from Hamas. No, from the conditions that created Hamas in the first place. That is so insane. If you, like, there was no blockade around Gaza before Hamas. It was only after Hamas took power and started firing rockets into fucking Israel did they make a blockade around fucking Gaza. There was also an insane amount of fucking money given to Gaza so that they could basically create, you know, the next Singapore. They were given more money per capita than Europe was given after World War II. And then he's like, oh, the conditions that created it. Yeah, I'll tell you the conditions that created fucking Hamas. Radical Islam. Radical fucking Islam is what fucking created the conditions. Okay, terrorist, definitely no hope at all with that mindset. Okay, genocide supporter. Yeah, he's a fucking bitch, dude. If you're gonna make comments like that and then not fucking allow anybody to respond and have any sort of discourse, you're a bitch. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
A registered dietitian told me that younger boys should avoid soy because it could affect their development, and it is recommended that women with certain types of breast cancer should avoid soy because it can greatly increase proliferation of it. True.
Yeah, so there's no evidence whatsoever that soy impacts the growth of children. There's research on soy infant formulas. It literally has no effect on male children. The only thing I've seen it do to girls is it seems to give them periods that last slightly longer. And by slightly longer, I mean like a few hours longer. I think it's like on average 6 to 12 hours longer. That's the only effect I've actually seen it have on female children. That children given soy infant formula have slightly longer periods. Boys, literally no effect whatsoever. There's no evidence that it affects growth velocities in children. And in adults, it has no effect on serum androgen concentrations. As far as it increasing proliferation of certain breast cancers, the exact opposite is true. It protects against estrogen receptor positive breast cancers. The isoflavones in soy bond to the beta receptor in breast tissue, which turns off cell growth and proliferation. So it protects against estrogen receptor positive breast cancers. So I don't know what fucking dietitian you're seeing, but the guy's a fucking crackpot. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
I fapped over 8,000 times in 2023.
Well, let's try to make it 10,000 in 2024. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
I'm one of those people who can orgasm in 30 seconds. It's crazy. Also, a random question for you. My penis is normally about 2 inches limp. Erect, my penis grows to 5.5 inches. Is it normal to have such a small limp PP?
There is no correlation between flaccid penis length and erect penis length. So you can find people who have like an 8 or 9 inch erect penis, and their penis flaccid can be like 2 or 3 inches. So I don't know if it's normal technically, but there's literally no correlation between flaccid length and erect length. Thanks for the donation though, penis. Quest donated $2 watch. Let me see. This looks like a bad idea. Leg day. Is he gonna break his leg? Yeah, there we go. Oh boy. Yeah, that is rare. That doesn't really happen commonly, but if you stretch your leg out and you notice that your leg hyperextends naturally, you shouldn't lock out on a leg press.
Hi.
She's racist, but I can fix her.
Hi everyone, good morning. You know what they say, mutuals? The early bird gets the worm. Except if you're a nigger. then you die, and you burn in hell in a boiling vat of lava, and then you're stuck there for all of eternity for being a dirty nigger.
Okay, well, that's racist. Thanks for the donation quest. Adonis Gang donated $3.
Type 1 in the chat if you take hot showers or if you take hot baths. For us typing 1, you're voluntarily decreasing your sperm count. You know, the
Your sperm count is not affected by taking a hot shower.
Spartans used to believe that when boys bathed in warm water, it made them weak. And so they'd specifically send them out to the lakes so that they'd bathe there
No, that is not true.
in the cold. And they were absolutely right. Type 1 in the chat.
I'm not sure if Hamza realizes this, but they didn't have things like water heaters and compressors, you know, 1,000 or so years ago, so most people would bathe in lakes and streams. Hamza's a fucking idiot.
What is it like being straight?
It's kind of like being gay, only you're gay for, like, pussy. Thanks for that donation, Hexacorn.
A while ago you thought that you can't go to someone's channel in the chat anymore, but try again because it worked for me yesterday.
It's not letting me do that. I think some people, for some reason, have that feature, and some don't. Right now, it's not letting me click on somebody's name and go to their channel. I have no idea why they removed that feature, or they, like, I remember I had it a while ago. They took it away, and then I was able to go to people's channels again, and then now they've taken it away again. It's stupid. Thanks for that donation, dude.
How it works. These guys are fucking lying to you, and it's the weird exact same thing when it comes to meditating. You don't need to be on a meditation streak for it to actually help you. Even monks end up taking some days off. I've seen monks in train stations. I've seen monks in planes, and on those days they don't do their whole thing. I'm sure that they're still kind of mindful through the day, but even monks take days off meditating. You don't need to be on some massive streak to see some progress. Think about it as less fat. Think about it as the goal for next year is to not fat for 100 days. The goal for next year is to be in the gym for 100 days. It's not about building the muscle mass and getting jacked. It's literally just, I'm going to step inside of the gym for 100 days next year because this year I only went in 20 days because I only discovered self-improvement a few months ago. If you've discovered self-improvement for a while, you've been on things for like 7 months, next year maybe your goal is to get into the gym 150 days of the year, 200 days of the year. That's fucking huge, by the way. That's like many athletes only go to the gym 3 or 4 days a week. And
BMO. BMO's walking away. BMO's a cat.
imagine thinking being a 14-year-old or a 17-year-old 6 months onto self-improvement that you should be matching someone who's 10 years into the sport. We have this massive ego that thinks that we should be doing so much more volume, and when we can't do that, we get so upset that then we stay inside of the rut. What I've told you in this video is this weird counterintuitive approach to getting out of a rut and getting consistent, but it destroys your fun perception, the fun statement that you get to say, which is that I'm on NoFap and I meditated for 56 days straight this year, and I'm on a 100-day streak and I'm on this and I'm on this. You lose that cute little boy energy, and you have to step into becoming a man and realizing, okay, the life isn't as pretty as having a nice little NoFap streak that you know.
I'm not seeing any dietitian, just someone I know, and I don't agree with everything this person says. They also did say a positive thing, soy. Apparently it's good for women going through menopause. Is there any truth of this?
Yes, it reduces symptoms including hot flashes, so soy is good to take during menopause. Thanks for the donation though, Jessica, appreciate it. I wouldn't listen to that person in general because they have some stupid ideas. Vegan Gains, what would you do if you got Parkinson's disease? I guess I'd go to the doctor, take whatever recommended treatments, and I'd keep taking nicotine because nicotine, it at least helps prevent Parkinson's disease. I would imagine if you get it, it would help stop it from progressing. But I would just go to the doctor and take whatever other treatments they'd recommend.
Or you like, I don't know, like with a fucking knife, like an island survivor does, etches it into his wall, obsessed with it. Life isn't like that. You're gonna have good and bad days. What matters is, what do you do on those bad days? Do you think to yourself, yep, everything's over, I'm not consistent? Or do you just think to yourself, yep, it's one of those bad days, I'm not gonna do anything destructive and I'm still gonna do 50 push-ups today. It's interesting that that's my bad day now. I said it to my girl, like, our bad days is that we went to the store and we found like healthy snacks. Like we got fruit and then we got like these bars that have like basically no bullshit ingredients in them. And that was like our worst diet day and we couldn't even believe ourselves. And I was like, that's our off day. That's our bad day. That's absolutely fine.
Fruit is a bad day for him. Is he still on that stupid carnivore diet?
That's what you want. You want to minimize like the damage that the bad day does, but you'll only do that if you've got like a better mindset with it. I apologize if this video's just been a little bit all over the place, but
well, Hamza's a bit of a dum-dum.
The fact that we increase the serotonin is not even why they really work. We don't even truly understand how they work. We just know that we've done the trials and they do have a success rate, but how they work, the mechanism by which depression occurs, we don't yet know. And being honest and not afraid to say I don't know is what makes a true medical expert.
So if you are low in serotonin, you're by definition depressed.
No, that's not a definition. I've never checked serotonin levels in a patient to
My head looks red. On my computer screen, it does not look red.
Diagnose depression. I don't know any doctor that does that. No organization does that. In fact, here are a ton of articles saying that we no longer view the serotonin theory as the definition for depression.
We take people that are depressed and we put them on SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And what these do is they ration what little serotonin these people have.
No, they block the things that take up serotonin and allow the serotonin to be there to function. But why that mechanism actually works for depression is poorly understood. And
yeah, this guy doesn't even understand how SSRIs work. They don't take away serotonin.
We have to have the transparency and honesty to say it's poorly understood.
You wake up in the morning and you do not like to eat. You're not hungry.
Yeah.
It's probably because your blood sugar is very, very low. You have very good blood sugar regulation.
It's true that if blood
No. Appetite is not solely controlled by blood sugar levels.
Blood sugar is poorly regulated, like if you're diabetic, your appetite can get thrown off and you could be hungry more often.
You wake up in the morning, you're fasted, you don't feel like eating, your blood sugar continues to trend down. Okay. You eat late in the morning or early in the afternoon and it skyrockets, right? This is why you have an energy.
I don't know what he means by your blood sugar skyrockets. Like, yeah, if you fucking eat something that contains glucose, your glucose in your serum is going to increase. Same as if you ate fat, you're going to get post-meal lipemia. If you eat a lot of fat, there's going to be increased fat in your blood. If you eat protein, there's going to be more protein in your blood. That like if you eat nutrition, it has to go through your bloodstream. Why is it a fucking problem if you have elevated blood sugar after a meal? That's what's supposed to happen.
Slump between 2 and 4 in the afternoon.
Or because physiologically it's part of your circadian rhythm. As someone who talks about nature and natural all the time, I think we should talk about the circadian rhythm. There's a natural dip between 2 and 4 p.m., maybe 2 and 5 p.m., and then 2 a.m. as well. And those are the times of the day where you feel sleepiest. That's a normal part of being a human. Yes, if you eat a heavy, high-carb meal, high-fat meal, you can experience this slump a little bit worse, especially if you have underlying conditions. Sleep apnea, insomnia for other reasons, you're drinking too much coffee at night, not getting good quality rest, or even alcohol before you go to sleep. Yeah, all those things can absolutely happen. But to say that the reason why you slump in the afternoon is because you ate, that's not exactly true. Look, that was a lot of misinformation, but he's not a doctor. But you don't need to be a doctor to be a good businessman. He's well-spoken. He's had a unique background working in the life insurance industry. Predicting death? He does share some info that...
SSRIs are being prescribed because in randomized trials they've been shown to work. Doesn't matter if you fully understand the mechanism of action. If they work, then they're going to be prescribed. You establish efficacy with randomized trials, not by understanding the mechanism involved.
That is accurate. His website is well made. His product sounds super promising. A genetic test that discovers what's holding you back from feeling the way you want to? Only $600? And you'll get a customized supplement protocol that you'll have to pay more for. But wait, there's more. The Superhuman Protocol. Just buy the $133,000 Superhero Protocol bundle. The most important part of the website for me, all the way on the bottom, in the midst of all that text, it states very clearly. Testimonials shared are not intended to make claims that these products can be used to diagnose, treat, cure, mitigate, or prevent any disease. So what does this all mean for you? Well, I hope this unique example highlights the pattern to look out for in the future, but here's 3 easy actionable steps. Number 1, approach celebrity advice and endorsements with skepticism. Be equally skeptical of gurus giving.
We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. Because the beauty of the white Aryan women must not perish from the earth. Sincerely, H.H.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that donation, Bert.
Medical advice who don't have professional liability if something goes wrong. If I give the wrong advice, my license is on the line. But what if there's no license to begin with? 2, be skeptical of medical advice from podcasts that sound too good to be true. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And not to spoil it, but if there's extraordinary evidence, it's probably not a secret anymore. 3, there's very rarely advice that works for almost everybody, but the basics do work. In fact, the reason these celebrities usually improve with many of these programs is not because they bought the Superhuman Protocol bundle or supplements, but because they focused on sleeping well, avoiding bad habits like drugs and alcohol, maintaining social relationships, staying active, and eating a whole food diet. Barbara Cor-
Yep, he's right about that. Gary Brecka is such a dipshit. I'm glad he called him out. We'll watch some more Dr. Mike videos later.
This is Mike Fremont. He's 101, has multiple world records running marathons, does daily pull-ups, and he's Diamond 2 in League of Legends. Look at him clean up the map! I'm joking. I mean, he's, that'd be cool. After making a video with Brian Johnson, who's trying the latest tech to slow down his aging, we thought, what can we learn from someone who's actually lived to 100, besides the obvious stuff, like eat healthy and exercise? And what we
This guy eats a vegan diet, by the way. It's fucking great. Jessica donated $2. Let me see. Oh, shit. Wait, is there something weird in here? Okay, never mind.
Who did this mess? Cody, did you make this mess?
What the fuck? That's weird. Dogs are pretty smart. Thanks for that donation, Jessica.
found was quite eye-opening. We also went through Peter Attia's recent book, which includes the leading research on longevity, and there are a few very specific things that we'll go over that will guarantee you will live to 100. Of course, I'm not allowed to make that claim, so I'll take it back. But personal guarantee, I'll give you $100. Just his wife Marilyn, and they already had some interesting plans for us.
You guys know how to canoe.
I'll figure it out, yeah.
Why don't we have you and Leon carry the boat down?
I feel bad. I mean, I could have just carried it. He wanted to.
Have you ever canoed before?
Wait, what's my job again?
Steer.
All right.
And we never saw him again.
Yeah. You may think people get to 100 years old because they just have healthier habits, but oftentimes the opposite was actually true. Peter Thiel talks about this study of 500 subjects who were around the age of 100. A large portion of them drank alcohol and smoked.
I just sit and smoke sometimes 12 cigars a day.
Many were overweight, and the males were less likely to have exercised regularly than their peers.
2 doctors have told me that if I drink it, I will die, but they died first.
Their actual secret?
Yeah, it's their genetics. The only reason they live that age is because of their genes.
Just when I thought food waste can get worse. Dunkin' Donuts in Krispy Kreme or cringe AF.
Let me take a look.
We recently discovered that Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme throw out their donuts at the end of every single shift. I'm talking perfectly good, edible, delicious, delectable donuts. Here's a compilation of every time we checked the trash and found a gold mine.
Krispy Kreme, middle of the night. Oh my god. Bro, brand new. Bro, they're brand new. The 12 pack. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Have a holly jolly Christmas. Guys, these are all donuts, dude. Oh my god. Oh
Holy
my God.
shit.
Holy shit. This is crazy. There's like thousands of them. This is unlike anything I've ever seen in my life.
Dunkin' Location 1. We found literally 10 boxes of perfectly good donuts at this location. I'm talking fresh as could be, ready to slide down the gullet. These donuts were literally gleaming, dog. Location number 2. Now this location had an insane amount of bags. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of donuts were in this trash can, and they were all fresh. Bro, this is insane. These are perfectly good donuts. With donuts, this is crazy. I can honestly say if you go to Dunkin' Donuts late at night, you're gonna find donuts. We got in the car and zipped out to a local Krispy Kreme. Pulled up around midnight, opened the dumpster, and what we found was astonishing. Thousands, and I mean thousands of donuts. And these were donuts all in a bag of their own. There was no other trash in that bag. Boxes, look at these, unopened, brand new. I've eaten trash donuts at midnight.
Dude, that is insane. Holy crap. I didn't know that. That is fucking nutty. Well, if you like donuts, and I guess you're into the freeganism thing, you could just wait till midnight at a Krispy Kreme or Dunkin' Donuts. Get some free donuts. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage. There's a bit of controversy with Jean Clement, or Calment. Why didn't it, that should have been text-to-speech. That's weird. I'll, play the...
Thoughts on the new debate between Nippert review of long-length partials being best versus Israel's take that full ROM with a long stretch being best for hypertrophy.
So, there's been a string of new studies showing that lengthened partials are better than full range of motion for hypertrophy. Right now, I think Mike Israel's take is the better take to have. If there's some more research coming out showing lengthened partials are more beneficial, then I guess lengthened partials would be more beneficial, but I don't think the propensity of evidence has kind of reached that point yet where you can safely say lengthened partials are superior. I think the safer bet is to just do a full range of motion. Full range of motion works very well. You're getting a good deal of hypertrophy from doing full range of motion. There is a reasonable there's a reasonable explanation, a reasonable expectation that doing a full range of motion and having your muscles work throughout that entire range of motion would be better for hypertrophy. Again, it's kind of new and emerging research. There have been a good string of studies showing a benefit to doing lengthened partials, but I don't think there's enough just yet to suggest lengthened partials are superior. It may be the case only for certain exercises or certain muscle groups. So I think there just needs to be more research done. And I mean, there's no harm with trying out length and partials, right? If you start doing length and partials and you notice more gains, then there you go. But yeah, there's just not enough evidence just yet for me to safely say, yeah, length and partials are superior. Dead stop. Thanks for the donation, though. Vegan gains, Pringles can cock.
Lucky genetics.
Okay, yeah, so Jean Calment, she might not have been 122 years old when she died. There's some evidence suggesting that she stole her mother's identity so she could keep getting pension checks.
Lucky genetics. But this is where it gets interesting. They found that the reason why they lived so long is because only much later in life they were at risk for the most common causes of death, which Peter Attia calls the 4 horsemen. Cardiovascular disease, cancer, neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer's, and diabetes. For example, while most of us are at risk for heart disease or cancer in our 70s, they're only at higher risk in their 90s or 100s. And even without lucky genetics, if we can delay the onset of these 4 horsemen, we extend our lifespan. Because if you don't die, you live longer. Science. But here's the key. The sooner you start, the more you can stretch that timeline and delay the onset. There are 3 big areas Peter Attia talks about that each includes specific protocols, and Mike was practicing all of them. Starting with the way we move, which is not just doing any activity, but specific protocols that make a big difference.
I don't like pull-ups. They're very hard for me.
They are for me too.
Yeah.
Specifically for exercise, Peter Attia outlines 3 dimensions. The first one is cardio, in Zone 2 and Zone 5. Zone 2 being long sustained efforts at a lower heart rate, which means aerobic exercises, like running, swimming, biking, at a pace where you can still have a conversation, so pretty easy. Just a couple 30-minute sessions a week, if you're new to this, make a big difference, because one of the most significant hallmarks of aging is a decline in the number and quality of our mitochondria. This helps our mitochondria and metabolism, therefore delaying the 4 horsemen. Zone 5, on the other hand, is short bursts of high effort, where you go pretty unga bunga. For example, biking, using the rowing machine, or high intensity interval training. Just 1 or 2 of these a week, 3 to 8 minutes long, to maximize and maintain your VO2 max, which is the maximum rate of oxygen your body is able to use during exercise. Because if you don't maintain it, you won't be able to do basic tasks long term. So my blood tests have shown that I may be at a higher risk for cardiovascular disease long term, and I've only been doing weights, so I definitely want to start incorporating Zone 2 and Zone 5 into my routine. The second dimension is strength, so lifting weights, to build muscle and bone density now and maintain it, because regaining muscle is much harder later in life. One study looked at seniors who engaged in a program of strength training and found that even after 6 months of pure strength training, half of the subjects did not.
Well, okay, this is bullshit. 6 months of strength training, half subjects didn't gain any muscle mass. That paper was bullcrap. They basically didn't actually follow a real strength training routine. Even in very elderly people, so like 70, 80 years old, if they're following an actual strength training routine, they're going to gain muscle mass and they're going to get stronger.
Subjects did not gain any muscle mass. So building muscle now is like investing in your retirement.
Then the shaking starts. That's when it gets hard.
Wait, try again here.
You want to try again?
Yeah, I haven't nearly finished.
Yeah.
Some specific exercises he talks about is rucking, meaning carrying weights for a long distance. Grip strength is crucial. Pulling motions, like a pull-up, like Mike is doing. It's a lot of details, I know, but if you want to follow these protocols, we've put something together for you in our newsletter. So check the link below, put in your email, and you get access to more resources if you're interested.
You were telling me about some German limericks.
You speak German?
Yes.
Die Wirtin hatte einen...
I mean, the joke was great. We just want to make sure we can monetize this video still. Anyways, the third dimension is the most important and the most overlooked, which is stability, which simply means having control over our bodies. First of all, without stability, in old age, you can fall, which is the leading cause of injury-related death among seniors.
I got you.
Yeah, thank you.
You may not be at risk for falling now, but stability is actually even more important at a younger age. You may currently have bad posture, whether it's your hip flexors from too much sitting, being hunched over at your laptop, and over the years, that eventually leads to an injury that puts us out for months. We think injuries are this sudden thing because we did one exercise wrong or we got off the chair the wrong way, but it's usually a result from months or years of instability. If you continue accumulating this damage over decades, you have more pain and more injuries at an older age, which means you're less able to move, therefore less likely to exercise, and your timeline shrinks. In other words, the 4 horsemen come much closer. Overall, according to Peter Attia, exercise is the #1 longevity drug, and strong stability is the foundation of that. How do you build strong stability? Learn the perfect form for every exercise you do, correct your posture, add dynamic movements to your workouts, like hip hinging movements. Again, it's a lot of details for this video, so if you're actually interested in putting it into practice,
well, this...
Is this good or BS? How do you rate Squat University? Are they a good resource for information?
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, W. The stability thing literally just sounds like exercise again, so that's a little superfluous. Let me see. Oh, Jesus. You started doing kickstand squats, and now you have healthy knees and stronger and more stable knees.
Let me tell you how this exercise, called a kickstand squat, can help you build strong knees and stable ankles. Most people that develop bad knees only ever do traditional squats on 2 feet, but the problem is small imbalances can sometimes creep in, leading to movement problems before pain occurs, but eventually it leads to inefficient movement and overloads one side, creating pain. Part of the recovery process is rebuilding single leg stability, balance, and coordination so that we have less of a weak link side to side when we return to our double leg lifts. The kickstand squat is basically a single leg squat, but with a little balance assistance from your back leg by squatting primarily through your front leg and through as deep of a range of motion as you can pain-free and progressively.
I mean, this is no different than just doing unilateral work.
Overloading that range of motion, you build capacity for better single leg stability, coordination, and balance through your entire lower body. Try 2 to 4 sets of 10 reps on each side. These can be excellent by themselves or as a warm-up before traditional.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a weird video. This is just, like, he may as well have just said you should do unilateral work just to prevent strength imbalances from left or right. Squat University does say some things that are a little strange, but overall, it's a good channel and good resource. It's just, again, you see some little strange things here and there, where he's making it seem as though you should do one particular exercise when really what he's saying is just do unilateral work. Alright, thanks for that donation though, W.
Check out the newsletter. Now, it's very easy to put this off because when you're young, you feel fine, but what if you could experience what it feels like to be old? We've also sent this old age simulator by a company called RealityWorks.
What?
This cat won't stop harassing me even though I did his nails earlier.
Come here, little kitty. Hmm? How's my sweet little boy? You're so big and strong. You're so big. Love you, Prim Prim. My little kitty. Come here. Let me pet you. Let me pet you for a little while. Come here. I want to give you some rubs. I'm going to give my little kitty some rubs. Okay, let me just give you one big hug. Okay? I love you, Prim Prim. Sweet boy.
And it's for educational purposes to help with empathy for the elderly. How do I look? So I don't see much, I don't hear much. I have about 50 pounds of weights on me. I have arthritis in my hands, so I can't really move them much. Dude, I can't even give you the middle finger.
That's the tremor.
Even the most basic things become challenging with this. I understand why most people that feel like this would just want to sit down. You guys should try it for research purposes.
Wow. I'm old and this sucks.
You want to get out of this?
0 out of 10, I don't recommend this.
We also visited Mike in his house to find out more about what he eats to stay healthy, and it may surprise you.
Welcome.
Good to see you again. I asked you about your favorite food. and I brought it. What do you think his diet is? Paleo? Vegan? Pescatarian? Animal-based?
Vegan.
He's vegan. Yeah, vegan. He doesn't eat animals. Is that the answer to his longevity? This is
yes. Dude, I love it. Like, there's this guy who's in great shape, who's 100 years old, has tons of muscle, still active, he's vegan, and then they're like, oh, well, he could eat any diet and still be in good shape. That's always the cope for this guy.
Well, a lot of people disagree. What are we making?
Sweet corn mixed with chopped up onion.
Dude,
According
this
to
is
Mike,
so funny.
his vegan diet is the #1 key to his health. For good reason. He was diagnosed with cancer at 69, was given only 3 months left to live, and stumbled upon the Cancer Prevention Diet by Michio Kushi, which talks about a macrobiotic diet based on Zen Buddhism, which means no animal products. With lots of anecdotal evidence, a lot of cancer survivors who swear by it, and he himself was cancer-free a few months later. Seems like it worked for him.
You're so restless. I feel bad now just having to make food for us.
I don't need any help, but it gives it a case.
I was raised that way, always be helpful. Everything at once.
Yeah.
According to Brian Johnson, again, also vegan, it doesn't really matter which specific diet you follow, as long as your body gets all the nutrients, you track your data, and you have healthy biomarkers, which he has. According to Peter Attia, we actually know very little about nutrition and what's best for us. Most studies are actually conducted very poorly. The topic is
Oh, that's total bullshit. Peter Attia will say stupid shit like where he doesn't understand the healthy user bias. There's good enough data to suggest a vegan diet's ideal. Like, there isn't the vegan diet. There's a lot of different ways to eat vegan, but clearly avoiding animal products, minimizing saturated fat, avoiding cholesterol, eating as much fiber as you can, those sorts of dietary patterns are ideal, and a vegan diet fits that dietary pattern perfectly. It's typically low in saturated fat. The most amount of fiber you can possibly consume is obviously going to be in a vegan diet. Because as long as you're eating whole foods, every food you eat is going to contain fiber. It's impossible to eat any cholesterol if you're vegan. You're also getting more antioxidants. You're getting more beneficial phytochemicals. And again, according to all the big prospective cohorts, vegans tend to perform the best. They live the longest. They have the lowest risk of chronic disease.
Way too complex with way too many variables, and it just gets oversimplified way too much, especially by influencers who... But there are a few key observations and protocols he points out that will help us delay...
Are you alright?
Currently I am feeling just fine. I'm enjoying just chilling and watching videos with you guys. Thanks for the donation, Courtney.
The 4 horsemen. First of all, the amount of calories. Less calories generally means better longevity, which Brian Johnson also talked about, and Mike also seems to be eating very light meals. Caloric restriction seems beneficial for preventing the cancer horsemen and also maintaining metabolic health, which affects all the other horsemen as well. So don't overeat, but he says also definitely don't be undernourished. Specifically because the second thing he mentioned is the importance of protein. Out of the 3 macronutrients, Peter says this is the most important one.
You have to be able to let food go.
I'll just have the tofu. Gotta get at least the protein, come on. Usually, you need way more protein than you think. The recommended average is, of course it does vary per person, but a general rule of thumb is 1 gram of protein for each pound of body weight. The key is to maintain muscle, because again, muscle is a huge...
So that might make more sense if you're elderly, because you're more anabolically resistant. If you're younger, you don't really need to hit 1 gram per pound. That's a little excessive, but yeah, if you're elderly, it might make sense to aim for 1 gram per pound just because you're so anabolically resistant.
Predictor for longevity. More muscle means you're able to exercise more into old age, which means you're probably gonna live longer. Also, quick side tangent. I hate horses. I love beating a dead horse. Especially if it's a horse from the 4 horsemen, which in this case is reminding you to prioritize sleep. We talked about it in other videos, and also Peter talks about it in the book. Of course, bad sleep is the biggest factor that can lead to all 4 horsemen, because you won't stick to your diet, you're not likely to exercise if you're in bad sleep, and increases risk of Alzheimer's because it just makes your brain go floppity boop. Just wanted to mention that again. Check out our videos about it. Either way, whatever Mike was doing, it seemed like it was working for him. Oh wow! Does everybody get this when you turn 100?
But he doesn't get to be 100.
Yes. Mike Fremont holds the record for the fastest mile run by a 96-year-old. This is your pull-up bar?
Yeah.
I need to get one of these.
Let me show you the box. You can take a picture of the box.
That's impressive that he can do pull-ups at his age.
Some of the box on
I have no idea.
Wow, they're so cute. Oh, they took a picture of you too. But as we spent more time with Mike, it became clear to me what the biggest factor to his longevity was. We haven't touched on this in our previous video about longevity, but it's probably the most important thing. How are you?
Still alive.
Me too.
You guys all got your sunscreen on?
Yep.
Practice safe, sun.
You see how important it is to be married.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Mike had his fair share of heartbreaks. His first wife passed away, leaving him with multiple kids. His second wife left him, but still, at age 70, he got married again with Marilyn. And they've been together for 30 years now.
I wouldn't be anybody if it weren't for Marilyn. But that's what marriages are for, my God.
This is why Peter Attia talks about the importance of emotional health. We're experiencing an all-time high of depression, fewer marriages, more loneliness overall, and loneliness kills.
The people who were the most satisfied in their relationships at age 50 were the healthiest at age 80. Good relationships keep us happier and healthier, period.
If you want to make it to 100 without lucky genetics, all of these will help you get there. So stay driven. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
Not a bad video. It's kind of funny how he coped for the whole vegan thing. Like, oh, him being vegan isn't necessarily the reason why he's in such good health. You know, there's not enough research. They all fucking do that.
This is Brian.
All right, let's start watching some Tufano mints.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Friday afternoon. Reason for the video is people want to know my opinion about Frank getting that lovely community strike, being banned from a week from YouTube, as well as being banned for life from TikTok. He won't be able to make any new TikTok videos, I believe, until 2034. You know, we'll probably have flying cars by then, but that's not the point. I'm just going to make this pretty brief. Frank Tufano always has his head up his ass. I mean, the fact of the matter is that this was all about someone that he claims stole his drink mix, you know. Now, there's been a lot of other videos similar to this from other social media influencers, you know, that are a lot more professional, but Frank is not a professional person. He said a couple of things that I'm not even going to repeat up here, but, you know, that YouTube algorithm, that TikTok algorithm is always going to pick up on it. And Papa's going to get spanked, you know, just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is. I mean, what else can I say? You know, Frank knows good and well why he was banned off the platform of TikTok. He knows why, you know, he got a community strike on YouTube, you know. Plain and simple. There is a copy of what he actually said on a couple of other channels that, you know, before.
Yeah, so somebody may or may not have copied his protein bar recipe, and Frank's response to that was to call the guy a gay satanic child rapist. And he got a community guideline strike on YouTube, and TikTok just flat out banned him.
He deleted it out. You know, it's posted up there. So you guys, you know, you can type in the search and you'll be able to find these videos. But other than that, you know, Frank's a nutcase. You know, he needs psychological help, you know. And he needs to quit saying that someone stole his drink. Nobody stole your drink, you know. If you value your formula so much, if it's even your formula, there are things that are called patents, okay? Learn how to use one. And that's all I got to say for right now. Like and subscribe to the Vince Goodrum channel. Click the link below.
Yeah, Frank is a fucking massive goof. All right. Let's see. Let's watch this one first.
Is the What's up, guys? Happy New Year's. Hope you guys have been enjoying the holidays.
Actually, I gotta take another piss. I'll be right back. All right.
I've been stuck here working, but that's because my employees want it off, so we're still shipping orders out. Someone has to get things done. It's actually the 31st. What's today? It's Sunday, because tomorrow, Monday, is the new year. My guys just went off to New York just to celebrate.
I've known of you for 5 months. My life has improved because of it. Well, that's good to know, Jalen. Glad I could help.
They did that last weekend for Christmas too, so I was stuck here finishing the orders, and I'm stuck here finishing the orders now, but we'll get into that in a little bit. We missed a week because we were banned, so I wasn't able to show you guys the products. And when I was out in California getting that surgery for like 2 weeks, it wasn't like I didn't feel like I was missing much, at least, because I wasn't here to see everything that was going on. And so me not being able to post those 2 weeks, the vlog or anything, for me wasn't a big deal. Now though, that I'm down here every week seeing what's going on, showing you guys stuff, me just missing 1 week of products and everything, at least for me, it's a pretty big deal, because stuff does happen, such as the ice cream. Some of you guys like the ice cream. Some of you guys emailed me you didn't like it, so I investigated myself. I trusted the Amish kids. I thought they tasted it and they said it was good. Long story short, ice cream wasn't that good. I didn't like it that much. So if you guys did not enjoy the ice cream, please let me know. We're gonna make a new fresh batch next week. And
oh wow, the weird ass fucking ice cream he made that has like the fucking... Didn't he put like cream cheese in it or something? Something nasty? Wow, what a surprise. It doesn't taste good.
we'll send you out a free replacement if you did not like it. They just used too much milk. They didn't put enough sugar in it.
I'm positive Frank got eye surgery so he could get the hunter eyes look.
He explained in a previous vlog why he got the eye surgery, and he basically said it's because his eyes look droopy and sunk in. So, I don't know if he was aiming for a particular look. Sounded more like he was just trying to improve his appearance in general, but he just looks more retarded now. Thanks for the donation, Untitled for Rabbit.
So although since the ingredients were really high quality, it still tasted pretty good. It had like complexity and depth of flavor. It wasn't sweet enough, and the texture wasn't correct, and the chocolate didn't really have enough chocolate. So I do want to apologize to you guys that the ice cream was not as good. We already sold so much. I was like, what do I do? But again, if you guys got the ice cream, you weren't happy about it. It's just weird to me because some people liked it, some people didn't. You know, it's not like it was like not that bad. So we should have it fixed next week with the new recipe. If not, we'll just issue you guys refunds. What else is new? I guess please order the duck and chicken eggs separately. At least moving forward, I think we're gonna have to, because our duck egg farmer is putting his eggs in our new containers, and the chicken egg farmer is putting his eggs in the new container. So our duck eggs and chicken eggs are coming to us separate. We can't combine them anymore, but that's not that big of a deal. I think we can just address that on an order by order basis. Friendly reminder, guys, we do have the order minimum. So if you're not placing $100 for most of the US or like $130 for West Coast, please at least do that, because then we can't ship the order. We're literally gonna lose money. Alaska and Hawaii shipping is now available. I think it's a flat rate, like $20 or $25. I've gotten a few emails here and there of people in Alaska and Hawaii wanting to buy from us. But guys, please try to order at least like $200 worth of stuff, because even then, if we're shipping to Alaska or Hawaii, even if it is $200, I think we're still breaking even. So just keep that in mind, but I did want to get you guys.
What a fucking moron. Like, oh my god. So you have to order like $100 or $200 worth of shit from him to actually get an order.
Some food, because we did have a few requests over the past year. The turkeys are still available. Buy one, get one free discount on the turkeys. I guess maybe we'll show those in the freezer, but it's a great deal, because if you spend $160 on a huge 18-pound turkey, you're getting a whole other turkey. So it comes out to a very, very low price for the high quality meat. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to tell you guys. I forgot to make my Skeletor joke, saying I look like Skeletor. If you guys don't know who Skeletor is, look him up. That'll have to be my Halloween costume next year if things keep going the way they're going. But yeah, the problem is that Christmas and New Year's are both falling on a Monday, which means that all the shipping stuff is closed on Monday. So we have to get all the orders out Tuesday ASAP. Otherwise they might get delayed and we might have some issues. What I'm more worried about, which I shouldn't because it's a year away, is next year I think it falls on a Tuesday, which is even worse. We might not be able to ship, but I don't know. That's really rough. Because if the holidays are on a Tuesday, then that means that you really shouldn't ship Monday, because they're gonna be held Tuesday. But if you ship Wednesday, it's too late. But we'll worry about that next year. Problem is this year, I have to get all of these orders done and ready to pack out by Tuesday, but my guys aren't here. Because normally they work pretty much every day. They work Sunday and Monday. But since they're off Sunday, Monday, and
started binge watching you. I've been vegan for 32 years, 47-year-old woman, and I'm way stronger than Frankie lol. And I'm in menopause and I'm still stronger than him, 315 pounds DL, 155 pounds BP, 155 pounds S.
Those are some pretty good numbers. I'd say you should just get your squat up, because your squat is the same as your bench press. But those are some impressive numbers for sure. And yeah, that would actually make you stronger than Frank, which is hilarious. So Frank Tufano is weaker than a 47-year-old vegan menopausal woman. We can now add that to the list of things that should embarrass Frank. Thanks for the donation though, Ms. Raven. Appreciate it.
you guys are still gonna be placing orders.
Getting eye surgery is a relatively fruity choice for someone with a homophobic past.
It is, isn't it? Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist. Yeah, he's having a harder and harder time hiding it. Thanks for the donation again, man.
I have to do it myself in the freezer. Which, I mean, I used to do it myself. So let's do a quick look around inside here, and then I'll show you guys the freezer. On organ supplements, we do have the whey protein powder back available. This also means we should have the best bar very soon.
Dude, that is literally the smallest jar of whey protein I've ever seen. Let me see how much he's selling this shit for. Okay, maybe it's on his meat website. Jesus. The fuck? Free range meat. So it should be on his meat website. Does his search not work? How much is he selling this garbage for? That's the smallest fucking container of whey protein I've ever seen in my life.
Frankie's Naturals, we got a few I have to do them myself in the freezer, which I mean here, and then I'll show you guys the freezer. On organ supplements, we do have the whey protein powder.
Oh, organ supplements. Holy shit. Whoa. $30 for this little fucking container. Dude, you can get massive fucking containers of soy protein for that fucking price. What the fuck? $30. What a fucking moron. Oh my god. You get nothing.
Powder back available.
That's hilarious.
This also means we should have the best bar very soon. Frankie's Naturals, we got a few new products.
What an idiot.
One is the regular conditioner. So this is for normal hair, and we did previously just have conditioner for curly hair. So now you can get conditioner for regular hair, and we should have shampoo for regular hair too. Because we were selling curly hair shampoo and curly hair conditioner because it was all they had. But now we're gonna have regular. The regular shampoo should come next week. And something also new is just some hair styling gel. We have this in very small tubes that are affordable, as well as some bigger tubes. In comparison to the hair pomade, you know, this is a gel. We have the Frankie's Naturals pomade, which is really, really strong, whole, and kind of hard to get in and take out. This is more of your typical water-soluble hair styling gel. On the foods over here, I think the main new product is the cream of wheat that I showed you guys in the vlog, or the few videos we did over the weekend. We restocked some ghee. We restocked some molasses. I think we got like salt and pepper macadamia nuts or something, but for the most part, no new products, just all the regular stuff. Vanilla extract is new. I think I showed you guys the other week. We got vanilla extract and vanilla bean powder. Got to restock some more of that as well next week. So that's like the distributor side of the foods. Our side of the foods, we restocked the meat granola here. We were sold out for a little while, so that's back. We have the quinoa crisp bars, plenty of those. And then we also have granola bars. Oh no, these are the granola bars. So previously we were selling the granola bars like the big bricks, but now we have the 2-ounce chocolate chip granola bars available in like a normal size. And the quinoa crisp are also back available up there. So now we have pemmican, we have granola bars, we have quinoa crisp. There's still a small amount of the
That looks just like a brick of fucking shit.
The larger pemmican available, but we're gonna move away from those. We did run out of the Totomi's cookies. We might have time to make those next week. Yeah, we're missing the Totomi's cookies and the Best Bars now. Those are the main two things we're missing. All the biltong beef stuff is in stock. You know, we got the beef sticks, the spice biltong, the plain biltong. All the artisanal products came in the other week. The wildflower and orange honey, we got the artichokes, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, without the holiday, we would have had like 100% everything finished, but it's whatever. So here in the fridge, we just have everything ready to ship out Tuesday of this week. So today is Sunday night now. We have all the dairy ready. We have all the kefir, buttermilk just came in fresh. This is all the other dairy products like the heavy cream, the sour cream, the yogurt, cottage cheese, A2 farmer's cheese. I think this is the last week we're doing the free butter because I'm going broke with this butter, guys. I was trying to help the Amish farmer out. Yeah, because they told me it was going to be around $1,500 a week worth of butter to help them out, and now they're sending me like $3,000 worth of butter a week, which I can't afford. So whatever. This is a fresh batch of pickles we finished last week. We have some pickle juice, and although we did run out of the sauerkraut, we have some sauerkraut. Oh, that's the kefir grains. Sauerkraut juice is under here. We do have some
sauerkraut juice. What What the fuck do you do with that?
Sauerkraut juice available, but we are sold out of sauerkraut.
Ew.
Ginger lime water kefir's back in stock. We got some apple lemon. There's some orange. I think this is plain. This is grape. All the flavors of water kefir, pineapple, pretty much all the flavors are available right now. I might have showed you guys this last week, I don't remember, but we made a fresh batch of the raw cookie dough. You guys bought all of it. All the cheeses are in stock. And we got a little too many eggs. Yeah, last year there was like a big jump in egg sales in January, so my farmer's anticipating that. Otherwise, we're gonna have to tell him to chill out on the eggs. Just hop in the freezer. Yeah, my guys did most of the orders ready for Tuesday, but there's still a lot that I have to do. Oh, here's the duck meat. So we got some whole ducks in. They should be ready in the middle of January. Corn and
Dude, those poor animals. Ugh.
soy-free, pasture-raised whole ducks. They're not like meat ducks, so there's not a crazy amount of meat on them, but we'll figure out the price for those because of that. We also, like, this is the unhatched egg inside of it. It has like a thicker membrane, it's just the yolk. And then these are just...
What the fuck is this shit?
Some duck organs. So every week we pretty much get in a fresh batch of the best burger blend. Very affordable, $11 a pound for basically ground up steak is a great price. We got all of the meat stocks and meat broths available. The collagen broth, the beef stock concentrate. We got chicken broth. There's beef barley soup down there. There's the beef in the bone broth, and then there's the chicken in the bone broth. Up here we just have some, I think there's beef shanks up here. This is London broil, which we restocked, the top round, so that's London broil. This is some chuck stew meat.
When's the last time you played Spider-Man 2 on stream? Have you been playing it secretly off camera? Sneaky gains. Weren't you at another Mary Jane mission?
It's been a while since we played Spider-Man 2. I do want to beat the game because the DLC for it is coming out soon. I haven't been playing it off stream, and the main reason I haven't played it in a while is because, yeah, the last time we played it, we were at a Mary Jane mission, and I just couldn't fucking mentally handle it, so yeah, I'll try to play it again soon. Thanks for the donation, though, Prismo.
Chuck stew meat. Got some sirloin steaks over here, tenderloin steaks. This is all the Wagyu stuff. Kind of running low on some Wagyu steaks. That's bone and ribeye. More Wagyu steaks. Veal liver is restocked. Angus beef burgers restocked. Those are the porterhouse steaks. Running a little low. Plenty of all the chicken. We have way too much chicken. Over here, this is beef tendon. A lot of beef tendons. I showed you guys the other week, we have the new pork sausages are available. The plain Iberico pork sausage, the breakfast pork sausage. Over here, this is just some ground chicken breast. We restocked the veal testicles, which we ran out of. Over here are the 1 pound beef shanks. Or well, this is 1.5 pound. So we have like 1.5 pound shanks available, 1 pound shanks available. And we should have the whole shanks, the big, like, presentable ones next week or the week after. That's just some beef pancreas. Still a decent amount of fish left. We have halibut, cod, and salmon. These are lamb burgers. That's the beef liverwurst.
Frightened Asian people donate to others. Hear about these earthquakes in Japan? I have. Yeah, they had to evacuate some coastal areas. Yep. There's some better videos. Yeah, like the earthquake was pretty bad.
Of the year. Ishikawa areas to being issued.
Yeah, look at this shit. Just the roads are completely fucked and torn up.
The country's public broadcaster warns that torrents of water could reach as high as 5 meters.
That must be super fucking annoying having to deal with a massive earthquake like that. Thanks for the donation though, frightened Asian people.
These are the lamb rib chops. Very affordable for what you're getting.
Yeah, Canada gets earthquakes. It's just pretty uncommon, and usually when we get them, they're not bad.
Rack of lamb is back too. Same with the lamb shoulder chops. That's all that's left of the pork chair, just a few pieces of ham, so we're sold out. We still have some chocolate ice cream, but as I said, guys, might have to send it back. Big restock on the beef heart, 1 pound beef heart. And we also restocked lamb kidneys.
Just out of curiosity, are we gonna watch the January 6th insurrection debate between Destiny and Alex Jones this Saturday, January 6th? I recall you saying that Destiny is one of the best political commentators. Anyone else you'd recommend beside you, of course, lol.
Lonerbox is probably my other recommendation. There's no one else that really comes to mind right now. Destiny and Lonerbox, I'd say, are the best. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that debate with Alex Jones. I'm expecting it to be unhinged, and I'm hoping it involves alpacas. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Based. I like his channel.
Let me see.
Yeah, but let us finish this, because you said you're against animal abuse, you said you're against violence, but your actions are still saying that you are in favor of this.
No, I'm not in favor.
Then stop it and live vegan.
No, your approach should be, you know what, I'm
Don't talk about my approach.
No,
I'm just asking you, I'm just holding you accountable for your actions. Do you want to change or do you not want to change? Do you want to change or do you not want to change?
Maybe not, I'm just watching what you're
Okay,
doing.
and please don't wear fur. That's
I got as a present.
yeah, but it's still a shame to wear fur to show that an animal has to be skinned alive just for a little bit of clothing.
You know what I don't like about your approach is that you guys...
I don't want to talk about my approach.
No,
just want to hold you accountable. Okay?
It's important that
Thank you.
show... No problem. Let me ask you.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to deal with that bullshit. I love how rather than making an argument, it's like, I don't like the way you're approaching this. Like, fuck you, bitch. What a fucking annoying asshole. Just entitlement.
We've had a lot of people reach out to, specifically from Canada, that are working professionals like doctors who've had former patients sending complaints to colleges to get their licenses. And they're like, oh, I don't like what you're saying on Twitter. What profession does that mean you can't exactly trust to tell you the truth anymore?
Well, you certainly can't trust physicians or psychologists because they're...
Oh my god, he's still lying about this. So there was a number of complaints sent in to the psychology college that Jordan Peterson's a part of. They reviewed the complaints and they had a hearing with, Jordan Peterson involved. Jordan Peterson agreed with the complaints, and he agreed to the psychology college that his conduct was unprofessional. So you can read it in the court documents, they're public. So now, after these hearings, Jordan Peterson basically tried to avoid having to do some coursework. That was basically the punishment that the college said that he needs to do. Like, he needs to do some social media training course. Jordan Peterson disagreed with that, and he said, oh, well, I'll just make sure I don't do that again, and I have some work colleagues that'll make sure that I don't do it. And the college just said, well, there's no way that's really going to work. Like, that's not a good enough assurance for us. So now, since then, he's just been lying about this whole situation, saying, oh, the college is, like, finding these random people who are making up lies about me and all this shit. He agreed. Like, he agreed with the college that his conduct was unprofessional.
They're mandated with regard to affirmative care now. You can't assume that if you take a child of yours who's gender dysphoric in for professional evaluation, that they're going to get any evaluation at all, because psychologists and physicians are mandated to.
So this is not what's going on. The reason why he was reprimanded by the psychology college was because of his posts on social media, not because of the diagnoses he made in his professional practice. And again, he hasn't shown any fucking evidence whatsoever that a psychologist can't make a accurate gender dysphoria diagnosis because there's some sort of political pressure for them to actually make a positive diagnosis.
Do nothing but agree with the gender dysphoric individual. And lawyers are in the same situation as well. The legal profession in Ontario mandated diversity, equity, and inclusivity requirements in relationship to hiring, with the clear implication that if you didn't buy the DEI social justice warrior political line, that your law firm was no longer in concordance with the dictates of the professional governing body.
Yeah, Peterson's just a lying fucking asshole.
Opportunity lurks where responsibility has been abdicated. In 2016, Dad put a video on YouTube, which was Professor Against Political Correctness, and it just turned our lives upside down. He'd been talking about HR and how HR departments would be the death of universities. And at one point, he came downstairs talking about the death of universities, and my mom was just like, just put it on YouTube. After that video went up, we had reporters line up outside my parents' house. The Metro, which was the newspaper I read on the way to school, had a comparison of my dad to Hitler on it. Now when that kind of thing happens,
that is not why they fucking compared him to Hitler.
We can kind of laugh at it. It's like, it's mainstream media. And then my dad was getting invited on podcasts and doing interviews. And my life changed from all the jobs I took from him in a really positive way.
Sure. Jordan Peterson is a terrible role model. Like, the worst quality is just his dishonesty. He's just a dishonest fucking asshole.
Just want to be clear. You're upset because we made friends with your cat?
You're unreasonable people. You're holding our cat. Go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She will not listen. She's a cat. She doesn't speak English. It's a cat, dude.
Really? Okay. All right. Well, we'll have the police department figure it out.
Absolutely.
What? Because they let the neighbor's cat sit on their fucking property? What?
Great idea.
Cat pervert.
Oh my god, you guys are attention.
I've done nothing to bring the cat. I've done nothing to bring the.
Dude, the cat's just sitting there. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Oh my god. I gotta send that to Jasmine. That's fucking insane. Like, if you don't want your cat going into somebody else's yard, then just keep your cat fucking indoors. Holy shit. That's fucking insane, dude. Oh my god, that's funny. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
They might be on the other side. Finally got some bison back. You guys have been missing the ground bison. And I think the venison Denver steaks. Yeah, venison Denver steaks are back too. Still have some prime ribs available. Overstocked a little bit for the holiday. Yeah, we just restocked all the 1 pound lamb kidneys. These are tiny, very cute little lamb kidneys. All right, my hands are about to get frostbite, so we're gonna get out of here. Gotta put my gloves.
Are you less depressed today? I say let animals be animals. New Frank vids tonight?
Yes. I was actually waiting for you for a while. Wasn't sure if you were going to show up. This is a new Frank vlog that we've been reacting to. And I am less depressed today. I feel pretty normal right now. Thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it. And yeah, it's really sad that all these animals are dying for Frank's fucking shitty business. Like when he says lamb kidneys, like I just imagine a poor little lamb getting its throat slit open. It's really sad.
On later. So the other major things are we still have that organic 85-15 ground beef at a very low price. It's like $7.50 a pound, and then you know if you're applying a 15% discount to that, you're basically paying like $6 a pound for ground beef. We're basically giving it away, but
have I missed anything?
You haven't missed too much. Basically, Frank was complaining that it's hard for him to get shipments out for the holidays. And he's selling a tiny, tiny jar of whey protein for $30, but that's it, really. Thanks for the donation, James.
we got a good price on it, so we'll relay that to you guys. And there was also a price reduction on the New York strip steak. So the New York strip package was like $140 or something. Now it's $115. So the ribeye and strip used to be around the same price. Now the New York strip is a lot more affordable. It's a lot cheaper. I don't know how long that's going to last, but I figured I would mention it for you guys if you're trying to save a little money on some steaks. I mean, ribeye tastes better, but to each his own. I like ribeye more tender and stuff. There's probably a few more restocks that I missed, but what we do, guys, is we send out a weekly email on Saturday or Sunday, Free Range Meat Weekly, where I explain, hey, this is everything that's new this week. This is everything we're restocking. These are all the sales and the discounts. This is the special promotion. So there were a few things like on the foods website. Like in that email, I would mention like all the stuff on the meat website, and they'd be like, oh, hey, we got in, we restocked some bars on the foods. We have the pickles available now.
So last week I was watching a Destiny stream and he was watching clips of mainstream media commenting on Trump saying immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, and Destiny doesn't think Trump's Hitler since he said he simps for Israel. Would you agree?
I don't think Trump is anti-Semitic, so in that way, he's not comparable to Hitler. As far as being a, like, dictator, being extremely, biased against certain communities of people, like, he's extremely racist against black people. You know, like, there's that Central Park 5 incident, where even after they were exonerated, he took out a, 3-page ad in the newspaper saying they should be thrown in prison or given the death penalty. Mwah. What are you doing, little BMO? What's going on here? Wow, this is a handsome kitty. So pretty. Love you, BMO. He also hates gay and trans people, and what he's saying about trans people is definitely bordering genocidal claims. He seems to be going along with the whole GOP idea that transgenderism doesn't even exist. He seems to be in favor of banning all transgender care for everybody, including adults, but right now he's just focusing on children. So, in that sense, he is a lot like Hitler, and Hitler did target gay and trans people. Oh, yeah, and the xenophobia is fucking crazy. Like, what Trump says about immigrants is fucking insane. And, is Destiny still alive? He lumps in people who are like asylum seekers, so people who have legal status, with illegal immigrants. So he's making claims about legal immigrants, claiming they're like scum, they're all criminals, they're bringing diseases and drugs. Like, what he's saying about immigrants is disgusting. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Appreciate it.
Based.
Let me see.
As a working mom, thoughts on studies on negative effects of early childcare. No hate. Okay.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Any new vids from your gay penis loving cousin?
we saw one vid from Vince Goodrum where he was just commenting on Frank Tufano's week-long YouTube ban. That's it. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
This is better lighting. Looks like the electricians did some work. Maybe he has better inventory control. Though I dream of all the animals killed for Frank being resurrected and attacking both Frank and his store.
Yeah, I really wish witchcraft existed so that we could have, like, you know, the ghosts of the animals he killed. Just trample them. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Aaron P. donated $2. Please watch for 1 minute. Let me see.
I got cred, bitches. I got cred. I got cred, bitches. I got cred. I got kiwi lime. I got Google grape. You got no cred, bitches, but I got mine. We got cred, bitches. We got cred. Our teeth are blue, bitches. Our tongues are red.
I am not familiar with that South Park episode.
I'd like a banana. I'd like a banana. I'd like a banana.
Bananas.
I got no bananas. I got no bananas. We just ran out of bananas. We just ran out of bananas.
Bananas.
You got a banana? You got a banana? I have no bananas. I have no bananas.
Bananas. Monkeys like to eat bananas. Monkeys like to eat bananas.
You got a banana? You got a banana?
That is probably true. Thanks for the donation, Aaron P.
I noticed you had a tab of Apostate Prophet's channel. Did you already react to his videos?
No, we haven't reacted to Apostate Prophet yet. I'm not sure if we're going to react to him tonight, but I do want to look at some of his content at some point. Thanks for the donation, no name for now.
This is a great question. There are a lot of studies on early daycare having negative outcomes for your kid in pretty nasty ways. So, I'll tell you guys what I'm doing, and then I can tell you my opinions. But what I'm doing is I'm getting a newborn care specialist for night times. So I'll be breastfeeding at night anyway, but I'll have somebody there who can kind of bring me the baby, I'll breastfeed, and then they can take the baby back, calm them down, put them back to sleep. I've got such a difficult time. I have such a difficult time getting to sleep that if I didn't have help in that way, I wouldn't sleep. And if I didn't sleep like that, I wouldn't be able to continue with all these projects that I'm doing that I want to continue with. So I really need to focus on getting as much sleep as I can. So we have a newborn
projects. She's selling a supplement that supposedly helps prevent hangovers. And that's the only thing she's selling. What the fuck? What? That is really weird. Okay.
care specialist helping, and I'm going to have a nanny as well. So that's 2 people helping me. And thank God.
You kinda look like Lego Piece 2550 CO1.
Well, appreciate the compliment. Thanks for the donation, Weston Tate.
I can afford that at this point because with Scarlett, I didn't have anybody and it was really hard. I started working pretty quickly after I had Scarlett, but when she was 6 months, I was full-time working.
She's full of shit. Mikhaila Peterson's lying. She doesn't work. She's a stay-at-home mom. She did a podcast episode.
She should partner with Frank.
I think the less help Frank has, the better, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, James. She did a podcast with this, I don't know if you could call her a feminist, but she was complaining that so many people look down upon her because she is a stay-at-home mom, and anytime she wants to go out with her kids, people snicker at her, and like her kids are loud, and she feels uncomfortable going out in public with her kids and going to a restaurant and stuff. And she doesn't have any friends who also have kids her age. So she's a stay-at-home mom. She doesn't fucking work. Like, she just works on social media and like maybe writes a few blog articles and like films a video here and there. She's a fucking stay-at-home mom, and she's saying like, oh my God, it's so hard. She just doesn't want to raise kids. Like, that's it. She's just lazy and doesn't want to raise her own children. Dutchy donated $2. Who you think will win a fight between Godzilla and Superman? Either this surprise you or not. I would say Superman.
Guys, you're not going to believe this. Superman just lost to Godzilla. Bro just got turned into breakfast. Bro,
Oh, is it because of the radiation?
this just happened in Godzilla versus the Justice League versus Kong. So Superman stepped up to the plate. And don't get me wrong, your boy had a lot of confidence, but Godzilla had to take him down. No, he had to take your boy down. Later on in that fight, you have Clark, you have Hawk Girl, pretty much coming together trying to get him not to hurt anybody or attack the city, right? But the problem is Godzilla's too big and Hawk Girl ends up getting hit. But luckily, Shazam comes in clutch. And then Superman and Godzilla get into a power struggle, and Godzilla's winning to try to help tip.
Does she have a spouse? How old are her children? Maybe she should have gotten a hysterectomy years earlier.
She does have a husband. She actually divorced her previous husband and married a guy who's more wealthy. Because, she's that type of person. I don't know how old her kids are. I think she just had a kid who's like a newborn or something, like pretty young. And I think her other kid might be like 1 or 2 or some shit like that. Thanks for the donation though, James.
To scales. Shazam decides to use one of his ultimate attacks, which is based off his name. The only problem is when he does it, it turns him back into a kid. Not only did it not work, Godzilla tried to attack Billy. Save him, Clark took the hit. Now bro is looking like breakfast. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know, like maybe if Godzilla's atomic breath had a certain type of radiation that Superman is vulnerable to, that would make sense, but Superman is just so ridiculously strong, he could just literally tear a hole through Godzilla's chest. Like, I could believe him not being able to hurt Godzilla with his laser beam eyes, but he'd literally be able to, like, fly straight through Godzilla. So, I don't think this comic is, like, could be considered canon.
But I had like the baby on me at home and I was working. So I never did daycare. And part of the reason for that was because I was fortunate enough to be able to afford help. So with Scarlett, I got a nanny when she was 11 months old and I was still working from home. So I was still able to breastfeed, but it was somebody there.
Working from home. I think you mean you film a YouTube video like once a week and you sell bullshit supplements on some online store and that's it.
That could watch her while I was working. And that's what I could barely afford that. Like that took almost all my money. But that.
Oh, bullshit. Mikhaila Peterson Instagram. Oh, I could barely afford a nanny. So let's look at her Instagram. Yeah, she's rich. Oh, I could barely afford a nanny. I live in a big mansion with my husband who makes all the money for us, but we could barely afford a nanny. Oh, it was just taking away all my money. All my money was gone on the nanny. Right, this is where she lives. She married a fucking rich guy. Oh, all my money was going towards the nanny. Like, she's so full of shit. It's unreal. Like, just look at the fucking lifestyle she has on her fucking Instagram. Oh, I was going broke with this nanny. Like, fuck you. Oh my god. Like, holy shit. What a loser.
Let us return to Frank. How much does she herself each month?
I don't know how much she makes each month. I just know she married a rich guy. So I'm not sure. But thanks for that donation, James. We'll get back to Frank soon.
I think that if that's something you can do, I think that that's a better idea than doing daycare when kids are really young. Let me think. That's my opinion. And then there's also a realm of daycares you can look into. Like, sometimes daycare is your neighbor who brings over 3 or 4 kids, and then she's taking care of 3 or 4 kids in this really homey environment. That's different than like 14 kids to daycare, resentful daycare workers that don't care about your kids. And I think that's where things get iffy. And then I would say, if you are going to put your kids in daycare, you can also judge how it's going. Like, are you dropping off your kid and they're screaming? Like, screaming. And are they screaming and it's been 2 weeks and they're still screaming when you drop them off? Probably that's not a great sign.
My mom put me in daycare, and I really liked daycare. The people who worked there were really nice. There were 2 women named Michelle that worked there, and I really liked the girl Michelle with the dark hair and glasses. I really liked her a lot. She was really nice to me.
Right? Now, maybe they're 3.5 and you have...
Sometimes I wonder if people realize how rich people like Mikhaila really are. I have an aunt with money like what Mikhaila has, and she just recent spent over $1 mil upgrading her bathroom. Also a stay-at-home mom. Any level of pity me is total bullshit.
Imagine spending $1 million to, like, upgrade your poop room. Yeah, I wish I had that kind of money. But she is such a liar. Like, I don't even know why she makes these sorts of lies. Like, the Peterson family are all just dishonest liars. Her dad is like this too. She's clearly fucking rich, and she's like, oh, I was going broke being able to afford this nanny. Like, she's so full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Alex.
Have them in daycare and they're just going, bye, mom, see you later. I don't think those are the kids that end up with problems. So as a parent, you need to judge that and be aware of that and try to set up something that doesn't traumatize your kids. That's important. So for me, I felt like that was getting extra help while I was at home. And I was, like I said, fortunate enough that I barely could afford that, but I could with Scarlett. And now I can afford more help. Thank goodness. So I think you have to be aware of the negative effects of daycare on kids. And
is she Jewish?
No, I don't think she has any Jewish ancestry. Thanks for the donation, though, James. There's nothing negative about daycare. There's only, like, the only negatives that could come about is if a kid is being mistreated. And, I mean, a kid could be mistreated at home. Like, your parents can mistreat you.
And make sure you don't traumatize your kid, right?
Yeah, she's just a fucking moron. I don't know why people are asking her for fucking parenting advice. She clearly doesn't even have much of an interest in parenting her own kids. She's a stay-at-home fucking mom, she's rich, and then she's like, oh yeah, I got a nanny, and I got this other person to fucking carry my kid to me when I'm, like, sleepy so that I can just quickly breastfeed, and then they can take them away and settle them down. Like, yeah, okay, dude. Let's take a parenting advice from somebody like that.
When are we gonna sell tissues on Frankie's Naturals? Yeah, I didn't think I would have to work until like 6 p.m. today, but if I don't get these orders done, we're not gonna get everything sent out on Tuesday, and that means I got to come back tomorrow and work too. I think I told you guys today's the 31st Sunday, tomorrow's the first Monday, so. But I did the same thing on Christmas. I worked Christmas Eve and Christmas because
1 million for only renovating a bathroom?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you can put in a bathroom that would make it $1 million. Like, I remember when I was playing hockey, there was a rich kid on my team, and I went to his house. Their bathroom is fucking insane. Still, I can't imagine a bathroom costing $1 million fucking dollars. That just sounds like too much money. But thanks for the donation, James.
no one was here. Anyway, our camera does not appear to be fogging up, so I'll have to wait to read the reviews. And there's like 2 weeks worth of reviews here because we missed the vlog last week. So I'll try to be kind of brief and quick. 5-star review for the pasture-raised Iberico pork ribeye chop. One of the best pork chops I've ever had. This is a superb product. It was tender, juicy, and flavorful. I kept the seasonings and cooking simple, so I just get the flavor of the meat. Fantastic. They don't need much fussing. I already ordered a few more because I think they're going to be a staple in my freezer. Yeah, the Iberico pork's a really special product. I found another supplier that has like the cured products, which I'm testing out right now. I might get them, but they're kind of expensive, and I don't know if you guys will like them or not. Like the hams, the loins, they cure them, salt them, and stuff. I mean, technically, like when you talk about Iberico pork, that's what is known as Iberico pork, like the salted cured ham. 5-star review for the chicken eggs. Best eggs I've ever had. I'm going to place another order. Yeah, I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the eggs. When you're buying the eggs, when you're buying the dairy, most of the meat products, you're really supporting the local Amish farmers, and the money's going in the hands of the right people. And you guys haven't seen the new egg packaging yet, which should be a week or 2 away. So you're not going to have to take as much bubble wrap off, but we'll see how you guys like it. Another review for the chicken eggs. First time buyer, pleased and surprised they actually arrived safe and intact. Even at my local store, that is an issue. Thanks, and the eggs are gorgeous, cooked, and taste better than any I bought before. We'll purchase again, yeah. Yeah, and even if you guys have any issues with the eggs, we always issue a refund. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the freezer is my nose drips like crazy. Another review for the eggs. Great eggs. These eggs are delicious and reasonably priced. They were packaged well and none were damaged in shipment. I will continue to purchase.
They're not reasonably priced. Can't remember how much they were. Let me see. Yeah, $115 for 144 eggs. So you're paying like $1 per egg. That is not reasonably priced.
Purchase them. I'll probably double my order next time. This is on the Frankie's Naturals 5-star review for the remineralizing tooth powder. The best. It really is the best. I've tried it all. Yeah, there's something special about the magnesium, the K2 and stuff being applied directly on the teeth. It definitely makes a difference. Another Naturals review. Very good for curly hair, natural shampoo. I unfortunately did not read the bottle correctly and ordered this.
Yeah, I've been keeping up with the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia is taking some massive L's. They recently had like 1,000 soldiers die like per fucking day or something crazy.
I would like to see Frank filming at a slaughterhouse as those cute kidney livers are being prepared. Must be exquisite hens.
I'd rather not see that because that would make me fucking depressed seeing a slaughterhouse, but maybe if Frank were to, like, I don't know, fall into one of those machines that chop the animals up, that would be fine. Thanks for that donation, James. Yeah, Russia also lost a bunch of warships. Their Black Sea fleet is getting destroyed, and they also lost, like 3 or 4... fighter jets because of the new air defense system Ukraine has.
It is for curly hair. Frank obviously stocked it for his nappy head. Still is a great product. I have long straight hair, but after using this, it is as wavy as can be. Wild. I continue to use it as I'm cheap and don't want to waste any products, no matter the outcome. It has a nice smell, no lather, produces a great shine, cleans the scalp and hair. Highly recommend for curly locks, but not for straight hair. Frank, get a straight hair natural shampoo. Yeah, I mentioned earlier we should be getting a straight hair natural shampoo next week. I honestly don't know if my hair is curly or wavy. When it's dry in the summer, my hair has been naturally curly.
That would be fun, except his sister might get upset.
I think that is a worthwhile trade-off, personally. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
But that shampoo makes it like more consistently curly. Because sometimes, like when I take a shower and it just gets wet, it's kind of like weighed down. All right, we are back to meat. 5-star review for the bone marrow butter. Oh, do you guys hear that? I hate this freaking heater, man. Let me turn it off. Yeah, that gets really annoying when I'm trying to work here. It's blowing everything all over the place. 5-star review for the grass-fed bone marrow butter. I can't believe it's not butter. Actually, I can believe it's not butter. It's so much better than butter, and it's amazing that you can get 2 pounds of it all at once. I put it on steaks, burgers, eggs, you name it.
That is so disgusting. The people eating this shit have to be so goddamn unhealthy.
Fast and friendly shipping, and speaking of butter, Frankie threw in a freebie of the A2 butter, so delicious. Yeah, I'm surprised they had that product. So if you guys are used to like buying marrow bones for the marrow, we have both the marrow bones and we have the pure marrow you can buy, which is more affordable per pound, but it's in bulk. It's kind of a large amount of marrow to use at once. And this is on the foods website. We got a 5-star review for the water kefir grains. Love them. I used to purchase the grains on Amazon, but they didn't look healthy. The ones I buy from here are amazing. They looked healthy, and the kefir they make tastes delicious. Yeah, these are fresh grains. It's only like $5.50 or $6 or something a jar right now, which is comically low. I bet you for that amount of grains, for 8 ounces of grains on Amazon, I bet you'd have to pay at least double or triple the price. 5-star review for the artisan malt vinegar. Impressive. Wide flavor profile, warm vanilla hints. Love it. Yeah, I honestly didn't think you guys would go for that that barley malt vinegar, but you guys buy all of it every time, so I'll keep it. And we got a 5-star review for the pasture-raised chicken breast. Yum, much better than what is sold at health food store. The so-called chicken at the health food store in my area is said to be organic and pasture-raised, yet it was questionable, so I stopped eating chicken. After buying from Frankie, I was eating chicken again. Yeah, I mean, ever since the grass...
Is marrow bone actually available on his website?
Yeah, I think he sells bone marrow. It's really nasty. It's basically like pure fat. There's the stupid bone broth crap. So fucking nasty. There's tallow. Yeah, so grass-fed marrow bones, grass-fed bone marrow butter, which is just bone marrow, scooped out.
James, can you shut the fuck up, old ass cracker? VG is not going to fuck your old loose ass no matter how much you donate. Go find a sex worker who's willing to clap your cheeks. Your donos are not interesting and you sound retarded. Plants are sentient BTW.
Alright, well, speaking of retarded, thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny. Yeah, this is like fucking nasty as shit. I don't know who the hell would have the idea to eat that.
Grass-fed pasture-raised movement has been popular these past few years. You have a lot of farmers that are just selling their same meat but saying it's pasture-raised or grass-fed, which is technically not illegal or wrong from a marketing perspective, but they're not offering a genuine high-quality product. Like, I've even seen vendors attempt to sell corn and soy-free chicken and then they take it off. I've seen some very sketchy stuff. I've seen vendors completely change, like they said they were selling fresh meat and then they suddenly remove it from their website, or they say they're selling pasture-raised pork and then they just suddenly change it. So you got to be careful. Grass-fed roast beef, 5-star review. Very good, simple and delicious, cooked to a perfect pink, seasoned minimally, which is perfect because the beef is so fresh and tasty. The price point is high for how much of this I could go through. My body digests it very quickly. I think it's about the same price as the supermarket, guys. If you go to buy roast beef in the supermarket, you're paying over $20 a pound, and we're charging that for grass-fed, which is kind of unheard of. Honestly, we would be able to reduce the price a little bit on the roast beef if you guys bought it all every week, but the problem is, like, one week if you guys only buy half of it, like that's factored into the price of the roast beef, which is really bad. Like, because we lose half the roast beef 1 week, that would make up for like 3 or 4 weeks of profit, which is horrible. But 5-star review for the organic raw cookie dough. Delicious, made the best cookies I've ever had by far. They were so good. I got family members and coworkers at work to try them, and they all loved them. Not one person said they were not great. I hope they're restocked soon. We did restock the cookie dough for you guys. They'd be great for Christmas and New Year's. Another stellar product by Frank Tufano. All the best. Yeah, the new products and being...
Thank you, Vegan Tranny. I like meeting my fanboys and fangirls. Does Frank have these farms audited?
I think he physically goes to some of these locations. Otherwise, no, I don't think so. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Being creative and stuff keeps me going, guys, but has not been an easy few years. 5-star review for the wild caught salmon caviar raw fish eggs. The taste is impeccable. Nothing close to me in the marketplace compares to this product. I can and usually eat the whole thing, even though I try saving some for later days just to save money. I feel fertile and have caught more women staring at me after I eat the salmon. All right, buddy. I'm going to read that again. I feel fertile and have caught more women staring at me right after when I eat the salmon. All right, maybe I need to eat some salmon eggs. I've tried these and the sturgeon, and I still prefer these. Honestly, sturgeon may taste slightly better, but bang for buck, I'll keep reordering these. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Is that what I'm missing, bro? I just need to eat caviar every day, and then I'll have 6'12" Russian girls tying me down. By the way, for the amount of money, I forgot to mention the disabled giveaway earlier. For the amount of money I gave away, bro, the amount of Russian girls I could have got, I did the right thing, though. There's still, I think, 7 or 8 spots left.
If the good fellas were flat earthers, my vid...
Let me take a look. Video unavailable. Blocked in my country on copyright grounds. So, unfortunately, I cannot watch that. But thanks for the donation, Neptune. If you can give me a different link, maybe I can watch that. Thanks again, man.
I think we gave away $25,000 so far. My emails have been kind of dry lately, so I did want to mention, if you guys know any if you guys are a customer of mine, if you're disabled.
That would be an improvement with the Russian girls.
Frank is not interested in girls, as we all know, so he can talk a big game, but we all know what he does behind the scenes. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
If you know any disabled people, mentally disabled, children, blind people, there's still some spots available. I'll have to mention that at the beginning of the next vlog if we don't have any more people. It's kind of crazy because there's so many disabled people out there, yet I guess my customer base and my reach isn't as great as I thought it would be. It's funny because I'm sitting there at my computer writing checks to these people, and I'm looking up and seeing how I get banned on YouTube. This crazy world we live in. 5-star review for the vitamin K2. This is on the organ supplements. Liver and gut health improved. Taking zinc or selenium was too hard on my liver despite being deficient. Once I started supplementing K2, my liver functions much better, and I'm now benefiting from the zinc selenium supplementation when taken alongside the K2. I am now having much more healthy solid bowel movements. Damien, I would also try some magnesium. High dose magnesium with that. This is some more reviews. 5-star review for the chocolate chip granola bar. I'm not even a big granola guy, but this stuff smacks. I saw Frankie was going to make smaller versions of these as well, but I just hope he doesn't stop with the big bricks. I'll reorder as soon as when they're back inside. Well, sorry, buddy. No more big bricks. We got the regular granola bars now. You guys bought most of them. You got a 5-star review for the Iberico pork bacon. Have not had anything like it. Best bacon ever. Yeah, it's really high quality. I really love the Iberico pork. Totally changed my perspective on pork. It's my favorite meat now.
Yep, and it's going to increase your risk of cancer and heart disease. Hopefully you chokes on it.
and no offense to people of that don't like pork, certain religions, but dude, if you're gonna eat goat and lamb meat and then say pork is unclean, like, come on, dude. Goat has to be the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted in my life. Goat meat, dude. You're gonna eat goat meat and tell me I can't eat pork? It's like, come on, what are you doing? Like, it's just disgusting. I'd rather, if I was starving to death in a cold environment and I had a lean goat to eat, I would just rather eat snow and starve to death. Like, by the way, all of our meat is halal. We do sell some goat meat. We got a 5-star review for the A2A2 raw butter.
Wait, what? All of his meat is halal? How is that Wait, how is that possible? Did he just say that? Doesn't mention it anywhere on his website. How is that possible?
He probably just says it.
Yeah.
Just like he says it.
Amazing. You can't find butter like this anywhere. We moved from the city to the country and tasted butter like this from friends who truly cared about how they raise their animals. We've been in cities for the last couple years and butter from the stores tastes like nothing. We're so happy to have this butter in our home. We bought 10 pounds and we don't regret it. Yeah, we try to get you guys a better price on the butter.
Maybe if the animals were to take over, they could sell Frank meat.
Oh, I love you. Well, they wouldn't really be able to sell much meat because Frank's kind of skinny. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Oh, I did? Sorry. Could you get me the other thing of the nuts? Yes, that. If, animals... Yeah.
We hated raisins.
The raisins in here are fine. Thanks. Yeah, if the animals get their revenge, I think they should just throw them in the trash. Just put them in a dumpster somewhere. Chances are no one or nothing should be eating Frank.
Butter. But, hey, look, as soon as you guys with your continued support eventually when I have my own farm, then maybe we'll be able to make the price even better. Another review for the eggs. These are the eggs you need. Eggs that are pasture-raised, GMO, corn, and soy-free can be hard to find, but thankfully I've got Frankie. The yolks are a rich orange color. They taste great and fill you up. 12 doesn't arrive so far, not so much as a crack on any of the eggs. Can't wait to place another order soon. Another review for the water kefir grains. Stuff is even better than the water kefir. IMO. I try to eat a teaspoon of this every other day, combined with a starchy meal. Definitely makes my colon smell different in a very good way. You guys are giving me way too much details. Telling me girls.
Los donated $2 react. Yeah. Thoughts on Genetic Beast, Alpha Destiny, how to get 18-inch arms natty if able.
100 grams a day. That guy has mental problems, Ramirez, so I'm not going to entertain your question.
That's funny, he knows about Genetic Beast too. Yeah, he's fucking mentally ill, dude. I don't know what the hell he does. That guy is seriously fucking deranged. That is funny though, oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Los.
Girls are looking at you and smelling your colon. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Definitely too much information. But the stuff is phenomenal quality and helps me immensely with my digestive health. Alright, buddy. Glad I can help. You guys drive me crazy. April left a 5-star review for the oven roasted turkey breast. So freaking yummy! Frankie boy is really onto something with these pre-cooked meats. I ended up finishing the entire pack of turkey at once, dipped in some horseradish mustard. No junk, just gentle, pure, delicious flavoring that I can fully trust. So grateful for the products being provided here. I've been purchasing regularly for 3 or 4 years now, and I won't stop. Hey, I'm glad you guys like the products. I've been trying to find organic horseradish, but it doesn't really exist. So I got an email from someone asking to cancel an order because they thought that the Christmas order was going to arrive warm because it got held over the weekend, but the order ended up arriving completely frozen still. So the meat wasn't bad, but then we shipped out the other order they placed. So they doubted us. They doubted us. They thought $400 worth of meat was going to arrive bad. So they placed another order and expected us to give them the money back. And then the order came good. And then we couldn't cancel the second order. So, hey, in the colder weather, guys, even if the package is delayed, it's very unlikely it's going to be warm. Got another review for the A2A2 raw butter. Best quality of butter I've had so far in the States. Literally one of the freshest butter I've had in the States. It tastes like cheese. I eat it raw and have no breakouts. The quality is incredible. I didn't know this is what butter is supposed to taste like. It's like eating a coconut from a tree. Does not get any fresher. The price is more expensive, I must admit, and it would be hard to consume it on the daily, but the quality is definitely up there. I mean, I don't know how much butter you're eating, but even if you're paying, I mean, our butter is the same price as all the other raw butter online, but it's not like something you're going to eat a ton of. We got a 5-star review for the water kefir. Phenomenal stuff. I can finally digest food using this stuff. Had stomach surgery like 7 years ago because I was morbidly obese. Pretty much can't digest food for the rest of my life, and this water kefir combined with the micronutrient enzymes is an absolute lifesaver. Yeah, having the enzymes in the water kefir throughout your small intestine and stuff. If I haven't been digesting carbohydrate, digest 10-15 minutes. Well, that should be it for the vlog this week, guys. We don't have any crazy big orders coming in this week, so granted, I do a little work, a few hours of work today and tomorrow myself. We should be able to send all the orders out, meat, eggs, foods, by Wednesday. So Tuesday, most of the meat orders are going to go out, and then Wednesday we'll finish the eggs and the foods. And then, since we're not...
What do you think Frank would do if Vladislava Galagan were to kiss him?
Well, we all know Frank hates pretty girls, so he might turn red and vomit or something. Or maybe he'd get really mad that it wasn't caught on film so that he could prove to everybody he's not gay. I don't know. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Not having, like, I don't know if I said it, no crazy big shipments coming in. Should be able to get caught up on everything else. Like, we should be able to make the best bars. We might be able to make the Totomi cookie bars. We might be able to even make some more sauerkraut, giardiniera, and some other stuff for you guys. Next few weeks, I'm looking forward to... The fresh beef might be back this week. This weekend, we might have the fresh beef back. And then the next 2 weeks, we're going to have the collagen sausage back and some hot dogs and maybe a new fresh pork share in. So I'm excited for those few things. Not as excited as I should be because these people are overcharging me for the meat and I think I'm breaking even. But hey, look, when I retire to Italy with my 5 Russian girls,
here we go,
in 6 months, and
I'm not gay.
Wondering where Frank went, and now they don't have a customer. Hey, go figure. Maybe they should have gave me a slightly better price, right? Anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up, guys, and go and do a little work so I don't get out of here too late. But
yeah, he's still looking cross-eyed.
Always, thank you guys for joining. Frank-Tufano.com.
Well, that's Frank.
I'm gonna give you
nice and retarded.
5 easy ways to help supercharge your metabolism. All you got to do is take our free metabolic assessment.
Oh, I was going to make that joke before he said it. No joke. You pay us a little money. It's okay. We're going to get you the body that you want. The V-Shred Promise. Did I say promise? The great...
VG, would you buy any of his vegan stuff?
No. I'd never do anything to support Frank Tufano. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Lie. Hey, folks. Dr. Mike here.
What do you predict the next retard thing Frank will do to himself? I predict he hires a cheap chiropractor off of Craigslist and he severely breaks his lower back. Lol.
Hopefully. That'd be great if Frank went to a chiropractor and broke his spine. Became like a quad or something. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. I'm assuming he's just going to get some other type of surgery and make his face look even more fucked up. Thanks again, man.
here for Renaissance Periodization. I'm also a professor of exercise and sports science at Lehman College in the Bronx. Mr. V Shred continues to make content, even though I felt like last time's video we did about him was quite strict. And Mr. V Shred, you cut this out. He hasn't. He's made more stuff. We've taken a look at more things of Mr. V Shred on the internet, and now we're going to see how much of what he says is true, how much of what he says is false, and how much of what he says is really for real false, not even funny anymore, he's just lying to people. Let's get to it.
You ever notice?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm being abusive right up front.
How some people can eat pretty much anything they want without worrying about gaining weight.
I did notice that, Mr. V Shred.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Oh boy. That's 7th round. Wow. This is incredible. I swear, man.
Ew.
I can't eat that much.
Ugh, gross.
Can you just go my love? Watch it. Wow, that's good. It's not well cooked. This one is white, so it's not well prepared. It's not well cooked. It's not well prepared, so we can manage it. We bought them in different places, so.
That's tofu?
The first one we ate is the best fufu around this place, but we just managed.
Oh, fufu.
This, as you said.
The fuck is fufu? Watching these people eat is fucking gross. Fufu. West African swallow food. What the fuck?
This is what you use to pound fufu. You have two types of fufu. You have cassava fufu and you have yam fufu. This one is cassava and plantain.
Fufu is pounded meal found in West African cuisine. It is a Twi word that originates from something something. Apparently it's made from starchy root vegetables. Okay, weird. Never heard of that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I did notice that, and I actually also know the answer to why that.
That one man looks quite overweight.
Yes, he is indeed fairly overweight. Thanks for the donation, James.
That's the case, and it's really kind of a two-part answer. Maybe three. One small part is their actual metabolism, but it can be a pretty large contributor, but nothing too crazy in most cases. Usually a couple hundred calories per day in either case. Another reason is that they have a lot of non-exercise activity thermogenesis, which means they just move around a lot. Moving around randomly throughout the day doing various tasks versus just sitting there can burn hundreds more calories, even if you're the exact same size. And the last factor is the fact that you rarely spend 24 hours a day with these people. And it turns out that some people can eat very impressive meals or very impressive large amount of food at once, but then they don't eat much for the rest of the time. And while some of us can eat a crap load of food for every meal, and every meal we eat is kind of representative of the other meals, that's not true for everyone else. But what do I know? I just have a PhD in this stuff. Mr. V Shred has a PhD in being in the streets and being a real influencer. Let's find out what he has to say.
I'm going to tell you why that is and what you can do about it. Anyone can become super fit.
Holy shit. Scott's video guy, do you see that CGI? They even got her a little chin music there, and they got her, she's looking at the camera sort of, in a very ghostly way, but she looks unhappy. She's trying to run, big ass titties getting in the way. Woof. They want you to know, like, you don't want to be like this bitch right here. Karen's got it all backwards. You want to do some shit V-Shred tells you to do so you don't end up like this.
We all have that ability. It just comes down to one.
Oh, I like how as she got leaner, with somehow no excess skin, and instantaneously she also started smiling. And dare I say, detect a little flirtation in her eyes? Before she was like draking people, like, get the f away from me, I'm too fat. But for you, this up. Folks, there is a very big difference between the terms slow and broken. If you have a Toyota Camry, it's a fine car. Is that a very fast car? Is it broken because it tops out at 140 miles an hour? And for example, me, I've actually recently, some of you may find this a little bit shocking, I've gotten into dabbling in Bugattis. I bought 3 at the same time. I wanted a good sampling. The Bugatti goes like 260 miles an hour. Does that mean it's not broken? No, V-Shred. Some people have slower metabolisms. Some people have faster metabolisms. It's normally distributed with everything in between, with most people having a pretty average metabolism. If your metabolism is slow, that doesn't mean it's broken. It's just slower. But I think he wants you to think it's broken, because the fallacy of thinking something is broken means he's going to give you something to fix it. And it might even be for free, just this once, so that you can go and into his funnel you go to buy shit later. It's all about that profit stream, Mr. V-Shred. Go and make that money for us. Tell us more shit.
Is gonna make weight loss or seeing any type of results in the mirror.
Am I so frustrated? Scott, you're a video guy. Where are they getting these people? Did they consent? Is this public domain videography, or are these bespoke actresses for this specific video? Stop.
Her proportions look off. Is this woman real?
What woman are we talking about? The CGI? No. Thanks for that donation though, Sam.
Stock footage.
Screams of stock.
It does, doesn't it? What do you think, Karen, right there with them headphones?
SN donated $2. A bit of an update of Alpha Destiny plant-based veganism. He streamed earlier and mentioned this year he will be going full plant-based. React, even though you don't like the guy. Well, I actually like Alpha Destiny's content, and I don't hate him. And I was the one who asked him during his stream if he's going to go vegan.
Not to die and how not to diet. So who are you going to side with? The evidence or a bunch of marketing gurus who probably won't be centenarians? Oh, it's carnivore month. I'm not even going to talk about those guys. They're on a completely different level of delusion. I'm siding with the evidence and over 13,000 studies. I actually want to live a long, healthy life. And also, I'm going to be doing...
Yeah, I was the one who asked him during his stream if he's going to go vegan. So sounds like he is committing to going vegan. Thanks for the donation, though, SN. Appreciate it.
Phone's honest thinking about. She's like, gotta have me. Pick up my kids later, whatever. Husband's gonna come home later. He's gonna want a meal. He's gonna want a fucking meal later, if you know what I mean. But damn my slow metabolism, man. There must be some shit I can do. You know what? He's so slow, I feel like it's broken. I wonder if V-Shred could help.
It's in the mirror, virtually impossible to achieve.
Is she crying? Girl, don't you cry about that slow metabolism. And if you, in an alternate world where I'm a single man, just for hypothesis, give me roughly 30 seconds of your time, potentially up to an hour and a half, I could show you how, bitch, I could show you the world. Look, it's a metabolism demo by V-Shred. Keep flying the magic carpet the away from it.
And that's because when your metabolism is slower than normal or broken,
kill me.
It feels like it doesn't matter how hard you work and that the results just won't happen.
He's onto some true shit. Having a slow metabolism, especially with hunger signaling that mismatches, which is really should have been talking about. Slow metabolism is not a big problem because slow metabolism generally comes with 2 things. 1, you don't burn a lot of calories, and 2, you typically don't eat a lot of calories. A lot of people forget that most slow metabolisms don't have a disproportionate hunger drive. The real problem is when your hunger drive is disproportionate to your metabolism or how much you burn. Then you start to accumulate body fat, and reducing how much you eat is profoundly difficult because you're so hungry and so low on energy and all that other stuff. So it is definitely some true shit to what he's saying, but I bet you he's going to pounce on it.
So I'm going to give you 5 easy ways to help supercharge your metabolism.
I love shit like this. I'm here for it. Let's do it.
And these tips are going to make it easier for you to burn your stubborn body fat and really just feel good about the progress that you're seeing, both in the gym and
that bitch on battle ropes. I mean, holy shit, that's a lot of Karen energy in one place. She's having like a mystical, psychic, transcendental experience while battling ropes. Or double dildos, as I like to call them. What's she practicing for? Day job.
You're gonna Superman up and then take your arms and pull down like you're doing a lat pull down.
Oh, God. Scott, I'm gonna have a heart attack. Guys, when you do this, And there is neither the vector of gravity nor any weights in your hands. You're not actually working out. You guys want to see me do the world record on the shoulder press? Watch this. I did it. Did you see that? But Mike, wait, you didn't have any weights in your hands. No fucking shit. If you got
Anyone have any updates on Blaha's roommate situation? I heard she was supposed to go to trial the 12th of November 2023, but I can't find any info. Also, are you still natty or have you gone to the dark side? I haven't watched your kids in a while, so I don't know.
I do not know what's going on with Blaha's roommate situation. Yeah, she killed that guy she claimed it was self-defense. I'm not sure what's going on there. So I don't know if she's gone to jail or not. I really don't know. Haven't gone on steroids. I'm still natty. And I'm planning on benching 405 in the next, couple months. So I hit 320 for sets of 5 last heavy bench session. So I'm getting stronger, despite not being on drugs, but yeah, still natty. Thanks for the donation, though, John, and thanks for the donation, Neptune. Appreciate it. He didn't donate any message, but appreciate the donation anyway, dude. Watch some Blaha mints after the Mike video.
you guys are liking this, then we have an extended XXX rated super insider cut in our members channel. If you click the join button, you can pay us money to become a member, and you get all kinds of other videos too. Hopefully we'll see you there.
So tip number 1, eat more protein.
I want to say mean things already, but we should listen to what he has to say. I'm going to say outright, eating more protein, especially beyond a certain point, has no effect on metabolism whatsoever. Even if by eating protein, you end up gaining muscle, having lots of muscle makes only a very small dent in your overall metabolism. It turns out your muscle cells, fat cells, and all the other cells of your body burn roughly the same amount of calories. That being said, many of the other cells in your body, like the cells of your skin, cells of your inner stomach lining, they actually go through calories way faster. Maybe we can have a program that makes your intestines bigger. Hit me up about that if you're a gastroenterologist. We could be making this fucking paper out here, but you're playing too much.
And I know, you've probably heard that one before, right?
No, actually, V-Shred, I've never heard that protein boosts your metabolism. Do give us mechanisms, please.
But it's actually super important that you actually follow this advice, because when you eat high protein meals, first off, it allows you to fuel your muscles properly.
Excellent. Much like your house is fueled by bricks. No, that's wrong. The bricks construct your house, much like protein constructs your muscles. It turns out your muscles don't really rely on protein as fuel.
It's carbohydrates.
What do they rely on as fuel? First answer, anything they can get, proteins or carbs or fats. But much better answer, realistically, much more likely carbs, and then fats, and then way down the line, if they run out of everything else, a higher fraction of protein or amino acids used for generating energy. So protein doesn't fuel your muscles properly. This is simply wrong. It's mythical. And if I'm going to give him some social responsibility, which I don't really believe in morally myself, and also it's a bit asking much for V-Shred to know these things, but he's kind of poisoning the well. It's not great to give a lot of people, when you have a big audience, nonsense, non-facts that they can learn wrong. I would much rather an ignorant person than someone that knew things that were the opposite of the truth or just totally wrong. Dare I say that that process of social media influence is broken? Nope, it's just slow, like V-Shred.
The thermic effect naturally boosts your metabolism because your body...
It is your metabolism, you fucking asshole. It doesn't boost it out of nowhere.
Has to work harder to break down the protein that you're eating.
Whoa, Scott, did you see his mouth move? Oh, and he's got some shit going down his esophagus into what's seemingly his heart.
Just by digesting your food. And there was actually a study on diet-induced thermogenesis that found that protein has a much higher thermic effect than carbs and fats combined.
V-Shred, you know how I know you're not a scientist, you dumb motherfucker? Because it wasn't a study. It's an entire body of literature. It's a closed case. And most of this research was done like generations ago. It's not recent. You're not like, oh, you can see a water cooler talk from people that listen to Vishra. They're like, hey, do you know that new study shows that protein burns more calories? If I was on that water cooler, I'd be like, you know what else is dope? Watch this. Tip over that cooler. Out of my face.
Basically, I'm saying you can actually burn more calories just by eating and digesting protein-rich foods.
If you add food to your diet, if you add protein to your diet, there is not a guarantee that you will burn more fat. You'll just eat more protein and probably just get even fatter.
Tip number 2.
And that was just tip number 1. Holy shit. We got a free-for-all. This is it. We're just going to make a video of just his 5 tips. Tip number 2. I'm excited. Let's go.
Stay hydrated.
All the myths at once. Before he says any lies to you, I will ruin the fun. The amount of water you drink has almost no effect whatsoever on how many calories you burn, unless you are hyperhydrated and no longer healthy, or hypohydrated, very dehydrated, and also not healthy anymore. If you are hyperhydrated, you generally just don't feel like drinking fluids for hours. And if you're dehydrated, you're almost always and almost everywhere be really thirsty. So as long as you're not ultra thirsty all the damn time, and if you are, have yourself a sip of some kind of fluid, then you're good to go. An addition of extra water to a metabolic system does not meaningfully increase the metabolism. I wish.
Go to number 3.
People struggle with the most.
Oh my.
Getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep.
Okay,
Go lift some weights. Now, I'm not saying you have to try to become a big, bulky bodybuilder.
Gross.
In fact, the reason that I recommend strength training for like 20 minutes a few times a week is because of how effective it is at actually helping you slim down.
Yeah. 20 minutes 3 times a week for sure won't make a dent in your metabolism, you'll be able to tell. Nothing will change with generally how much food you can eat and not gain or lose weight from it. This is all lie.
Metabolism, and it might be the simplest of all because it only takes you 30 seconds. All you got to do is take our free metabolic assessment.
Oh yeah, the metabolic assessment thing.
Hey,
Alright, let's watch some Blaha mints. Looks like he's lifting very light weights once again, even though apparently he is trying to train for a 405 bench.
It's Jason Blaha here, and this is the first workout of the new year. And overall, very happy with the workout, not happy with the JM presses. But the workout itself felt like I really got into a good groove with a bunch of lifts, got a tremendous pump. I decided to, with my pressing, because I have done so much pause benching, and I have pointed out there's absolutely merits to pause benching, but part of the problem with touch and go is that people bounce, okay? And when you bounce, you reduce.
Oh, that is weird. He looks like naked or wearing a diaper or something. So he's doing 5 sets of 10 with 225. So for comparison, my last workout last week, when I was doing light benching, I did 290 for sets of 10. So I don't know what this guy is thinking. Like, he's just never going to bench 405. Why is he using 225? It's just so weird. I thought he was like stronger at this point.
Chest work, okay? But I'm like, I see so many bodybuilders, I've talked to a lot of bodybuilders who are like, well, I still get a tremendous chest pump on benching if I keep everything tight and I don't bounce. So I wanted to mess with it a little bit and just see if I could get a continual just pumping movement.
It makes me blush seeing Blaha's labia folds peeking through his training bottoms when he benches.
Kind of makes me more gag. But thanks for the donation, Adam. Appreciate it.
On it for a full range of motion, and I went ahead and I did all my flat benching and my incline that same way. Michael, let me just do my pull-ups the same way, all right? Just come in and just do it all like a piston up and down. Do my longest ranges of motion. And on the pull-up,
like, it's just so gross. Like, why doesn't he wear normal fucking clothes?
I'm pretty much just trying to hit my stretch at the bottom, and I'm fully aware a lot of people feel like that isn't the full range of motion. And for a lot of people it wouldn't be. That is as far as I can go. but I'm trying to hit that stretch really hard when I do it. And then some of it I'm trying to just hang a little. And I think what I want to keep working on is doing the dead hangs more and more in between workouts, right? I think that's really going to be a big part of the key with that is those dead hangs, because they do so much, right? They do so much. I'm just such a fan for that purpose. And I feel like that'll help also. And I'm not doing the pullovers at the moment, mainly because I have so much other chest and back work that I feel like the pull-ups themselves and then dead hangs will do what I want for now. And I may work them back in. Don't get me wrong, pull-ups are great, pullovers are great. So it's just a matter of looking at how much total volume I'm doing, because what I'm doing with all the pressing and pulling, I've got 20 sets for chest, 20 sets for lats every week right now. There comes a point where it's like, I don't know if I can handle more. And if I do anything more than that, I really want it to be arms, right? I really want it to be my arms. So if you guys will notice on these benching,
like my mom, who I think is older than him, she has bigger arms than he does. Like his arms look so small and skinny, it literally looks like he has some sort of physical problem, like he's got a deformity or he was like injured in some weird way, like shot in his arms or something. For the longest time, he keeps saying, oh, I want to build bigger arms. I need that for a big bench. And then he barely does any arm training. When he does do arm training, it's terrible. He just swings the weight. I just don't get it. Like, he just doesn't want to get better.
I'm staying super, super tight. I'm keeping my chest under stretch, just trying to get a stretch reflex. I am absolutely not bouncing. We do not bounce. Do not bounce. And it actually gave me a great chest pump. Same thing, just trying to keep my pull-ups the same way now, of just trying to keep tension on those lats, get that stretch at the bottom through what I am capable of doing. And I felt like when I went over to these on the last couple sets, I went to a thumbs over the bar, because I've noticed sometimes that's always felt good on my shoulders in the past when I had some shoulder issues, particularly when I've gone over to the fat bar. And it actually felt really good. So I'm just going to continue with these trends, you know. I feel like still I'm going to need.
Hasn't he been using 225 on bench for like these sets of 10s for a while now? Like, does he not realize he needs to gradually add more weight?
Tons and tons of tricep work. And so I wanted to mess with a couple things. I'm trying to rotate through kind of the exercises that I've got the most out of. I feel like the most tricep pump. And the JM press just wasn't doing it for me today. And I'll talk about that. So I'm going to put an extension back into that slot. I really pretty much need 2 tricep isolations. Right? I think I need that every upper body day. Again, because my arms do need the most work. And by the way, I had someone comment, and I get a lot of positive comments, and it does make me feel better, because I think people need to remember, number one, obviously I have trolls and people just smack talk me 7 days a week. A lot of people are not aware of that, but it's a non.
T donated $2. Let me see. This elbow caused 15 stitches.
Youngest of 6 children is Alima McFarland. Big elbow by Alima.
Jesus. Yeah, that literally sliced her head open. Whoa. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah. Well, she's cute. She's a little person. She has a nice butt. It is a nice big round butt. Well, that's a cute couple, I guess. Last link you gave me is not available. Thanks for the donation, T. Appreciate it.
Non-stop barrage. Like, even the ones who think they might be the only ones doing it, you're not. And plus, I do have a bit of...
Why no racing sims lately? I just haven't been playing much games lately. But we'll probably play some more, whatchamacall, WRC at some point.
Body dysmorphia. So I actually had someone chime in and said, dude, believe it or not, your arms actually look pretty good. Yes, they could be bigger for your proportions. They actually are looking pretty good. You've put in a lot of work. So I would...
Blaha thinks his arms are looking pretty good. Right, dude.
I appreciate it, and I do get some of that from different people. In public, it's different. People think they have big arms in public. It's kind of funny.
Nobody thinks you have big arms.
But they still need to be a high priority. The priority is still at this point for my physique. Because again, notice the training is all bodybuilder training at this point. I don't think that's going to make me a worse powerlifter, by the way. I think bigger and leaner in the long term is a good way to play the long game, even if I want to walk in and have big lifts coming up on 50. But overall, I mean, the benching and the pull-ups today, just doing all of it while trying to get stretch reflexes at the bottom and just kind of continual movement for the most part. Lats were lit up. Everything got hit really good. I'm happy with it. So I'm like, let me try to do this with the incline. A couple of the incline reps, I'm not going to lie, here and there, a rep every now and then.
Is he only doing 135? What? Yeah, I think he's literally only doing 135.
I did not touch my chest. But I'm like, let me try the same thing here and try to just get that deep stretch. I'm wanting to get the stretch reflex.
Oh my god, he's so weak. Oh, this is hilarious, dude. Like, after Blaha talks so much shit about me, like, not training, being weak and crap, and, like, he can't even fucking lift. What the fuck? And then his only response to me is, I'm 47.
All right.
This isn't a warm-up. This is his working set.
Good. Same thing. I felt my whole upper chest and my delts. They got a great pump. What's interesting to me is that I'm not feeling any tricep on any of the pressing. It's all chest, and then on the incline, I'm definitely feeling some shoulder. Right? I do feel it all in the upper chest there. All right, for rows though, Michael, let me go back over to some wider grip barbell rows. And I stood on the plate because I'm like, and I wanted to see if I needed the belt because I'm bent over. And I kind of realized as I'm doing them,
yeah, wow. That's a lot of nice body English there, Blaha. He's literally just swinging the weight up.
Back off the later sets. Also, I'm trying to assess if that plate helps me or not, because it does give me the potential for a little more range of motion. So I was really trying to assess that a bit. I don't know.
Like, literally the only exercise that I think I've seen him do properly is bench.
I might throw the belt back on anyways, just for the better neural drive. Okay, better neural drive. This is a point of contention that's come up in my different circles, and I've gone back over. I've messed with it. I've done beltless training in the past for years at a time. I've done belted training on everything for years at a time. I don't think there's a negative to belt on it.
It's hilarious how weak he is now.
I felt like I bent over, but I'm only able to do.
Hopeful Donate Tillers, thoughts on the 52 set volume studies? Is there a true limit to max recoverable volume? There is probably some sort of limit to maximum recoverable volume. It's probably hard to get to that point with weight training alone, because the only times you really see overtraining in athletes is with like athletes that are doing a ton of volume and they're doing a combination of strength and conditioning training. So like field athletes, you often see that they get overtraining syndrome. When you're talking about only doing weight training, you're probably going to have a very difficult time inducing overtraining syndrome where somebody can't recover. from their training. So the 52 set study, they didn't do 52 sets across every body part for what was the study duration, like 12 weeks. They only did 52 sets for legs. The study only involved leg training. Participants were allowed to do upper body training in their spare time, but they were only training legs, and they only did 52 sets for the last 2 weeks of the study. So they gradually worked up to higher volumes. So the takeaway from that study is you probably can handle very, very high volumes if you do specialization phases where you're only training like one body part. I don't think there's any real way to do 52 sets per body part, you know, for 8 or 12 weeks in duration. You'd probably just burn out pretty fucking quickly. I think Dr. Milo Wolf said he does want to do a study in the future where they do train with very high volumes for the entire body. But that would be very difficult. The amount of fucking training and the amount of time you'd have to spend in the gym would be fucking crazy. But thanks for the donation. Hope that answers your question.
Do that for one set and then I completely run out of steam.
Dude, this is
And
embarrassing.
I know because I've done it for 8 and then tried.
Dude, imagine like filming this and uploading it to YouTube. Just what's going through his head?
To rest 5 minutes and come back and I can't even do one.
Does he have like an embarrassment fetish?
1 rep feels like a max. So I've got to build the work capacity, right? And that will keep building that upper chest up. All right, here's the thing. I've gotten so efficient with these movements.
Yeah, sure. Where is she?
Behind you. Other behind
Oh.
you.
There's Prim Prim. Hey, Prim Prim. Oh my god.
That's a little bit too hard for Vimo, I think.
Well, yeah, but Prismo likes to watch. Are you gonna take the thing? Well, I'm streaming. I can't play with a cat and stream at the same time. Oh my god. Prim Prim. Oh my god. My little kitty. Hello, Faye.
It's funny, Prismo is not used to you playing with him and he gets confused from it.
Yeah.
He's like, what the hell?
For making them all torso dominant, I don't feel my arms. You know, I get a lot of people like, I feel rows in my biceps so much, and I get people do that, and I'm like, I don't anymore. I used to at one time. So realistically, all this stuff works my shoulders, lats, chest. Okay, so I'm gonna have to prioritize arms, and I'm gonna continue to do that. 50% of my upper body workouts are gonna be arms. They have to be. I've got to do, in addition to my...
Oh yeah, let's watch this fucking arm training. This is gonna be great.
Right. I feel a little more upper back, obviously. So I feel more delt, but I still feel the lats. All right, the JM presses, I'm like, I get so much bench carry from these. Let me mess with them today. Meh. I wasn't happy.
That is not a JM press.
Happy with them.
That is a partial close grip bench.
So let's just call, we're not going to rotate them in for now. I'm going to
He's calling this a JM press.
replace the slot with an extension. I'll do skull crushers here and then a second extension. You can either do the dumbbells, and I feel
This is what he's doing for fucking direct tricep work.
like with the dumbbells, I just need to
Oh my
use the
god.
smaller diameter plates. I need to use the...
Blaha's 47. I think he's been weight training since he was like, what, fucking 20, 25? And he still is this terrible?
5s instead of the 10s so I can get them in tighter. And I felt almost the same with the dumbbell curls today. All right, so for the other curls, I'm like, let's mess around and let's go with what we feel best. I feel
That's right. Just swing the weight up. Don't control it on the way down.
A slight cheek curl.
Just
on a wide
swing
grip
and
with
let it
this
drop.
really gives me a tremendous stretch in my biceps at the bottom. The eccentric on this stretches the hell out of my bicep because I'm going all the way to lockout. And, you know, I get people who look at this, and I don't know why people love to criticize my curling. Yet, here's the thing I'm going to point out. Have my arms gotten bigger? Yes. Do I have
His arms have not gotten bigger.
any tendon pain? No. I have no forearm, no tendon
Well, I bet you wouldn't have any tendon pain when you're not even fucking lifting.
pain. And I get a hell of a
Dude,
pump
what is he doing?
on a lot of these movements I'm doing.
This is fucking
If my biceps
retarded.
are crazy pumped,
He
they
calls
feel
that a JM
stimulated.
press.
They seem to have made some progress as an advanced lifter. And I have no tendinitis, even doing the higher volumes. I'm going to take that as a good sign. So why the wider grip when I do these? I went ahead and went up on weight on this. Mainly because, again, my dumbbells tend to be a little closer. This stimulates a different ratio of the bicep
Dude.
just slightly. But notice that I bring it all the way
How much weight is that? 25 pounds? So he can't even do 95-pound curls.
in my face.
That's
I am
right. Swing
taking
it up and
the
just let it
elbow
drop.
through its entire range of motion. My forearm is touching my bicep at the top. Have the wrist cocked back so there's no tension loss. I get a really heavy eccentric load and up.
Like, it's so weird, too. Rather than actually curling it up, he does this, like, wide arc where he doesn't even get a full contraction. He just, like, swings it up, barely bends his arm, and just lets it drop, and then he wonders why he can't grow his arms.
Stretch at the bottom. I feel my biceps stretch, and it feels really good. Let's disregard all the JM presses today. Yes, it hit my triceps. You know, this is above my neck and my chin, by the way, for those curious where that bar is. It was like, you're just lowering it, but no, it's not above my chest at all. But that's beside the point. Plus, that helped me build, you know, the 365 bench before. I don't know. I'm not feeling as much as I get on some of the extensions. So if we're not feeling it and we're bodybuilding at the moment, I don't care what it does for my bench historically. Okay, let's build some muscle. I need my arms bigger. So while it was fun to do for a one-off,
Holy shit, this
skull
is just
crushers with an easy bar.
the absolute worst form I've ever seen on a bicep curl.
Are absolutely a go-to. Band work versus dumbbell extensions for the secondary tricep movement are kind of where I'm torn, and I feel like I can rotate between them however I feel like, as long as we get that pump and the stretch. But the curls, these felt really good. These actually felt good today. One of the things people always complain about my flaring, but again, look at my normal anatomy. Watch when I've walked up to the bar on the rows and stuff. Okay. See where my arms are? That's kind of my normal position. I can't touch my hands to my sides, by the way.
What? He's saying he can't touch his hands to his side? This is just insane.
Exhaling and squeezing really hard. Just my rib cage and lats. This is what it is.
Yeah, his rib cage and lats gets in the way of it literally being able to reach his hands into his pockets. Sure.
Obviously, you know, I still need to lose body fat and lose skin around the waistline, but it's been slowly improving, and I'm just going to keep working at it. I'm going to keep chipping away at it. We're going to keep working on getting.
He is doing that exercise wrong. Also, he looks bloated and needs to lose some water weight.
Yeah, he is taking steroids, so that's probably why he is a little bloated. He's also just kind of fat, too, so there's that. But thanks for the donation, James.
Leaner. Keep working on building up the arms. Just keep moving forward. So I've only really early in the summer started caring about physique at all. It's really just been a few months. What has it been, 5 months or so? I'm not sure. That's how long I've cared. Now the training is gearing really towards it. The diet is gearing really towards all of it. I feel like my diet is really dialed in at the moment. I've had people come in, I've even had some already, and I'm already looking better than them, have said, wow, I used to be a
This
Blaha
is
hater, but
embarrassing.
you actually are starting to look pretty decent. I'm gonna stop hating. Fantastic. Kinder person. I'm not being as much of a dick as I was many years ago.
Looks like his skull crushers might have improved slightly. He's not going as far back, but he should try to bring the bar down to his head, and he's kind of like just... There's just a lot of really fast, jerky movements. He's not like slowly lowering it, getting a prolonged eccentric, touching the bar down to his head, then, you know, coming up. He's just like swinging it around as quickly as he can.
And by the way, I'm actually fairly nice in person, guys. I'm really not a dick. But that's a certain part of all of our personalities now, maybe.
Oh, this looks good.
You guys want to see funny? I'm funny there every day. I'm here to help people.
He
to
is
help
so
outreach,
lazy.
To teach people, to get clients, to teach people how to train, teach them how to eat. Okay? That's what this channel
Yeah, same laziness that he has with the barbell curls.
But those curls felt good. So here's what I did.
At least he's getting more of an actual contraction with the dumbbell curls.
Crushers felt great.
Like he's actually bending his arms in rather than just kind of like swinging the bar up.
I've been really happy with skull crushers lately. The main trick is don't go under 10 reps. And I'm good. As long as they're 10 plus reps, and those were all 12. The curls, I'm like, I really want to mess with going into starting in a pronated and then rotating it up. Again, what are we trying to do? Work every single possible function of the bicep, brachialis, all of that. I'm trying to really, really maximize that. So that's why.
Oh, that is embarrassing. It's funny how he films this and is comfortable with uploading it. Like, if I filmed workouts like this, I'd never upload it. It's just so embarrassing. Yeah, what's funny too is I'm noticing he's not uploading as many client videos. I think he lost a bunch of clients. Yeah, he doesn't have nearly as many clients as he did before. Dude, who would buy this guy's training? Like, you have to be fucking delusional. Just why Blaha? His clients have to be fucking deranged.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and I thought I would sit down and do another Gear Talk Q&A for you guys because the last one went pretty good. People appreciated it. And I want to state up front that I do not endorse the use of any illegal substances. I don't endorse the use of any controlled substances outside of the care of a physician. And this video is not intended as a replacement for medical advice. So please check the laws in your own countries, and when in doubt, consult with your doctor.
Check out this based slam poetry from a vegan comedian.
Let me see.
And that's a privilege I choose, but I got a bunch of reasons for munching seasoned greens instead of animals, because that's a choice that's affecting the whole planet. So if you don't understand, let me try to put this better. Animal agriculture is worse for the environment than all travel put together. And the hungry in the world don't have to be starving. But thanks to capitalism and factory farming, the facts are alarming, not unfounded belief. When up to 16 pounds of third world grain is making 1 pound of first world beef. And the poison in the meat, an artery clogging diet, and a way to justify it. Trust me, I used to try. I was proudly carnivorous and glorifying apathy, while animal living conditions are a horrifying tragedy. A life of pain to the day they're slain. Freedom's that thing that they wish to gain, but what if it was you, your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, or one of your kids? See, then I don't think you'd be so quick to dismiss that a being can exist for reasons other than this, and yet, billions every year, are confined and tortured and living in fear, and it's been made clear by vivisection that they feel empathy and pain, so shouldn't we stop the testing? Can anyone say that that's not oppression? It even comes spun up in a web of intersections. Do you not expect rage when you got them in a cage with nothing but time to try to plot an escape? Animal.
Well, slam poetry is pretty gay, but that is based. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate it.
All right, so first question, opinion on Halo before a meet. Also, do most of your clients make gains on a cruise? I'm not going to really discuss stuff with clients because that's a lot of confidentiality as far as that goes. Usually not on a cruise, but sometimes, yes.
Any experienced lifter can look at those curls and tell there is no muscular control being used to raise or lower the weight. Also, a JM press is supposed to be a hybrid between a skull crushers and bench press. He's just benching with half the ROM.
Yeah, jam press is more like, it's not really a hybrid between a skull crusher and a bench. It's more like a skull crusher that is lower down. So jam presses usually start at like the chin or neck area. And they could go down like as low as your upper chest. So it's more like a skull crusher that has a lower touch point. But yeah, he's basically just doing half reps on bench. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
As far as Halo before a meet, he's referring to Halo testin, which is actually a relatively toxic and very strong oral with very low anabolic effects. A lot of guys use it before meets. I don't personally ever do that. Not a big fan, but plenty of people successfully do so, and they feel like they get a lot of neural drive from it. Just be aware that when you do stuff like that, it meets your risk of injuries can go up a little bit, right? And that's also one of those things that you do not want to use for any prolonged period of time. And I'm not a fan of people using orals outside of competition anyways, just as a general rule, but just keep in mind that is a relatively high side effect one that is not going to do much for your gains themselves. It's largely just neural drive. All right, next question. What is the best cycle for young people wanting to go on cycle for the first time and why? Honestly, I think the recommendations of forums are a little bit aggressive. I think that the 500 milligrams a test for a first, I think is probably a bit much. I think 250, 300 test is perfectly fine for a first timer. If they want to add a little primo or another really mild anabolic to say 200 milligrams a test, I see no issue with that. Just be aware, what I would say for young people, make sure you're at least 21. Make sure that this is something that you really want to do.
Chances are the best thing to do if you're just starting to take steroids is to do an oral-only cycle. The reason is you don't have to inject anything, you don't need to learn how to use needles, and most orals have a shorter half-life. So if you don't like the side effects of the drugs...
My kitties Jinx and Haru.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Oh wait. Why is it doing that? Wow. That's amazing. Those are really cute kitties. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. Appreciate it. Yeah, so oral-only cycle's probably best for a first-time cycle if you're considering taking steroids, because you don't have to deal with any needles, you don't have to learn about injection sites, you don't have to worry about infections.
Lucky me, I got a Nordic bench with 9 levels of regression for Christmas this year. From this business if you're interested in getting one.
Let me take a look. I probably won't get this just because it takes up space, and it's $500, and I don't really do much Nordic curls and hypers and stuff like that anyway. Once we get a house or something and I have more space, I'll consider getting something like this. That looks like a pretty good bench. Yeah, you can do hypers on it and shit. Thanks for the donation, N-word. Yeah, and these drugs, just like oral steroids, have a shorter half-life, so if you don't like the side effects of the drugs, you can get off them, and a lot of the time they're generally less harsh, and you oftentimes experience less side effects like aromatization.
I don't advocate people doing something like this lightly. Okay, I don't. Like, it's something you should spend quite a bit of time researching and thinking about before you even do that. And by young people, I'm assuming in your 20s. Okay, so context here. I call 23-year-olds children, by the way, because I'm 47. You know, to me, that's a child. So when you say a young person, I'm thinking 25, right? What should said young people look out for, and how would they run PCT? I'm not a big believer in PCT. Now, granted, if you were going to do something, I would consider something like Dr. Michael Scallion's Power PCT. Again, he's an expert in this field. He's devised his own PCT protocols. But just be aware, ultimately, I always tell people, doing gear, if you don't plan on staying on for a lifetime, just be very aware that you may need TRT sooner as a result of doing it. Keep in mind,
Okay, if Blaha's saying you should stay on gear indefinitely, and that's why he doesn't recommend PCT, because the idea is you just never come off, that's a little stupid. If you get side effects like maladaptive cardiomyopathy, you're going to have to come off completely in order to really get rid of that symptom as quickly as possible. So, like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people will always be on, but if you're always on, you're going to run that higher risk of having things like maladaptive cardiomyopathy, high blood pressure. You could end up with reproductive issues as well. A lot of people who never come off ever and just blast and cruise, they're more likely to have reproductive issues.
Everyone will eventually need TRT, meaning you'll have low testosterone, but you are increasing the chances, and there's no guarantee you'll bounce back with PCT. But generally speaking, some combination of HCG and Nolvadex, just tamoxifen citrate, is usually the standard. But again, go do your own digging. Look at Dr. Michael Scallion's stuff. I think he's a great resource for that. Of course, this question prompted a whole other conversation with this individual. He says, can high protein diets of 300 grams for a 245-pound man cause more sweating in certain areas of the body, such as my neck, while sleeping, on my pillow, or butt crack? I started to use spray deodorant, but never had this problem during my first cutting cycle. This past summer when it was hot, I did intermittent fasting in summer. Now I'm bulking and using...
Dude, this is so weird. This guy says he's using human growth hormone. Human growth hormone causes night sweats.
A lot of HGH. HGH is taken at night, so maybe that's the cause of the sweating. Testosterone and BP is what I'm taking. Yes, thermic effect from the protein.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck? This guy's on HGH. Yeah, no shit, you're gonna get night sweats.
Can contribute. I did ask him about, again, his ratios because of possible low E2. Low estrogen can cause sweating. Okay, that can cause night sweats. However, I suspect in his case, probably because he's already sorted that, he did run into issues, says he sorted that. I strongly suspect the high dose of HGH, particularly on a high protein diet, absolutely can be a culprit for night sweats. To some extent, not to the degree that, say, a trend or something will cause it. But yeah, and if you're sweating at night and your sleep is being disrupted, that could interfere with your gains.
Prim. Prim, where's your BMO? Oh my God.
So again, something to think about. Maybe consider reducing the HGH until you adapt to the amount you're using, right? Because he had said he's running like 7 units. And keep in mind, that's a lot. That's a lot. And if you're not competing in something that seems, my opinion, a little excessive. But he may be competing. All right, this next one required a little further inquiry, and I'm not putting up the entire conversation. What he meant by androgenic, he just means bigger delts, and all anabolics have the potential to disproportionately develop your delt area, delt upper traps and stuff, purely because you have more androgen receptors there, and all anabolics, doesn't matter whether it's test, primo, nandrolone, whatever, their primary pathway through which they cause muscle growth is through the androgen receptor. So that's really a moot point. They all do that. But he goes, what would be a good stack for someone wanting a drier look with more androgenic body status, but without running into the side effects of too low of estrogen? Ultimately, test plus a DHT. I mean, that's what I tend to recommend. But again, it's very, very individual. If you're a very low aromatizer, you might find even something like nandrolone pairs really well with test at moderate amounts, as long as you almost need blood.
He's recommending people take nandrolone? Holy fuck, dude.
Work to see where your E2 is. But generally speaking, it's something like a combination of test and just control the estrogen with primo, masteron, something like that is a very effective time-proven strategy that tends to be pretty easy on your blood work. But again,
nandrolone is easy on your blood work. What a fucking whack job.
Those ratios really depend upon the person. So in other words, if you're either need to get blood work, or if you are watching for signs of low E2, you either need to reduce the primo or mast, or you need to increase your testosterone until it goes away. Right? And that's going to vary. Like what works for you at a given body fat and training experience, it will change over time. Okay? And I found this to often be true. For example, literally getting leaner will change those ratios for you. Like the less body fat you have, the more those ratios need to increase. To the point where I have known of some cases of guys literally getting low E2 from running too much primo while even on a gram of testosterone when they're really lean, like literally crashing their estrogen by running too much primo with a gram of test. It does happen. So again, you're going to have to find your own ratios there. If you're looking for a strict rule, you're not going to find it. If anabolics help with protein synthesis, do they help replenish glycogen in the muscles at a faster rate? Good question. This is very nuanced. To some extent, testosterone is even close. In case some of the fake fullness, those sort of combinations. Do you think MK677 is actually comparable to injectable HGH? Not even close. Not even close. I feel like it doesn't.
Yes, that's true. MK677, it's a growth hormone secretagogue, so you're still relying on natural growth hormone production. It'll only increase your growth hormone by 10, 20%, if that. So that's not going to be anything close to using real human growth hormone and having 50 times the normal physiological levels.
Produces profound of benefits, and it has a lot of side effects, particularly the hunger, the bloating, all of that stuff is way more pronounced with MK677. And it used to be because of cost, but look guys, we're pretty much in 2024. Quality generic growth hormone is just not that difficult to source, and it's not that expensive anymore. We're at a point where some of the bigger companies selling MK677 just straight up openly, it's not any cheaper than running a moderate dose of real growth hormone.
That's not true. That's total bullshit.
It just isn't anymore. We're in a different era, so it doesn't really make sense to do so. And
I don't know where the hell he's getting his growth hormone from, but no. Real growth hormone is a lot more expensive than that SARM.
Unless someone is taking it specifically to increase their appetite. But there's also other peptides that people use for that. Hey Jason, thank you for response to my previous question. This is a continuation of your response to adding Primo or Masteron to your TRT. Do both of these substances have fat burning effects or strictly increase muscle mass, or both? What is the difference between the two? Thank you. The differences between Primo and Masteron are way too much to cover in one of these short Q&As. I've discussed it in a previous Gear Talk. You'll also find there are plenty of very experienced bodybuilders and coaches right here on YouTube who discuss that in detail, like 20-minute videos to it if you dig around. They're similar, but there are some differences. As far as your other question, all anabolics have the potential to increase fat burning slightly. Okay, so keep that in mind. But what that doesn't mean is that they're just going to make you lean by default, meaning all of them slightly bias your body towards fat burning. More body history, pro-fat. All right. Then we got Buffalo, who's a strong dude. Do you think a lot of younger fake natties nowadays go to the juicing over 40 route of mixing a low to moderate test with DHTs year-round because it's easier to get away with? A lot of naive viewers look at these fake natties and say things like their strength levels stay consistent, so they're clean, or their physiques don't dramatically change to one extreme or the other, so they're obviously not cycling. Is this something that could intentionally have done to have an alibi? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I've said that for years. I've said before.
Blaha usually talks quietly because he has a roommate. So apparently his roommate, who's guilty she's on trial for murder right now. Apparently she doesn't like it when he's loud or something. And yeah, he whispers a lot.
I think plenty of the fake natties, the smaller ones, the sub 200 pound guys, they all run a modest amount of test in either Primo or Anavar or Masteron. I've said that years ago because that's pretty normal for exactly the reasons you described, right? They stay lean, they look good as a result of it, and they don't see ever dramatic changes because they're not running anything that makes them gain water. Now, some of the fake natties boof up, and it's comical when people say, oh, they're clearly not using, when they really boof up, and you can tell when they threw a bunch of D-boulder down.
It actually surprised me. Christian Guzman is on steroids now, and he doesn't really look like it. He doesn't look much different compared to when he was natural. Okay, now he looks... okay, he does look a bit different now. Yeah, you can tell he's fuller and veinier. But yeah, apparently he's not natty anymore.
That's a wrap on this YouTube channel. This is not clickbait, guys. It's literally been 11 plus years. I'll never forget March 2012, being at TCU, student in the dorm room, actually ordering that little Sony camera and deciding, you know what, why not? Let's try it. Let's start a YouTube channel, see what I could do. I'm gonna use it as a diary for myself, and 1,400 YouTube videos later, I have this crazy life, and it's wild. I'm forever grateful for that first phase that I'm wrapping up, putting a bow on, and we're letting this channel live, right? It's done. It's run its course. Now what's next? I'd be lying, I need to touch on why I'm doing this. And the biggest reason, no bullshit, it's literally for the last 4 years or so, we've been right under that 1 million sub count, right? We climbed all the way up steadily. It's steady growth over a decade plus. And 4 years or so ago, everything just started stopped. It just kind of stayed. And then all of a sudden we're this, literally losing a few thousand subs, gaining a few hundred every few months, and just doing what we can. We're uploading as the best quality videos and putting all the resources, all my energy, all my focus, everything all my heart and everything into this YouTube channel, because I still, no matter what, as I'm standing here, literally marking the end of this channel.
Dude, this is crazy. He's getting a fucking bicep pump just talking with his hands. Christian Guzman went on steroids now.
I still say
he looks like he has high blood pressure.
On YouTube being the #1 platform out there.
Yeah.
I think that long form media is the hardest to make, the most fulfilling to make. And I think really just I love making it. I love documenting. I love being able to go back and watch and relive these moments in my life. And that really hit me when we uploaded the Decade of Dreams video, the 10 goals on my 30th birthday this year. I hadn't been like emotionally like touched that he had. That's, I haven't said this out loud, that is my current motivation. Like seeing how fire and how much he believed, like that shit fires me up right now today. So what do we do when we stop seeing growth? What do we do when we turn every single stone and nothing seems to be working, nothing's picking up? It's frustrating not seeing like growth, yes. Does that mean we're gonna stop making content? Fuck no. What does that mean? We pivot. We literally like go with an outside perspective.
What?
After stream, can you tighten up the tree again?
Yeah, sure. So he has a new channel now, Guzman Christian. Let's see. 1 month ago, apparently he's losing his hair because of the steroids. Let's see some of the shit.
Okay, so on the menu today, we have
Chest
our first
day.
chest workout back.
So starting with an isolation exercise is a good technique if you want to avoid lifting heavy weights on the compound movements. So if you're afraid of injury or something, that's a good strategy. So this is 275. So that's pretty good strength. After pre-fatiguing his chest, he was able to get 7 reps with 275 in the incline. Best I've ever done for incline press is 275 for 5, and that's with a smaller incline, so he's pretty strong. What?
Where do you put the string toy in the...
It's behind the pillows.
On your side?
It's like in the middle. I think it's more on your side.
Prior by myself with no help because I was honestly scared going into that set, and I kept like almost didn't. I just didn't want to do 275 today on the incline because I was scared, and so I made myself do 275 for a set, a working set, at a true RPE with no spot because I can control that damn weight, and I had to prove to myself and get over the mental.
It's kind of weird that he's doing the same exercise basically twice. Oh shit, he's doing the whole stack.
And I'm gonna call this workout. So we're about to head home. Actually gonna go get something to eat. Show you what that is.
Or Nintendo. I was halfway through chugging my first liter of water for the day and totally forgot that I bought these liquid IV things to go in the water because I'm still a little sick. I'm gonna finish this and show you the hair stuff. Next scene. Okay, so 2 videos ago, I told you guys that I am on a mission to restart, the hair growth and really kind of get this to a healthier spot. I saw a lot of deterioration in 2023. So I showed you guys these 2 things, which in the comment section, it was really clear, that's not the best, that's not medicine for hair growth. But what this is for is this first step of me fixing and kind of getting this all better is getting rid of this the scabbing and the there's a lot of how do you call it, inflammation. Yeah, it's my scalp's really red and sensitive. So it was at a point it hasn't been so much now that I've and then I'm putting putty on my head every day, which is paste every single day for my entire life. And I'm oh shit. But then I'm also irritating it because I'm getting haircuts so frequently. So I'm going to show a picture of the irritation on the back of.
Whoa, what the fuck? The fuck was happening to his head? Dude, that's nasty. Clapped cheek, donated $2. Yo, the guy on the right, it's fucking base. Dude on the left is a shit show. Should be amazing to see you destroy him in a debate. He has a cum-stained beard.
Where are you from? I'm from Pakistan.
You're Pakistan?
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm in America.
Why?
Because I want to be here.
Why?
Because I choose to.
Why?
Because I choose to. I just answered you.
What makes you choose here?
Because I chose to be here. I can be anywhere I want.
That's not an answer.
Why not?
You have a whole country that's getting messed up by this
By who?
religion,
By
and you're
Islam?
escaping.
No. Islam did not mess up Pakistan. And Pakistan isn't messed up. Thank you very much.
Persia, and it didn't mess
Persians messed up Persia. Understand? No, it did not. Islam did not. Islam defended and rose. The Arabian people were nothing. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening.
Yeah, dude, the idea that Islam hasn't turned the Middle East into a fucking shithole, give me a break.
That's not Islam.
You're in
Hey,
denial.
you don't read.
You're in denial.
Let me ask you something. Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask, are you going to listen? I know. Why are you here?
Is this the same dipshit who, threatens people, or is that a different guy?
Because I hate
You hate
with
what?
vengeance what Islam has done to my country.
You're a hater then.
No, yeah, I hate
You're
that
a hater.
ideology. Where
Finish.
are you from?
Yeah, this guy's fucking based. That's funny how he uploaded this, because he just got fucking annihilated. He actually thought that was a W? Thanks for that, donation. Clapped a cheek.
Hello VG, what's up bro? Take this donation my friend. VG take oral steroids, take Anavar. Love you bro, have a nice day.
Well, thank you, Bosvin. Appreciate the donation, dude. I'm not gonna take any oral steroids, but Jasmine is. I think I found a good, reliable source of Anavar for her, so I'm gonna order that soon. Yeah, okay.
What's the real reason that Muslims don't touch women according to their ideal religion?
Real reason that Muslims don't touch women according to their ideal religion? What do you mean? Muslims touch women. It's literally stated in the Quran that it's okay to rape your wife. It's also okay to keep sex slaves. So I don't know what you mean by that. Thanks for that donation, though, Grey Knight.
My neck. So this is really for. This stuff is to fix the irritation really. So I've got this spot there, and now I'm going to show you what it looks like right now. I don't really know what it looks like. Is it bad?
Actually, it looks a lot better. Wow.
And then the second spot is going to be up here. So guys, the photo I'm going to show you guys, this is at its worst when it's flared up, and this is when I saw this pic, I was like, oh, I got to do something. And yeah, so I'm going to show you the picture. It's kind of gross, but here it is there. And now
that
I'm
looks
going to show
pretty
you
bad.
let's see what this looks like here. So this is like this bad spot. But
Let me see. Put your head up a little bit.
When Muslim apologist like that one we just watched claim they don't shake the hands of women out of respect, I find it hard to believe. I think we reacted to before, but I forgot why.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Muslims don't shake women's hands because they think they're like dirty and inferior and crap. Thanks for that donation though, Grey Knight. Appreciate it.
Reddit country.
Let me see. So you know how some people are like, what's so great about Ukraine? Why do you even bother? Just leave. I could, of course, dish out 10 plus spectacular reasons for me staying here right on the spot, or I could just show them this. Spyro the Dragon Ukrainian edition. That is definitely based. Well, thanks for the donation, Darth Putin. Appreciate it.
You know, it's still a little pink, but wow, it's...
New ride, damn.
So it looks like he isn't in California right now.
My pre-workout here, I've got a scoop of the All Out Ghost.
Yeah, where is he?
It's actually like the first chest day.
So let's see, 100-pound dumbbell press. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
She wasn't ready for this.
Oh, ABC. Oh, hey. You gonna condemn Hamas and the terrorist attacks here or what? You know the 3 branches of government yet? You are such a loser. You are so stupid. You are the worst. You are the absolute worst. Condemn the Hamas attacks. Go bring some more COVID back from Florida. It's executive, judicial, and legislative branches. You're horrible. Keep laughing. Keep laughing. You and
Yeah, dude, I lost a fuck ton of respect for AOC after she tried to block aid to Israel. Like, fuck AOC.
Tufano Omar, 2 peas in a pod. 2 peas in a pod.
Oh yeah, and Elon Omar is a fucking terrorist.
You're doing a great job.
Enjoy your Christmas shopping while we can.
She wasn't ready.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking funny. Fuck AOC, dude. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo.
Eight, 10, 11, 12.
It's not bad. 12 with 100 pounds for incline. The best I've done is 110 for incline. That was a while ago. I haven't done incline dumbbell presses in a fucking long time. I'm surprised he's on steroids. Like, he hasn't gotten much stronger.
Here we go. But we're
Yeah, like, if I were him, I wouldn't bother going on gear.
give it a little break and hit some triceps. Let it rest up a little bit so we can get more out of it at the end of the workout. So triceps, we're gonna do a standard cable push down to tricep.
Yeah, like, he definitely looks bigger, but he also looks, like, more bloated and shit. And
this dude is an actual lunatic.
I will take a look at that in a minute. And, like, he doesn't look that much better for it to, like, be worth it to take steroids, in my opinion, anyway.
When there are signs of physical maturity, it becomes permissible for the husband in Islamic law to have marital relationships or consummate the relation with his bride. And this is the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Oh yeah, Daniel Hakajo or whatever the fuck his weird ass last name is. He's an absolute whack job. I don't know why YouTube doesn't ban him. He's literally fucking saying it's okay to have sex with children. Like, why the fuck aren't these people banned off YouTube? It's crazy.
Do you know what precocious puberty is?
Starting puberty unusually early. Like,
is there anything in Islam that prevents you from, a man marrying a 5-year-old that started precocious puberty?
You can arrange a marriage even as an infant, but that doesn't mean that sex is allowed.
Could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I said.
What about age 4?
If there are signs
3.
So this is something that becomes biologically impossible.
Yeah, I think we reviewed this whole debate on stream. This guy had the most insane fucking takes. He was literally saying it's okay to have sex with a baby.
Because
I have a study that shows it goes as early as 11 months.
Well, that's something that the parents would not. See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages. And when you look at the marriage of the Prophet.
Yeah, that guy Daniel is an absolute piece of shit whack job. He should be banned off YouTube. I don't know why they don't just ban all Muslims who promote that sort of crazy shit, like child brides, having sex with children, terrorism. Like, they should just ban all of them who support that crazy shit. Yeah, so steroids are not magic. Apparently.
Good morning, YouTube. It's currently December. Breakfast. If I had to take a guess at what I'm weighing right now, I'm probably like 213 pounds maybe, but feeling like really good.
I think he's trying to get his pro card for like physique or something. I don't know if he's ever going to get a pro card. Like, if he's been taking steroids for a while and he hasn't had, like, big improvements, I don't know. I don't know why you'd bother. So, think this was the last show he did. And apparently he was not natural for the show. Yeah, you can kind of tell. I don't think he could get big enough. Like, he looks amazing and everything, but I just don't think he can get, like, his genetics don't let him get big enough. It's too bad. Jasmine won't let me take steroids. Son Goku donated $2. All 3 of these guys are natty, and if you say otherwise, you just don't lift and are jealous. I can guarantee you with 100% certainty they are not natty. But thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Appreciate it. Oh, they met Danny Trejo. Danny Trejo's kind of insane.
Brian Johnson, a biohacker who spends $2 million a year to look like his 18-year-old self again. Personally, not a huge fan. I mean, where's my chin? I look like a... Anyways, Brian sold his tech company for $800 million, and now he's focused on reversing his biological age. At the current rate, he is projected to live to 200, and he's developing a protocol for all of us to potentially do the same. He invited me and Kyle to his...
He is not living to 200 with current technology anyway.
House in Los Angeles and showed us things that could literally add another 10 years to your life.
We're on our way to Brian Johnson's place. What do you want to ask him?
I just want to know what we should be doing now in order to maybe add another 10 healthy years to our lives. As I'm slowly getting older, I realize how fast life is flying by, and it's scary. What if this is the guy who goes down in human history as the human being that cracked the code on aging and maybe even eternal life? How's it going?
Good, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's on the schedule for you today?
For real today?
Yeah. Brian's day starts with a program he calls Blueprint, a 5-hour daily routine put together by a team of 30 doctors for perfect health. After 7 months of this, he's already reduced his age by over 5 years, setting a world record in age reversal. I also recently took my own test to find out my biological age, and the results were surprising.
Are you hungry? You gonna eat some food?
Yes. Dying to have your food.
Okay.
I'm
great.
living to have your food.
Okay. So first thing in the morning is the green giant, the collagen peptides, creatine, 2.5 grams.
I'm more of a 2.6 gram type guy. I'm happy to try this out.
We can have our differences and be friends. All right, so whoever wants this first class.
All right, let's see how we do.
Yeah, we get the reactions on this.
I'm a fan.
What do you think? What are you doing?
It tastes like nutrition. Yeah.
I think a lot of people are watching this video and they want.
Donate $2. What do you think is so hard about anti-aging? Like, what is it about human DNA or molecules that would make it an impossibility or very hard to halt or reverse aging? What do you think aging is really? Well, basically there is a sort of inbuilt timeline for your body to like live. It involves DNA repair. Your ability to repair DNA degrades as you get older. Hormones change. Like things like your body cells function less efficiently, like your mitochondria. There's a lot of different things that kind of break down and degrade as you age. And it seems to be like programmed into your DNA. So the only way to really fix that would be to use something like CRISPR technology. But yeah, I'm sure we're probably going to have technology in our lifetime, especially with like AI being used to sort of accelerate our knowledge and understanding of things. We're probably going to see in our lifetime some sort of anti-aging breakthroughs. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo.
Wonder, what is he eating? What are the supplements he's taking? What are the exercises that he's doing so that I can do them as well? And I think that's the wrong approach. Brian's approach is very different, and it changed my perspective on how to approach health.
Basically, the question we were trying to ask scientifically was, if you just basically made my body a controlled experiment, what could you do with the body? Like, how much could you slow the speed of aging? I've spent millions of dollars doing the first step of measuring everything we can. So we use MRI, ultrasound, DNA methylation, microbiome, everything we can measure. Then we look at the evidence and we say, what does the evidence say to do to how to achieve optimal health? And then we implement it. Even with these
he has nail polish.
Of kind of messing around with Blueprint, we've dramatically slowed my speed of aging. I'm now aging at a rate slower than the average 10-year-old. We've been able to do that with just 2 years of playing around. It's reasonable for us to say, what can we be in 20 years? It's a cool question. It's no longer like, well, I probably won't be able to walk anymore. My knees will probably be giving out and my back will probably hurt. We don't have to make those assumptions anymore.
He always thinks 5 levels deep. For example, with his diet, surface level 1, people just think this food is good, this food is bad. Going a level deeper is having specific diets. And that's where you get all these people debating about paleo versus vegan versus carnivore. Going another level deeper is looking at the actual study.
Dude, this is the second time, too, by the way, this guy interviewed somebody who's on a vegan diet. So he met that guy who's 100, who's been on a vegan diet since he was like, 60 or something? And now he's talking to Brian Johnson, who, again, on a vegan diet, trying to slow aging as much as possible, and he's not, like, promoting veganism. Real Talking Fish donated $2. Let me see.
News! Surprisingly, it's not just medicine. Your cat might need this groundbreaking vaccine by 2025 for survival. Japanese scientist Tori Miyazaki has crafted a revolutionary feline vaccine, FDA approved, set to double cats' life expectancy from 15 to an astonishing 30 years.
Oh my God.
Extensively trialed and showing remarkable results, the vaccine addressing chronic kidney failure is slated for public release in 2025.
Oh my God. Yeah, I heard about this. I'm gonna send that to Jasmine. That's awesome. I'd be so sick if cats could live as long as us.
Y'all aren't ready. It's about to look so good.
That, was terrible. He looks like Sneeko. Jesus. Yeah, these haircuts are actually terrible. Yeah, those are pretty bad. Well, that looks like that'd probably hurt. Yeah, you'd like die. That was brilliant. Well, she's probably dead. Thanks for the donation, Real Talking Fish. Donate $2. If you can consistently do what Brian or some other protocol hypothetically prevent yourself from getting chronic illness, then what is the risk of death? DNA being slower to repair just makes you more prone to illness and death by illness over time. Well, you're just gonna fucking die, dude. Like, you're gonna die in your sleep or something. Your heart's gonna stop. Like, basically, your muscles are gonna waste away, and eventually you're just gonna fucking die. Body just takes a shit on you. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
But you still see a lot of things that are confusing or just conflicting. For example, you can feel great on a keto diet, but if you have a certain genetic predisposition to Alzheimer's, it increases your risk by multitudes. And as you go even deeper, it's more about, hey, try out yourself and see how you feel. That's what my...
This guy's fucking stupid. So, what the fuck, like... It's not inconceivable that a diet that's ideal for your health would make you feel like crap. You'd actually kind of suspect something like that. Why would a diet that's ideal for certain things necessarily make you feel better or worse? Like, if like anybody who's done like weight training, you can eat really crappy foods like a box of Oreos, feel like super carbed up and feel great and have a great training session. You feel great after eating like a box of Oreos. It doesn't mean they're good for you. So it wouldn't be surprising with like how it affects your metabolism and stuff like that. Like eating a really low calorie diet that gives you a low amount of energy, like maybe making you live longer. But again, you're not necessarily going to feel your best. So this idea that, oh, well, try the diet and see how you feel. Well, I feel great eating fucking boxes of Oreos. I guess Oreos are good for me now? Dodo donate $2. I think anti-aging / immortality is going to end up looking like a bunch of different treatments, including CRISPR and things like vaccine for cancer. So do you think it's inevitable that this immortality / anti-aging protocol will be possible for everyone? Yeah, I think so. We're probably also going to be able to have like sentient AI, so you're going to be able to like upload your brain into a computer and like possibly live forever that kind of way. I'm sure there's different ways around the mortality issue, but I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up getting like a vaccine for cancer, maybe a vaccine for diabetes, vaccine for heart disease. stuff like that, and using CRISPR technology to improve like DNA repair, crap like that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Best understanding was up until this point.
So, what do you think about intuition?
Generally speaking, I don't trust my intuition at all. So I actually, this is funny, I do 125 mcgs of liquid iodine a day. So it's just one drop, and it tasted really good. And I thought, does that?
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics.
Thank you very much. You're all too kind.
Liberal student versus Michael Knowles.
For centuries the West has kinda relied on dictators simply dying in order for change to be enacted in a hostile country. So if it's not an option to assassinate someone, then if someone like Kim Jong, Putin, 11 wanted to do anti-aging protocol, what can we do?
I guess we would have to do some extrajudicial killings. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
No, Bellonger, you genocidal maniac! Oh, there we go, finally. I was wondering where you were.
When a conservative speaks on a college campus, one of two things usually happens. Activists and indoctrinated students try to burn the place down, or leftist groups post strategies for limiting or shutting down the event, and then hide in their dorms.
By the way, Michael Knowles is a fascist, and he's probably a closeted homosexual.
Then just hope that no one shows up. Both responses are to be expected from miseducated students who scroll through the endless hit pieces from left-wing outlets, and then have those lies reinforced by their liberal professors.
Do you think there's a chance that they sat down and listened to him speak that their minds would be changed?
Yeah, some of them. There is a third option, which I greatly prefer. That is when my producer journeys into the mob of protesters and finds someone willing to cross the picket line, away
Meme Jellian donated $2.
Que hablan de evangelión los humanos en contra de su creador en clarísima referencia a prácticas satánicas.
Manga are
Damos el
satanic.
pronóstico del tiempo. Me despido de ustedes. Sayonara y una rosa.
What? The same news station? So they were literally fucking claiming manga is satanic, especially Evangelion, apparently. And then their weather girl dressed up as, what's her name, Ray? That's pretty funny. Oh, husband, you are post too much racial slur and get fired from job. Now we are homeless. That's too bad. Thanks for the donation, Meme Jillian.
from the activists and the mindless chants to talk with me directly.
Are you a fascist?
I don't
look
know.
like one.
Do I?
Yeah. You know, if we ask you a few questions?
No, I do mind. Thank you. What?
Often, no matter how welcoming the invitation for a cozy, but you disagree, that gave Wes and me the opportunity to sit down and talk face to face.
Okay, you know what? I think we'll react to that next stream.
Mean my body wants more, so I started doing 2 drops a day, and I get my labs back, and my team's like, wait a second, this marker doesn't make any sense. And I was like, okay, I have a confession to make. And so every time I've used my senses to make a change in the routine, it shows up in the data, and the team instantaneously knows.
This is the 5th level. Brian doesn't just go based on how he feels or what the studies say, he measures his own data. So the first big thing for me is feelings are nice, but data is king. Data can still mislead you. So it's not perfect, but it's better.
Better, yes.
And Brian has data on everything. He even built an at-home clinic for weekly testing.
What's your favorite piece of tech?
They're all my favorites.
It's like his children.
Yeah, all of them equally. They're all special.
I tried scrolling through the stream to see if you already watched these 2 Frank shorts, and didn't see it.
Bro, it
Alright, let me see.
looks so uncanny. You remind me of the kid from the Ariel's video. I had to look this one up. But you guys are so ridiculous. It does.
Yeah, he does look like a weird alien Asian or something.
VG, take this donation, my friend. This is the steroid cycle I want to be on. 100 mg testosterone cypionate, 100 mg decadurabolin, 100 mg master on anti-estrogen, arimidex or something else, PCT, inclomiphene and HCG. What do you think I wanna try?
I don't know, dude. I don't know why you'd take so many compounds for a first cycle. So I would say maybe just try an oral steroid first and then see how it goes. But I would recommend getting some sort of coach for steroid use. So like Broderick Chavez would be a good choice. Thanks for the donation though, Bosman. Dodo donated $2. Do you think the second law of thermodynamics means that immortality is an impossibility? No, because entropy is always increasing. That doesn't mean you can't do things like tissue repair. Like, maybe you can live to 1 trillion years old, but after the heat death of the universe, you can't live anymore. Well, yeah, I guess... okay, I get what you mean. Chances are by then we'll have some sort of technological means to keep on surviving, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Does not look that bad. And even if it did, after all these years of me providing you guys with cutting edge health and nutrition information, why are you guys being so mean? Look, I can understand if it looked really, really crazy. Maybe the lighting in some of the videos isn't that great, but it's a 3-month healing process, okay? Look, in like 5 to 6 weeks, you guys want to make fun of me, by all means, have at it. But like, we just got the surgery done. My eye still hurts. I can't see straight.
Yeah, dude, he looks terrible, and he looks cross-eyed.
So, look, you guys can make the jokes if they're funny like this, but let's stop the mean stuff for now.
Yeah, that was one of the worst ideas he's ever had.
Hello, I am Igor. If there are any Russian girls who seek asylum from the war, I am a Russian refugee located in New York with suitable accommodations. Hello.
Why did he post this? Oh, that is embarrassing. Thanks for the donation one.
I'll show you why they're special. So this is multispectral imaging for face age. This is medical grade ultrasound. So we use this for whole body imaging. So this is cool because also I can look at the efficacy of my workout routines. I can look at muscles in a hypergranularized way so I can see, is my muscle growing? This over here is high frequency electromagnetic. It does muscle contraction. For example, if you apply it to the abdomen, it's the equivalent of 20,000 sit-ups in 30 minutes.
Instant abs is possible.
Have you seen the Rick and Morty episode? Yeah. Where they sleepwalk and in their sleep they're doing sit-ups? Yeah.
That's this?
Wow. Yes.
Now, you may be thinking, how am I going to track all of this? I don't have millions of dollars or a team of doctors, but there are a few affordable things you can do now to get massive benefits already. What do you think people could test now?
Activity, fitness, sleep tracker, blood sugar with a CGM, a poop test, and then you get a comprehensive hormone panel. So you get those 4 things.
You are way more accurate than everybody else with their health. None of this matters until you apply this next lesson we learned from him.
And so even if somebody knows something's bad for them, it's still sometimes impossible to stop that bad behavior. We have a society that celebrates addiction. When you guys came here today, you probably passed 30 fast food restaurants. You can be on your phone addicted to your algorithms. You've got alcohol opportunities. And then if you don't participate in that, people are like, you're weird.
And it's celebrated because it's like part of living life.
Yeah, they say like, if you can't live life like that, it's not worth living. Like, you must be miserable.
There's so much emotions to unpack in the behavior that drives that sort of thinking. How did you unpack that for yourself?
I shifted control from my brain to my body and just said, all right, organs, you do your thing and I'll watch. We think our brain is the #1 problem-solving tool. For me, it was my biggest nemesis. It was the problem I had to solve for.
So what Brian talks about is the goal of the autonomous self, where you become a system that just follows a protocol. This is why everything in Brian's day is automated. From his morning pills to his workout plan to the food he eats, he simply needs to get up and follow the routine. And the more you can automate things in your life, meal prepping, to-do lists, workout plans, the easier it becomes to stick to healthy habits.
Yeah, we can nerd out about sleep stuff.
The sleep competition continues.
Nothing makes me happier than when people beat me. I'm close to my first 30 days of perfectness.
Wow.
I've got 2 nights in the past 30 nights I haven't got perfect sleep.
Wow.
But
okay, you might have beat me on that.
Yeah.
So one of my questions for you is, do you rage? Do you party?
I want to film a Blueprint Rager. Shots of extra virgin olive oil, 80 decibel music, not to make sure that the music's too loud.
With the red lights.
Yeah. If you establish the culture and the rules of the game, everyone's cool with known rules of the game.
And so that's what you're doing, is you're establishing new rules for people to play in the game that you've decided is most optimal.
And that's the reason why our channel exists. A lot of people feel like that, where they're like, I want to improve my life, I want to live healthier, but I don't want to lose all my friends.
That's right.
What do we connect on that? I think a lot of us went through that period where we're like ostracized, but then eventually we found each other and we built a new group, and hopefully we can make that easier for other people.
As my marker, trying to slow that to maximum. So I'm not trying to
To slow deterioration, whereas my workouts are just for building muscle, and I have to eat a lot of calories for that. More food usually means more accumulated damage to the body, which is actually terrible for longevity. And maybe that shows in the true age test that I took.
I got my biological age test results back. Now let's see if I'm old or not. Intrinsic age is 39? Wow. What the fuck? So it says my
Probably because he eats a lot of fucking chicken and shit.
biological age is 39. What's yours?
I'm older than you, 46.
You're 46?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so chill about this?
I'm aging at a pace of 0.86, so I've slowed down my rate of aging.
When I talked to Ryan, the founder of True Diagnostics, he told me that my immune cells were different than normal at the point of testing, which is probably why I got such a high number. Maybe because I was sick at the time, and I should retest again.
This would make me worried if I didn't see something else on this report, but I do see something else in this report, which makes me doubt the authenticity of this particular metric.
He also shared that the most important factor to look at is the rate of aging, and mine was 0.92.
Think about Brian Johnson, like he was a lot older than he is currently now biologically. It's literally just about doing the things that heal your body.
And again, it's easy to think that what he's doing is not accessible to us, but it is. Because I went to visit Dr. Stickler, a longevity expert here in Austin, and he offers a lot of the things.
Yeah, again, he doesn't make a fucking point about Brian Johnson following a vegan diet
that Brian does to his patients, but way cheaper. And he told me about some really exciting tools that are becoming accessible to all of us and will change our life dramatically.
What's at the forefront of the health industry?
I think the best thing is the plasma dilution therapy. It's a plasmapheresis machine. Draws the blood out, spins it down, takes the plasma off and returns your red cells. It takes out inflammatory cytokines. It will take out aging markers is the theory that we're looking at. Rapamycin is a little capsule. People take it once a week. There's a lot of evidence that it actually prolongs healthy longevity. I don't know if you remember a show called The Island, but they would pee in the toilet in the morning and it would give them an assessment and alter their diet that they were going to be given for the day and other things. So it's immediate feedback, and I think we're getting there.
Because of people like Brian, who pour in so much money, all these things that Brian is doing are becoming available to us. This is what they call democratization.
In 2019, it was
what you can.
Good booga. All right. I think we shall end the stream here since it's almost 2 in the morning. But, yeah, we'll watch some more Frank Tufano tomorrow. He's still uploading more Ments. There's a few other things. The Michael Knowles video and shit we'll watch tomorrow. Maybe some more Dr. Mike. There's a few vids I want to get through. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we gotta play Spider-Man 2. We'll try to play Spider-Man 2 tomorrow, okay? But nighty-night and sweet dreams.